players are confident that that card was exactly what was on the top of the deck and that it didn't come off, the second or whatever, then it should be pretty easy to resolve. But yeah, so we see part of production over there as we wait for the judge. There's Stunning Rob with the 20 Lore Pro team. Thanks to 20 Lore Pro for bringing us this amazing stream here.
Yeah.
And we'll wait for the judge to come over and just clarify the way ahead.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, and this is one of those minor issues. They just making sure you're on the up and up is always a good thing to do. So I encourage you, if anything like this happens, don't be afraid. The judges are friendly, I swear. Call them over, talk to them, let them know.
They judge you, but in a good way.
Yeah, exactly. This is the judging you want to deal with.
That's right. That's right. But I will say, looking at the board state, this does feel. If I had to pick one of these players to be right now, despite the hand advantage that Dylan has, I think I'm picking Sploosh.
Yeah.
I like the board state, and even though we're top decking, if we, I don't know. I just really like the board state, and there's plenty of things he could draw into. They could draw more cards. Establishing a genie and then drawing would be great.
Yeah, certainly, and you're right, because it ultimately depends. Like we're playing a mysterious game of top decking on Sploosh's side. Now that Flynn Rider is a pretty good top deck. It you're looking for things that quest for a lot. You're trying to advance that clock while Dylan is currently sitting with no characters on the board, because there comes a point where you get to a critical mass where you're just putting down a Hades, another Clarabelle, a John Silver, all of these 2-questers that over time just become enough to quest out and win the game. So Sploosh needs to be fast right now. That's what he needs to do. He needs to be fast. He needs to be ready for the. As we see, there's Albert.
There's Albert, a judge extraordinaire, one of the most well-known people in the judge community. Fantastic member of the Lorcana community. So coming over here, PPG always brings in some of the best judges and folks and tournament organizers to bat with us. So. Now we're gonna get the resolution here. It looks like was it that the Clarabelle off the top?
Yes,
is that what was there?
That was the Clarabelle. That was that was revealed by mistake. Correct.
Okay. And
this is interesting. I don't think players usually get to see like these calls made live like this. So this is pretty cool, actually.
That is true. That is true. Oftentimes we cut for time, and because the other thing is, like, sometimes we don't know what's going on up here, and it's unfair for us to speculate.
Correct.
But I think you caught the error pretty well there.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it was pretty clear. I mean, it was pretty clear on all sides, thankfully. To your point, it's not always that clear, right? Like, usually there's assumptions that are made, things that are said or not said that contribute to why a judge needs to be called. But that one was pretty. And I know a thing or two about dexterity issues. I'm pretty clumsy.
I was about to say, I like how you refer to it as what'd you say, a dexterity foul or something like that. I like that phrase. So here we're going to go, that Clarabelle is going to go back, and it looks like we're going to randomize the deck.
Yeah.
So we have no idea. Or is that the Clarabelle going on the bottom?
No, so I'll tell you what's happening here. Okay. Again, I've done these so many times. Because there were cards that might have been placed on the bottom with the visions, the ruling generally made is you separate the bottom cards that were placed, so that way you're not randomizing those cards, because that wouldn't be fair.
That's right.
So the bottom cards, the question asked is, how many develops have you done? How many visions have you done? They separate those number of cards from the bottom, shuffle the rest of the deck, and then place it back on top of the cards that were
Very
set
good.
aside.
That's an excellent explanation, and that makes complete sense. Now, so speaking of, I don't know, I have no segue here. Donald Duck coming down. Donald Duck, perfect gentleman, a card that will allow both players to draw cards. But Dylan is fine with that at this point, getting some body on the board to deal with what's going on. And Will, you're welcome. Card back to hand, and now that Prince Philip, that warded character coming out. Dylan now up to 13.
Yes.
14.
They get 14.
14. I forgot that little.
Yeah,
that sneaky little boost.
That boost is so good. It's so good as that Prince Philip had 2 questers down. That Donald Duck, of course, really tells us, and we know that Dylan has been chasing cards with those develop your brains, not able to put down a character that could deal, that was able to deal with a whole lot. That Mother Knows Best was pretty clutch. It allowed that Prince Philip to go back to hand. But of course, Dylan is digging, continuing to dig, looking for something to continue to answer another Prince Philip from coming down, as we know that it can be shifted upon one of the characters on the table.
Yeah, and I think clearly digging that Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman will help. It also establishes his body, but I think Sploosh is not upset at all to be drawing an extra card per turn, because if he can go wide, if he can be dropping 2 characters on board per turn, Malicious's means and scaries coming down 2 at a time, wiping everything. Who needs a be prepared? Right. We can do it, when you can assemble one.
Yeah.
To grab your sword by another word, grab your hook maybe.
Yeah. grab your unicorn ceramics and your pianos.
and there you go. It's gonna deal with everything. But that Donald Duck is gonna fuel Spoosh's rebuild here, though. Plenty
Yeah.
of cards now in hand to kind of rebuild something. 14 lore. It still feels like it's his game to lose, but these Amethyst Sapphire, or sorry, these Emerald Sapphire decks do have so much at the top end
They do.
that
Yeah, and that's
anybody's game.
That is exactly what Dylan was looking for here. You create a scenario which we were able to do with those multiples. That is so bad if that is it. If that is that is tough because Dylan wants this. Dylan wants his opponent to just put on one character at a time. A lot of the characters that Dylan is playing, pretty much all of them, are single target removals. They deal with one character at a time. So the less wide that Sploosh can go, the better Dylan is in this position.
Here's 7. It's going to be something big. It is that Basil. Going to bounce that Webby back to hand.
Yeah, and that Basil presents not just questing power, but also hand control. Every time it quests, Sploosh will have to discard a card at random. Not what Sploosh wants. Sploosh needs consistency, needs to know what's happening, and having that variable in play is a problem. But Clarabelle allows us to try to keep up in this fight.
This feels like a really good draw here. Now, I think looking at it, Dylan, not a ton of cards in hand. I think he only got 1 off of that Clarabelle, but still, 1 card could be all the difference here. And it is a big body. Yeah, one of the combos, this Donald Duck Basil combo has been around for a bit now, and it's a lot of fun in the end game if you have this combo when you get your opponent into top deck mode because you give him an extra card and you immediately discard it.
Yes.
So that perfect gentleman only helping 1 player in that regard, not so gentlemanly.
No,
compared to the Basil.
It's a lie, really. There's a lie under that hat. That Donald Duck hat is holding lies. As we see that Sploosh is laying out the hand so we can decide randomly which card is going to get discarded.
It's probably a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 reroll, and we will lose that Clarabelle, which probably a card Sploosh would have liked to have.
Yeah, it's a pretty good card. That Clarabelle is it's pretty powerful.
Let's see, another Clarabelle coming down here. Just shiny Clarabelles everywhere.
So many.
And speaking of which, you're welcome. I'm going to come in here, send that cow to the bottom of the deck. Sploosh will get 2 cards out of it. But again, like, you only need a couple key cards to close this down. There are some warded cards in this deck. You'd love to establish a couple of those. We have 2 Malicious Mean and Scaries already being used by Dylan, so only a couple left if there are 4 being run. And Dylan desperately here trying to turn the corner and become the beatdown. And he is pretty close with 6 lore on the board and already pushed up to 6. So.
Just like that, 3 characters on the board is 6 on the table, which presents right now about a 3-turn clock, and just one more card making that a 2-turn clock. Not where Sploosh wants to be. Sploosh needs to figure this out. He needs to be able to deal with the problem. But just having his answers ripped from him, he lost a Clarabelle, which would have been really good here, especially after You're Welcome from Dylan's side. So just the answers and the tunnel of light just slowly closing in on Sploosh, little by little here. Can he find his way out of this well that he is a whisper in?
That was good. That's good.
That's all right.
Yes,
You've done better, but it's okay.
No, I've done worse. So
that's fair. That's a fair point too.
Most of mine are worse actually. So we'll see what the answers are.
Yeah, this is a very thinky turn. This is the moment that Sploosh knows the game is either won or lost, and just wanting to make sure that we make the best decision that we can take a little bit of time. Generally speaking, in these tournaments, you want to take the least amount of time earlier on. You take the least amount of time when the decisions are easy because you want to save up that time. If you think of like a chess timer, you're reserving that time for these moments to decide, okay, well, this one is one I need to consider appropriately, and that's what Sploosh is doing here right now.
Yeah, definitely thinking this through. There are avenues back. It is a narrow window. Dylan most likely puts game on board next turn, and so.
Yeah, and putting down 1 character a turn is not where Sploosh wants to be. So whatever he's doing has got to be very high impact. It's got to change the tempo in some way, and we're seeing that in the thought process here, the patience.
Interesting. So yeah, a little bit awkward hand too. He's got 2 Mother Knows Best, which are uninkable. That's 2 cards. Can do a little bit of control, but not available to help him establish any sort of threat.
Yeah.
So we could do some bouncy shenanigans here to really slow things down if he wanted to, but you'd love to establish at least 1 character while slowing down Dylan's clock.
Now, I did see a handful of Mother Knows Bests in hand. We see Malicious Mean and Scare. Oh.
Yeah, it's like full control.
Yeah, it is.
Feels like. And so now what he's doing, I doesn't have the Philip with it, but has the ink for it. I don't think he has it in hand, so he's just setting up basically a situation where next turn he could potentially
correct. Yeah,
do that.
And you have to. That's one of the things that you learn when you're playing this game. If you don't have the pieces that you need, you have to play to your outs. You need to make sure that you're putting yourself in the best position possible with what you have in front of you. A lot of players in a very stressful situation might even just give up at this moment. Just say, hey, this game is lost anyway. They may just put cards down, not set up a potential top deck Prince Philip. So I think this is a good play here. You got to play to what's in your deck and potentially what you might draw.
Yeah, and I love the play of removing the Basil too. It is a tempo. It slows down Dylan's lore gain, but also it shuts down that discard draw. And every card that Dylan that Sploosh has in hand right now, from the 2 Mother Knows Best to whatever else is in there, like one single card. Oh, there's a Demona
There's
in there.
Demona, yeah, the Demona.
Every single card there matters, and so Elephant.
Yeah, and so we see Dylan turning 3 sideways to play Prince Philip, setting up a trap potentially for Sploosh to fall into. Let's see.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 left.
Did you just do the thing? I'm not going to even say the thing. You said the numbers, but I'm not going to do it.
I do that inadvertently all the time.
And for the chat, I will not do it. Don't worry.
All the time.
We're friends, chat. I will not be doing that to you.
Yep. It's the second time today I've been called out for it. I was purchasing. They have a dollar bin out there with foils, and I was like, I picked up a stack, and I just happened to. They counted it out. I'm like, I'm gonna buy these cards, and they're like, all right, that's 66 cards. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, are you sure you don't want just
one more?
One more. And I was like, why? Oh. So I did buy another.
You had to, of course.
Of course.
You're not going to leave them unhappy. You got to do the thing.
No, give the people what they want.
Give them what they want. I appreciate that about you, Liam. That's one thing I know about you, man.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on the board. So not enough to close out the game by Dylan this turn.
No.
Sploosh will have another couple turns here to figure things out. I do see the shift target in hand.
Yeah.
There's that Prince Philip. He was setting that up.
Yeah.
So those 2 cards.
It is. It's underwhelming. Of course, you're getting rid of less characters than are actually on the board. It's not where you want to be at. Dylan, I think, made a very strong play here. Could have very easily just put down another, assuming he had one, another big character, and of course that would have presented a lot of real estate off the table. But deciding, hey, I need to get questing ability on the table as that Basil comes down. Ouch.
Yeah, punished for that Basil now. Now, if the decision had not been to bounce the Basil and you leave that on the board, now you would have lost a card.
Yep.
Now it would be banished to the Philip, and it wouldn't be around to send that Philip back to hand.
Correct.
So,
yeah,
I think punished for that decision here.
And just making sure that there's damage on that, because Webby, of course, does have 1 strength. Yeah, at this point, Dylan's just presenting like the most insurmountable number of lore on the table, just to say, hey, I don't think you're going to be able to get to 5 lore, Sploosh. So I'm going to do that for us. I'm gonna go ahead and tell this story before you do.
And just not enough. With 1 more ink, he would have been able to play the Malicious Mean Scary and the Philip in 1 turn, but not enough. Didn't have the cards, and there it is. Sploosh shaking his head there. Just didn't find what he needed and losing in this matchup here. I do think this is probably not his favorite matchup in the meta, but Dylan navigating to a 2-0 victory here on day 1 of the Pro Play Summit here in Orlando, Florida.
Yes. And so far we've got 2 rounds of games under our belt. Some fantastic games of Lorcana. Some
camera's over here.
Hey, there's a camera right over there.
Yeah.
It's looking at us.
Monitor's over here. Camera's over here.
Weird. Stop looking at us. Hey, camera.
Yeah, and you're over here.
I'm over here. You're over there.
Yeah, that's all right.
Now I'm flustered. I'm scared. But
I need a booster seat.
You and me both. We'll figure this out. Yeah, don't worry about that.
Do this. Oh, hi, Knive. In the chat. All right.
Hello. Oh, hi. Oh, hi, Knife.
Now I look taller.
Here, I gotta get. Not gonna be. No, forget it. I'll be smaller. You're way taller than I am anyway, so that's fine.
It's not true.
It's very true. He's like 6. He's 6'7". Go ahead, chat. Say the thing. But anyway, we've got 2 games under our belt of Lorcana. Round 2 in the books. We've got the rest of the games being played out there as well. And we just had a chance to see what I think is a pretty cool color pairing in that Emerald Amethyst.
Yes, the best color combo in the game.
Yes. We don't get to see it too often, although I will say that it kind of rose up, actually, at CCS, interestingly enough, as kind of an answer to all of these control decks that have been showing up in the meta. It can be very, very quick, and as you mentioned at the beginning of this game, there's like 2 or 3 different versions of it, which is interesting because usually you get one version first that kind of shows up. it does well. Then other versions spawn off of that. As Liam's over here.
Sorry.
That's okay. Trying to find something. That's okay. So
Find a place to cough where I'm not coughing as many.
Here, I got here. You just use the sleeve. You're good. Yeah, we're good. So I have a kid. I'm used to it. But in any case, yeah, I love to see it though. You love to see, which is exactly what the chat wants to see too. They've seen enough of some of these color combinations. So, what are your thoughts on this kind of a build? This is like it's somewhat of an early aggressor, but also has like this control element. What are your thoughts on what you just saw in Splush's deck?
So my favorite deck to play in all of Disney Lorcana in every meta has been Emerald Amethyst Tempo, and I've brought it into even when it was bad for the meta. I've played it because I love what Amethyst gives you, and I love what Emerald gives you in terms of versatility, and I just love mid-range decks. So I actually like that build quite a bit in terms of a gameplay, like enjoyment perspective. I don't think it's the best deck in this particular meta. This meta, and it has been for a while, the preponderance of the meta is Amethyst clones. And so the question always is, like, what is the best card to pair with that, or color to pair with that Amethyst shell, and why are you including it? What's it doing for you? And in the case of Blurple, for example, you're working in the ramp, which gets you to your end game, your big cards faster, and it also gives you the really positive removal with the Hades. The question is, in its tempo version, what are you getting in the Emerald shell that's better than what you're getting, or sorry, with the Emerald splash into the Amethyst shell that's better than what you're getting in other colors? And I don't necessarily know that Emerald is the best thing, unless I actually do really, really like the burn variant. Because you are getting some fun things, some very aggressive cards in there, like Merfolk early on, or the Boost Flynn Rider, or the Webby. You're getting some very, very important pieces which allow you to pursue that burn strategy.
Right.
And so I like that variant of it. Tempo, I love to see it. I love to play it. I'm glad people are playing it. I hope it wins. I'm not sure it is set up for success in the current meta.
Yeah, and it looks like we are actually getting ready for JDZ to start this conversation. We're gonna throw to an interview now in just a few seconds as we learn more about what we just saw.
Let's throw.
Just kind of keep it stationary as much as you can. Yep. You're good to go. And we are back live, coming at you after round number 2. I'm here with Dylan, who got a great victory playing this Sapphire and Emerald strategy, getting loose, getting busy, getting active. Dylan, but really quick, where you coming from, where you been, and what made you bring that blue-green deck to the tournament today?
I'm from Kissimmee, around here locally. I just like playing Lorcana. It was either a decision between dogs or blue-green, but I've been loving blue-green since before they took Muses out. My Muses, R.I.P.
Right. Yeah, that's such a stark transition.
Yeah.
Amber and Emerald versus Emerald and Sapphire, those couldn't be two more different strategies. What made you lean more to the Sapphire Emerald instead?
I really like what Emerald Sapphire can do. A lot of people focus on the Phillip, which the Phillip kind of came in really clutch for both of us actually in that game. But I really like the Clarabelle Cinderella line, basically singing the you're welcome, and then basically drawing a bunch of cards and seeing a lot of answers and looking for a lot, And
you saw some answers in that matchup, because there was a time here in that second game I thought it was going to, not look good for you. You were able to swing the tide with that combo. Can you just talk about that combo? You say the deck doesn't run through that combo, but it seems like getting that Malicious Mean and Scary in this set has just propelled that deck to an entirely new level. Can you just talk about that in your experience?
Yeah, so I think early on I tried just focusing too much on it, and I was just like, okay, let's just get there, let's just get there. And originally the deck didn't even run the Little Prince. So I transitioned into just, you know what, I'm going to ramp and just hit 9, and then we'll see where it goes. Never got to hit it. And then this deck just kind of, it does perform really well with the Malicious Mean and Scary, but I really just like the Clarabelle, because, without the Clarabelle, I can't really get there, it's a lot of the time. So, but yeah, that's just kind of what I think about it.
But absolutely, what are some of the techs that you have without leaking too much of your state secrets? I guess you're live. Your opponents could be watching this; they probably aren't. But what are some of your techs that you have to prepare for this 5K event? And are you playing the tomorrow's event as well?
I don't think there's anything real spicy in there. I really against me really loving Hades, I kind of went down from 4 to 1.
Yeah.
I just don't like ramping my opponents.
I feel
so I think going down to 1 when in those pivotal moments, it really comes out.
But I'm telling you right now, I love what I love your deck, but more importantly, I love what you got on your shirt there. I see you wearing some Disney official gear, and I hear there's some important news coming in from Dylan. If you got someone who's very special over here and something you want to share with the world, is that true?
Yeah. So this is my new fiance
Let's
here.
get it.
we just got engaged. Super excited. Also, she's pregnant as
Get
well.
out of town.
So we're
Let's
gonna
go.
be parents. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I'm so happy. I love some young love. And can you please introduce yourself as well? Let's go. Liam, look at Liam. Look at Liam. That is so huge. That is such an incredible story. You know, Disney Lorcana is about family, and I love to hear that, man. So we got a young Illumineer in there. Do you play as well?
I do play.
Okay.
I'm playing
She's
today.
playing.
Nice. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. I've won 2 of my 4
Let's
rounds,
go.
so you know we'll
Let's
have
go.
half.
Let's go. Okay. Well, dude, I'm so excited for you in the future, and that is just such an incredible news. You know, so I want to wish you congratulations in that. I think that's a bit more important than Lorcana, but also maybe you can maybe start a little college fund if you can win this 5K event and then propel.
Hopefully,
that
that's kind of what we're going for.
we can get it done. But Dylan, I'm gonna let you go so you can go ahead and take a break
Can I
and
do a
get
quick
prepared.
shout out?
Of course, of course.
Okay,
Oh,
I just want to shout out to my brother who helps me practice and everything. Mauricio, you're the man. I wish you were here, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Absolutely, man. I was just gonna say that, man. You just you took over, but still, congratulations to you, Dylan. Congratulations you, Amanda, as well. And I wish you guys nothing but happiness and joy on your upcoming nuptials and your child. And I think it's gonna be great, man. I love to hear these stories, man. So we're gonna throw it back over to the booth for a brief moment, and then we're gonna get ready for round number 3. It's underway. Keep it locked. Don't touch that dial.
Tell you what, JD always brings the energy, and the Lorcana community always brings the feels, because I just in game 2 here, I'm already like tearing up in the booth. How exciting. I don't know. That's how exciting for these players.
We got a love connection. It's good. You always love to see it. You know, it's not just your friends, it's family. That's my favorite thing about Disney. It brings everybody together. You know, it's good. Like when I heard that, I was like, oh, that's so cool. Let's go. And I'm glad you did that, because they were really excited how excited you were for them. But yeah, we are getting ready for round 3. Speaking of excitement, we're getting ready to go to game 3. They're still wrapping up those games. We got games that are, I believe we're going to time, if I'm seeing the time
Probably.
correctly. But yeah, we're getting ready to gear up. Is there anything else that we want to share before we say let's take a short break?
I don't know. Well, one thing, don't go anywhere. You know, we'll be here all day bringing you this 5K. If you don't know what they're playing for, usually in the 5, I have to double check. You
Sure.
correct me if I'm wrong, but usually there's of course this is a 5K, so there's prizing at the end of the day. But also, if you do well in the Friday tournament, oftentimes at PPG events you do earn buys in the first rounds of the main event, and so that's something that players are playing for, is giving themselves an edge in day 2. It's also a fun little game though to try to see. Because some people bring the philosophy of, hey, I'm playing what I'm playing. I'm going to bring it in. Friday's a test run, and I'm going to, see how it does and get some reps for Saturday. And then some people are like, I don't want to tip my hand.
Yeah.
I don't want to review what I'm doing, especially well-known players. So sometimes they'll come in here, they'll do something on Friday and do something completely different on Saturday.
Which I think is a viable strategy, too. I think there's also something to be said about some players are just perennial players of certain color combinations. You just know what they're playing.
Yep.
I think about, like, if I see Diego Saz in here, he's playing dogs. Like,
Yeah, he's red-blue.
Let's stop, yeah, exactly.
I'm just kidding.
Let's stop playing.
Yeah, dogs.
Yeah, so I think that there's something to be said about getting reps into. I think getting reps in on the deck and being the best at it, you let the cards lie where they lie. If they know what you have, they know what you have. But to your point, too, I think it's a good opportunity to kind of feel the meta and see what's out there, especially after leaving a relatively large tournament last week. This meta is in a very soft, very malleable place where it could be a little bit more centered to tempo or a little bit more centered towards aggro, and maybe controls not to play. And they're going to get a vibe of that in this tournament, and this may give them their final decision tomorrow to say, you know what, this is what I believe the meta will look like, which is a very important factor in winning a tournament, is knowing what might be out there in the field and making those right calls, and then saying tomorrow, okay, now that I've gotten a feel of this meta, tomorrow I'm ready to lock in this final decision, get these final games in, and win the whole thing.
Yeah. One more question before we go to break, just because I'm curious. So last weekend at Charlie's, a really fun event. We had an interesting deck win, Zansad's Amber Amethyst deck. So based on the amount of time people had to react between last weekend and this weekend, let's say there are, percentage-wise, let's say there are 100 players today. How many Amber Amethyst one-turn win decks do we see out there?
So we've had a week. People have been
Just a
testing
week.
it. Out of 100. So we're doing out of 100.
Yep.
I'd say at least 2.
At least 2?
At
Okay.
least 2 or 3.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah, I think it. I think
I know
it's-
there's one.
Yeah,
I know there's one
There's
today.
at least one. I think the reason why it is not the easiest deck to pick up and just run with, and I think that a lot of players may try it and then not do well with it in the first week and say maybe this isn't for me, maybe it needs more time. I think it might be too soon.
Okay.
I do anticipate seeing it more in Richmond though.
Yeah.
I think we'll see
agree.
it more in Richmond than we will now because there will be more plays, more games played of that deck, and like saying, okay, now I get it. Now I know how to control the game. Even if I don't get the combo, I can still win with the deck, which is something that people are not really thinking about with that deck. Is that deck was a good deck?
Yeah.
Without the combo.
Yeah, it was winning without it.
He didn't
Because it
need
has
it.
the Amethyst shell.
Yes.
Yeah.
He didn't need it. So I think it's important to master that deck and then be able to say, oh, but if I don't do the thing, this whale is going to fly into the Great Illuminary and we're going to just turn and exert 1,000 times over.
Wreck things in there, books
Yeah.
everywhere,
Yes.
just hanging out in the abandoned laboratory.
Yeah.
No, it's a fair point. It's an interesting case study because sometimes you see these things happen either at the very beginning of the meta when things are like really soft still,
Yeah.
or at the end, like Josh Pult winning with the Amber Amethyst Perdita deck
Yeah.
in Atlanta, and the meta had no time to react. So it's just an interesting case study to me where we have these 2 weekends back to back that are
Yeah.
fairly close geographically in the United States to see how quickly people react to that win.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see.
What I would expect to
goes.
see more of actually is a response to that. So I do think
Oh, people getting faster.
yes, people getting faster, saying
Yeah.
maybe more dogs in the meta because dogs does pretty well into it.
Yeah.
Maybe saying, hey, you know what, I'm going to play Amethyst Steel, and notably in game 1 we did see Benja. The
That's a
mentor
fair
kid,
point.
Yeah. So the guardian of the gem was loud and proud in that moment, showing up multiple times. It was a mirror match, so it wasn't necessary. But there's decisions being made to people's decks because this is a thing now. So it's left its thumbprint. It is its own whisper in the well, in that it has created this environment that you have to be a little bit cautious. So
That is the perfect. I agree. In the chat there, this is the perfect chance to go to. Great segue. Let's go to a break, and we'll see you back here in a moment. Don't go anywhere. Round 3 coming soon.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG. I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it.
I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast and have to be so strategic all the time. It's like it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh. I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it.
I told you we wouldn't be gone long. I'm back, and JD is here. And I'm excited because JD's been locked in for hours, and I'm just getting locked in. And look at that. Yeah. But, well, so you, between rounds, you got to do some rounds in the booth, and then now you got to go out between rounds and interact with some folks and see the floor. What's going on out there?
I love that little break. You know me, I usually don't like to take breaks, Liam.
No, I know.
I'm a locked-in kind of guy.
Always.
We're all the way through. But I had the opportunity to go through and see a lot of the vendors and see, different people from the community, shake some hands. I got a chance to meet Melissa, and I met Dan, and I met Dragon Johns, and I met so many different people that have came from this region and also from other places around the country to come here to participate in this weekend. And it's just really nice to have that experience. But also I had the opportunity to see some of the other different things that are happening around, the different games that people are playing, and just the different vibe. I love coming to these events. I love being a part of this whole situation, this whole entire experience. It's been so great so far.
Yeah, that's awesome. I can't wait to go and explore a little bit myself. One of the things I love about the Pro Play Summits, of course, we are both locked in on Lorcana, 100%. And you are too.
It is the best game. I mean,
100%.
Without a doubt. Yeah.
Objectively, the best game for a variety of reasons. Yeah. And you are too, which is why you're watching the Lorcana stream. The Lorcana stream, and not one of the other streams. But what is fun about this, it does have a convention-like feel because you.
Sorry, I was trying to point to the Lorcana.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, there you go. I wonder if we could I wonder if I can pick it up.
I don't know. Maybe you can grab it. We can box it in. We can box it.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Oh, you're going that way. I'm going this way.
There we go.
Yeah,
there it is.
Lorcana.
That's where you guys are right
snip
there.
This,
Here it is.
clip this. So of course, but it does have a convention-like feel because there are several other games out there, and what I love about this summit too is we have the old reliables that have been around for ages, but here you have a lot of the young guns. The cookies are running, the rifts are bounding, and the pieces are winning. So there's just so much going on out there that's new, and so it brings together all these different TCG communities, and you kind of see this cross-pollination, and it's a lot of fun.
And to that point, I think at the end of the day, I do make the jokes because I do believe in my heart that Lorcana is the best. Okay, and I'm never going to change that. But it does kind of feel that we all are kind of one in this, just a bunch of nerds trying to do their thing, as it may be.
Living their best lives.
Sometimes people might see, hey, they're having some fun over there doing this thing. Let me try that. Let me try some of this. You have demonstrations and gaming tables. So PPG has done a really great job promoting all these games. It seems like it's a nice equal representation of all these games. This is just Friday too, Liam.
I know.
Tomorrow is going to be the main attraction, the main event. You're going to see a nice, a much larger representation of what we're seeing today. So this is like a nice little introduction to those types of things, and I'm absolutely here for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, so one of the things, speaking of it's day one, it's Friday. Friday is always fun for me because you're always locked in. I try to get close to being locked in. I don't know if I'm locked. I'm like the doors.
You are. I would say you're locked in. You are in, but you just got to really break the key off sometimes.
That's true.
And just go all the way through.
That's true.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes sometimes JD looks at me and he's like, and I'm like, he's breaking the key.
You got to break the key.
You got to break the key.
Turn it. Once you get in, a lot of people like to save some for the trip back. Okay, I send it out there, and if I don't make it back, we just don't make it back, and that's okay. Just live out there in the ethers, man.
I had a thought I was getting to, but this reminds me of JD's always going up levels, and I always thought of JD going to another level as like you go to another level for a while, and you level up, and then you come back down for later. It is not true. This is a progressive system, and you were just persistently leveling up. There's no level cap.
It's an ascension, a nonstop ascend upward. But Liam, I think you might not know this, but you are already ascended to the next level, and it's so great to see you here in the flesh. Again, and we have been doing a lot of work digitally and otherwise.
Yes.
I thought you did an incredible job last weekend as well, and you're on your grind, back at it again. Hopefully, we're back at it again and a little bit of Richmond here at the end of the month.
Yeah.
Not end of the year.
End of the year.
Into the new year. Start into the new year.
Year.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole 2026. I can't believe we're already in 2026. What are we talking about?
I don't know. It's mind blowing to me. Time goes by fast.
We're in a it's all a flat circle, I would assume.
But so Friday, Fridays are weird. I was gonna say like we're kind of locked in already, and we get to the end of the day, and I'm like, oh man, that was a great day, and then I'm like, there's 2 more days, which is weird because usually these are 2-day events. But Friday's always interesting to me because I always like to see whether players, because it's kind of 2 schools of thought, right? You come in and you're like, I'm not 100% sure what I'm playing in the main event. I think I'm playing this, maybe not, but I'm gonna test this out and see how it goes. Then there's people who are like, I'm Amethyst Steel for life. That's what I'm playing. That's what I'm going to play tomorrow. This is just a test run. And then there's like another school of thought where it's like, I know what I'm playing Saturday. There's no way in heck I'm going to play it Friday and tip my hand.
There it is.
So like, how do you view these Friday events as precursors for the main event?
For me, I'm playing. I would if I come to an event, especially if I'm traveling pretty far. I don't think I would ever play my main event deck that Friday because the chances are, I would say 99.9% of the players that are playing that Friday event will be playing that Saturday event. And if you do well that Friday event, everybody is going to be watching your deck, and then they can make those necessary changes because this information is in the ethers. We saw this happen live at the DLCs last season. When we had those very potent Friday events, these Illuminaries would show up playing their Saturday event that Friday, and they would give up so much information so people can steal either, if it's really good, they'll just steal what you're doing and put it in their decks. You see, making your competition feel harder.
That's right.
So if you got the sauce, you definitely won't deliver the sauce that Friday, even if you're trying to test it out. I'm playing some jank that Friday, or I'm just trying to get a feel of what everyone else is playing. And on Saturday, we release the Hounds and play the real deal Holyfield Saturday for the main event.
That is true. Sure.
What about you? What are you doing though?
Well, nobody like. I'm probably running my tournament deck.
Okay.
I think because I don't think anybody's gonna take any like hints from me. I don't know.
If you're cooking, people.
Well, if I'm cooking, that's true.
Yeah.
If I'm cooking,
people are gonna notice the cook. If you're cooking, the word travels fast. Hey, did you see what Liam's doing? He's cooking. Liam's on the juice.
Liam's on Sapphire Amber. Like he's got the list. He's Ludwig von Draking and like
he's actually cooking. Okay,
princesses. Man.
And then what's gonna happen, Liam? And I've seen this with my own eyes. They're gonna Liam's cooking. Oh, round 3. All right, everyone follow him around and let's watch his table. Oh, let's see what he's got. And they're taking notes and discard. You're inking this, and they're writing the whole thing. They reverse engineered your whole brew.
That's probably true.
And they load it the next day. You just gave away the sauce, Liam.
And then it's a trick. And then I bring in the counter, right? I'm like Zan said. I'm like, here's the item build, and then I'm secretly have the counter over here. Yeah, I think that's true. I also think like if you're watching this and you're like, oh man, if I go to a 3-day event now, I do think it's different if you're like a known entity,
right.
Because like right now, I know Dan from Mountains out there.
Yeah.
I know Dragon John's out there.
Yeah.
I know what they're playing. I know what Nunez is playing. I know what all of these well-known players are playing. If you're somebody who's going to like your first competitive event and like Richmond's your first deal and like that's where you're gonna experience a big event for the first time, like don't be afraid to bring in what you're playing on Friday. Get the reps with it. Get the reps with it. Get some practice into the meta, and then get those reps. Bring it in on Saturday. So I think.
There's definitely some lines of thought because hypothetically, if you think you got the sauce and you realize that the sauce is actually spoiled, okay, you don't want to find out you got some bad milk on the main event as well. So you put that thing through the gauntlet that Friday, maybe you can realize, hey, this ain't what I thought it was. It maybe performed in my whole local meta, but I'm getting absolutely annihilated here. Or the meta has rotated, and now what I thought was the sauce is now being counterpicked by everyone.
It's so much faster than I thought, right?
Yeah.
Like you go out there and you're like, oh, everybody's playing dogs. Everyone's playing dogs.
I'm out of here. Okay?
I'm out. Yeah, let's fold this.
You should probably have maybe 2 or 3 decks already loaded, ready to go in the event that is something that's going to befall you. But maybe there's definitely some lines of thought to both, and I think that's a very interesting conversation. This could be a whole show, a whole episode
on this.
Yeah, I like that.
Because there's no wrong. There's like 3 very good answers.
Mm-hmm. And I was talking about with Gabe in round number 1. There are more new strategies still being developed with his Whispers in the Well. We see that there is a very aggressive. You guys saw that in the event last weekend. There was a very aggressive Emerald Amethyst deck that has now appeared. We saw Spessy was playing that in some events online. That is something that just kind of came to the forefront here.
It's a very good deck.
And it's super good. It's very consistent, and you need to be prepared for it. If you're not, you're going to lose to that deck. So it's just one of those things. You just have to have the right deck at the right time, be ready, be brave, show up with it, and it could work out for you. Or it won't.
That's true. And it is fun that the burn deck appears because I've got to think of a better Lorcana word for it. I'm not sure burn is the right word, but I don't know what it is. Give us an answer in the chat. What is the Lorcana synonym for burn?
Spessie's been trying to sell story on board, and I'm not liking it either. I'm not gonna lie.
It doesn't sound right. Like game on board is where I've gone to. I don't obviously there's the other, but there's Lorthal, which is terrible.
We can't do that. Yeah, we're done with that.
Yeah.
I think we got to do. I don't know. It's got to be something creative on there. I see Luke in the building. I never saved the strength for the swim back. That's how I always won. Shout out Gattaca. If anyone's ever seen that film, Gattaca. That's where I got that from. Luke is on the wave. It may be great film. Great film.
I can't remember which one Gattaca is. I know I've seen it, but
it's got Jude Law and Ethan Hawke is in it. They're in the future, and Ethan Hawke is not a CRISPR'd human being.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
And they have genetically modified all humanity there.
Yeah. Yeah. So there we go. Gain Deck says not Dan Quest. Maybe. Yeah. A Gain Deck, maybe.
Adventure Party is pretty good.
Adventure Party.
They're going on a quest. What are some synonyms for the word quest? Journey deck.
But it's like a fast quest,
Voyage.
like a rapid.
Okay, what about a quick quest? A synonym for quest, but something faster, not a full blown quest. Mission.
Yeah, just like
no, not a mission deck. We don't want to do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
We got to figure something out.
The workshop needs to happen.
Voyage?
A voyage? A what?
A crusade. Oh, maybe not crusade. That seems a bit, I don't know. A legacy?
Odyssey?
Odyssey? That seems long.
Less baggage. Odyssey's good. It is long, but I don't know.
Something short, like a short.
Come on, chat. Help us cook.
Maybe adventure might be the way to go.
An adventure deck. I don't know, but it is interesting that they came along like this quote burn variant, this quick variant, at the same time as this other combo like OTK deck, which everybody is. Also, we need another phrase for OTK.
We can't.
We're not killing anything.
We're OTQ. OTQ.
Oh, is that
works.
it? Oh, yeah. Quest?
One-turn quest? Yeah.
OTQ. But this OTQ desk, OTQ, it doesn't roll off the tongue. But this OTQ deck comes along, which one of the reasons they gave that deck the space is because there wasn't a lot of aggression in the meta. Dogs was about as aggressive as it got, even though, Amethyst Steel can do some more aggressive lines, especially if you have like the Tinkerbell and the Mouse. It was slow, and that gave space to the combo deck. So the burn deck comes along as like an answer to the OTQ deck. I like it. Okay, that works.
And it works.
As an OTQ deck, like right at the right time. So I don't know. It's really fascinating to see what's going on. I'm really interested to see how the meta responds this weekend to what happened at Charlie's. But then I'm really interested to see what Richmond looks like because I'm going to bet it is very different than what we're seeing right now.
And this has been a perpetual thing this entire metagame. You have a deck that's there for a week. It's out. Another one rotates in. That one's at the top for a little while. It rotates out. Another one's in. Like we saw Ruby Amethyst had its time in the sun there for the briefest of moments. Now it's out. Sapphire Steel seems to be down. We've seen what we had with the Amber and Amethyst. I don't know how much of that is out in the field. Maybe we can get some of that meta report and meta analysis.
I know there's at least one.
One OTQ.
One OTQ.
Somebody's wailing out there.
Somebody's wailing.
Like it.
Yeah.
I like. And speaking of that whale strategy, it did come in on the just last week. It kind of really jumped into the meta, and it's kind of taking over a little bit, at least in some of the events that I've seen online and whatnot. I would suggest that someone puts out some information about that strategy because what I would like to see more is people not hanging it up. I want to see people force them to do it. Okay, you got the OTQ. Prove it that you got the OTQ, and I'm gonna make you sit there.
You're opening that can of worms.
I'm gonna make you do it. Okay,
can of worms.
I think that to me is going to be something that we need to ensure that people are doing. At least in all my publications, I'm gonna put that out. Never ever scoop it up. Let's go ahead and get that thing all the way through because sometimes people may not be able to manufacture that whole combination, and they think they can. I want to see you do it. Prove it.
Yeah, it's a great point because if you don't force them to do it. Players can take risks in the combo deck build. For example, We Know the Way, not a great card.
Yeah.
Only useful for that scenario. If you don't force them to do it, they could run 2.
Yeah.
And make use of that slot somewhere else, instead of running the 3. So, that is a whole conversation. There's a whole can of worms on the interwebs this week about proving it versus not proving it. And I do think I agree with you.
Yeah.
Because there are other things that can catch it up too, like the cat, snagging one of your combo pieces and holding onto it in the board, keeping it there all nice and warm. Cheshire with his shenanigans.
And you boost a Cheshire Cat at the wrong time.
Yeah.
But it is time. Speaking of
It is
time.
time.
Well,
Ooh.
speaking of time,
Ooh.
it seems as if we have some Illuminaires who are gathered at the table, ready to start. We have round number 4 is going to be in the building right now. Excuse me, round number 3. Excuse me, where am I at round number 4? We have the Sky has shown up to the Pro Play Games Summit, a player who has already won the main event of a Pro Play Games Summit out in Denver last time, and now he is back at it again, trying to go 2 for 2 in a Pro Play weekend, facing off against George. George has a cool outfit on with that nice hat that they're wearing there.
I love a good hat. I love a good hat. I love a good character piece.
Yeah.
And I think that's full Monsters Inc. there, that shirt as well, which is approved. Yeah, you mentioned Sky. Won the last one on Amethyst. Or, I'm sorry, Amber Steel.
Amber Steel, that's right.
Very, very different than the deck he's playing now, but really good. If you're going to win a Pro Play Summit, that was the one to win, taking that CCQ spot, and so qualified for Continentals there. So Sky is qualified for the Continental Tournament. You'll see him there, but he's been really came alive this season, a player that everybody's been watching as somebody who, like, this feels like their moment, and so really excited to see him here in Orlando.
Absolutely. Definitely one of on my short list as if we had to say, hey, this is the player of the year or a player to watch. I got Sky up there very high. I have Tiago up there very high. Just super consistent players, getting a nice amount of top cuts and some high-profile victories on their grind, too. Traveling nationally to a multitude of different Disney Lorcana tournaments and performing well at all of them. But he is definitely losing something, and that is going to be the swag race as George's outfit is just clearing skies. It's not even close.
100%.
Winnie the Pooh hat, a Monsters Inc. top, just absolutely dominated Sky cleanly as that 7 is going to be the roll. So the cut goes through. Blue versus blue. Powder blue versus cerulean. What are we calling that? Sky blue?
It has to be sky blue, right?
Yeah,
it has to be sky blue.
Sky
you,
with
just
sky
you just set that up.
There it is.
It has to be sky blue. Cerulean takes me straight to Devil Wears Prada. Sorry, I had to do it. Interestingly, just fun. Another note on Sky. This is Sky's first TCG.
Is it really?
Which is wild. According to my data.
I love Liam. Liam is such a pro, dude. Oh my god.
Oh wait, nope, that's a lie. That's a lie.
I gotta paint this picture though.
I was looking at a different Skylar whose favorite player is Skylar Dunst. So interesting there. So yeah.
Okay.
But
Still,
I was wrong.
Liam's here. You guys don't understand though. Liam's such a pro. He's got the computer. He's got a whole database of all the players with their personal information. He's got their social security numbers, their mother maiden name. He has their bank routing numbers. He has so much information. He has their zodiac sign. Why is zodiac sign in there, Liam? He's got the astrological awareness. He has their favorite hobby that requires a stick. What are you talking about here, Liam? No,
Ice cream flavor. No, I do know Sky's favorite player is favorite Disney Lorcana player is Derek Toso. Jim Hawkins is his favorite Disney character, and Mickey Mouse Detective is his favorite Disney Lorcana card.
Well, there you go. And now he might be playing it in this deck. I doubt it. I mean, there is a version of this build that can play some detective synergies. I doubt that Sky is playing it. He's on that Emerald and Sapphire strategy. We saw him play this deck last week as well, I believe. He had some copies of Mother Knows Best were in the deck. I think he's all in on the combo as well with some tempo outs.
Hey, chat, give me like 2 seconds to correct myself before you jump in. Chat is always like everybody stays quiet until like they hear me and then like they want to speak.
Yeah, it was.
Calm down, Ryan and Luke.
Give him a break. Give us some. We get no grace.
That's Mail. Those are his teammates in there.
Okay.
Mail's from in the chat.
They're defending the base.
Yeah, they are. They're defending the base there.
I respect it. I respect that. Coming in, keeping the record clean. Shout out to the Maelstrom organization out here as the Shanti is going to go down to the Inkwell. So George might be on that super duper high roll. Let's Circle of Life this thing. I love this.
Circle.
Oh my goodness. I love this deck. I am in love with this deck. I think it is an absolute vibe. When it's rolling, it is obnoxious to the max, and I cannot get enough as Clarabelle's out on one.
I frankly like Circle better than the normal Dogs build, which I know, if Diego's running like the Dogs build, I know that he's put a lot of work into it and he thinks it's the best, and clearly I'm not going to tell any other Dogs player that they're wrong, but I love the Circle build.
I'm such a fan of the Circle of Life deck just because it's so fun. Playing this new powerful Mowgli Man Cub coming on through, checking the hand a little bit. Sky thinking about what he wants to discard. Probably going to be that superfluous Sail the Azurite Sea going out to the discard pile. Sky notably playing discard, deck on right, discard on left, patent pending strategy. I hate that. Okay, I'm not a fan of that. Big fan of the player though. Thoughts on the oblong discard versus deck strategy?
Oblong versus deck strategy.
Yeah, we got the discard here. Deck's there.
Oh, yeah. No,
Hate it.
It's not the way I was raised.
Yeah. I'm not a fan. Okay.
Back in the 90s. Yeah.
I mean, and I also, another thing I'm not a fan of is George. He also has a party file. He has deck on the left. Big party file.
You know,
of that.
I'm more forgiving of that. There's a lot of southpaws out there. The world's against them. So if they want to deck the left, I'm okay with it.
Your deck left support. I don't think George is left-handed. He's crossbody drawing, Liam.
Oh, he is a crossbody
This
drawing.
is a faux pas all around. This is a huge fashion. I'm calling it. We should get the judge over there and fix this. This is an absolute degenerate situation we have on this gameplay.
Well, let's see where he puts his discard pile because we've yet to see that.
If he puts his discard pile on the right, I'm going over there and we're shutting the stream down. How about that? We're shutting the stream down. I can't deal with this chaos and calamity that we have here on this round number 3. I'm actually joking. I love to see it. You can do whatever you want in Lorcana. That is one of the cool things about this game. You can put your characters wherever you want. It just does not matter. But I have my let's make some sense. Okay, let's have some organization.
Straight to jail.
As the Donald Duck is going to come on out on 4, giving this player a couple more draws. Not the worst thing in the world. The Aurora now, Singer 5. You have to be very careful that you cannot represent the Under the Sea. You have access to that card, and you also have access to the very powerful Circle of Life. So really keeping those Singers at bay is going to be what Sky needs to be trying to do, as the Scrooge is going to be down. Let's see where this discard goes.
Yeah. Now we've set up. We have set up something singing for 8. So there's a couple options available. There is the Circle of Life. There is the Under the Sea. Now haven't set up very much in the way of Circle here. Discarding that Scrooge. You know, the thing about Circle decks, if in fact this is a Circle deck, and to be quite honest, with all these Singers in here, I would be surprised if there isn't at least one splashed in if the deck isn't built around it. You really want to start filling that discard pile early with big, juicy targets. And right now, the target's a little underwhelming. Another Mowgli comes down there to pick that Visions of the Future from Sky's hand. So Sky losing 2 cards now, but being refilled a little bit by that Perfect Gentleman. So that gentleman helping out a little bit here as the hand pressure was starting to be applied.
And it does kind of work very nicely with this potential Chef Clarabelle coming in. Sky did have to kick that Vision of the Future, so it would have been nice to have that to potentially find a You're Welcome at some other point. But inking that You're Welcome in order to play around this exact scenario, potentially the Ursula Deceiver, which his deck can play as well, so I don't hate that. But bringing this Clarabelle in now to represent a body that cannot be sent under the sea is not the worst decision either. So Sky going through the gambits of what George can present here. George now staying steady. No hand shuffle again with George. Thoughts on that?
No hand shuffle. I like it. I like to see it. It's a fidget thing. I am a fidgety person, but I like this slow and steady hand here.
I think that looks really cool. I think I want to start working that in because I saw Diego play. He was also notoriously not hand shuffling, and I was like, that looks so confident. The hand shuffle does kind of give you something to do. But I think I'm gonna try to practice the stoic look there. It looks kind of nice.
And so it's an interesting point because I'm watching George, and he is watching Sky very carefully. This is the Ed Chu technique, just kind of like trying to glean any information. Probably has his turn planned out already. Watching body language, watching what Sky's trying to do. Maybe I'm attributing too much to this gaze, but he seems a very confident player with that gaze there.
I like that. I think just making giving up nothing, giving up a little bit of showing like a poker face there, as Clarabelle will only net you 1 card there in that end phase, kicking it back on over to George now.
Now, do we have the Tramp? That is the big question here. I see the circle. Just got the circle off the top, but no great target for it. You can sing it, but bringing back the duck doesn't feel super great. So the dog here, like Tramp, with Tramp in hand, this would be a killer turn.
Yeah, Tramp is actually one of the most insane cards that I think Disney Lorcana has ever printed. It's actually remarkable that one got through the production room floor. I thought it was cool, and then he just got uncool here really, really soon as the Circle of Life is a part of this thing. The Under the Sea, really, really repulsive card sometimes. As we are going to go for a 3-piece now. Did you have the Tramp when we just missed it? No. It is another Stinger 5. The Shanti 05 Quest for 2. And we are going to Under the
Sea. I didn't see that there. Not, incredibly crushing. It's just going to send that 1 card away, that Donald Duck. But
I think he just wanted to keep your opponent's resources getting a bit low, and also getting that card out of hand to help Clarabelle not draw you more cards for Sky. I think is a good way to use that. Maybe you fear Sky could have some Ursulas. I doubt that he does have that in the deck to rip that under the sea potentially. I'm not sure, but just getting it out of your hands is probably the value play coming in from George.
That's fair. It's uninkable, and you know, at this point in the game, there's a lot of big bodies that are getting dropped, or things like Prince Philip there, which are not susceptible to Under the Sea. So probably, if you're going to get any value out of it, you might as well there. And you've already set up that redundant Singer, so that is not a concern. And yeah, now Sky drawing fewer cards because that Under the Sea is out. But it'll be back over to George. He wants to find a tramp, desperately wants to find a tramp. Every Dogs player wants to find a tramp.
And that is the Yzma, so you got another chance at it. And it looks like you got to a Clarabelle as well. I want to say that's the Clarabelle Lighter Hooves. I want to say, I'm not sure exactly what that was. We couldn't get a good view. But Sky is now representing full combo next turn. You have 2 cards. 1 Malicious, Mean, and Scary. 1 Shift Prince Philip. And you will get a GG there almost as the Philip's down. Wait, we can.
Yeah. That is a great card to put in the discard pile. We will Circle of Life. Here comes that Philip. Bam, bam, that Clarabelle gone. That feels really, really good.
And you can continue to quest with this super obnoxious Scrooge McDuck there, who is a very unique card. I love this card being added in this Whispers in the Wells set, being able to filter cards and be bounced back to the hand if you are to be challenged.
And that's critical getting that Clarabelle off the board, because it does, not only is she big body, not only is she getting cards, but she does set up that combo. Now you can shift the Philip this turn, but nothing to Sing Malicious.
No, you can sing with 1, shift it with the other one.
Sing for 2.
No, sing for 3. Yeah, you sing with 1 Philip and then shift the other Philip, or then quest as well and blow up the entire board. So you do have that line available, but you need both of those cards in your hand right now. And if he does, he is going to be goated for life. If not, you're going to start aggressively questing this massive board that you've accumulated. And Sky has to realize that he is 1 tramp away from Pain Train Express, as George still has access to 1 card in hand.
Yeah, we'll see what Sky has here.
Thinking about
went wide very quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, I think Sky needs to try to find some more cards too, while trying to add some stats to the board. I think he might be holding on to another big Clarabelle. That Prince Philip, when he hits that evasive 3/3 questing for 3, or evasive 6/6 questing for 3, he'll turbo out this game. George sitting at 5, and a ton of other characters on board. Shanti questing for 2, Scrooge questing for 2.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, control is important, but it's really about maximizing your chance of finding that combo, especially if you have one of the pieces right now. Because I think that's really the route back in here. Clear the board and give... Because I think if you end up in a control battle here, if you're not able to do it and you're just establishing bodies every turn, you're way behind on this race.
And
that'll help you do it.
It will help you at least cycle something and increase your inkwell a bit. But she cannot board fight in this too well. I mean, she can clear those Mowglis. She can clear that Scrooge McDuck. You might have to engage with the Scrooge McDuck with one of your Prince Philips just to clear some of that lore off. But you are going to give George the ability to cycle another card, and that is also something that you don't want to do.
Yeah, it is. It is tough. It is a tough position. Let's see where these Philips are going.
And it looks like they might be gearing up to challenge these Mowglis. Just clearing those 2 Mowglis off, they will become vulnerable next turn. And also keep in mind, George is on the combo as well. So you can, in theory, go full combo next turn. Scrooge, back to the hand.
Yeah, we do need that. You really need to keep that shift line up.
Yeah.
So there we go. We'll draw a card. I think looking for that combo. I'm curious to know if he has 1. Really want to know if he has 1 of those combo pieces.
Yeah, so you're probably going to end up losing this Prince Philip, but I think that was a heads-up play. You caught another one, and you can now sing with Cinderella, shift the Prince Philip, and then get that quest in. Because you hate to, I mean, if you do what you got to do, you can go full combo with just the 1 Prince Philip, but that 3 lore is going to be quite important because George has the ability to do the same thing back to you and get a combo off as another Prince Philip finds his way into the discard pile. And there he is.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, man. 1, 2, 3 for 1.
8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now digging 8 down. 8 now, only 1 card in hand. We'll only be able to keep 1. Each other character, sorry, yeah. So 7. Only be able to keep 1 card in hand. So looking for that perfect thing. But here's the risk. Like, This is a balance this turn between threatening game next turn and forcing Sky to respond, not giving him an extra turn, but also you want to keep enough back that if Sky finds the combo, you can rebuild. So at this point, there'll be one card in hand after the dig, Sky taking a look at what's down there. Now, of course, what George has done is managed to fill his discard pile with all sorts of tools, all sorts of combo pieces, whether it's the... I haven't seen a Surfer Stitch yet. Sometimes these decks are running those, but Clarabelle's down there, another Prince Philip we know, so plenty of targets. And also, another great line here, and we didn't see it, but another great line here. We think about the Under the Sea, or sorry, the Circle of Life picking up some big bomb to get him on the board for cheap, but also bringing back a Deceiver or bringing back a Mowgli to pick a Malicious, Mean, and Scary if you're worried about that wipe is also a line available to you, and it's a utility play that you can use. So you want to get all of those little tools in your toolkit discard pile there when you're playing Recursion.
That's a very, very valid point. But George is like, you know what? What I can also do is just quest for 7 and say, do you got something to stop what I'm doing? Because I'm putting a ton of lore on board. We'll trade up the Yzma to clear your 2 questing warded Prince Philip off the board. And it looks like we did get it to a Mean and Scary there. I did see a Malicious, Mean, and Scary. Do you have the Philip? Can you develop for it? As we're developing our brains, I think you got another Malicious, Mean, and Scary to choose from. I can't quite see right player's hand too much.
Well, man, if he drew that Philip, I think he would be snap grabbing that right now and not thinking about this too long. So indication either he's playing it cool or didn't draw it. So if you have another Malicious, taking a look and seeing what is vulnerable there, not a lot to 2 damage. So I'm interested what the other card is.
Yeah, Sky is a cool customer, but I do agree with you. I think that decision would have been much, much more quick and decisive, as we are going to be Clarabelle, Malicious, Mean. She's down into the Inkwell. It is the John Silver, the greedy space pirate out there. Captain, pirate, villain, storyborn, alien.
All the things.
He's everything. He's got it all. And he's got a big belly and some nice pants and a robotic arm. Shout out to John Silver. He did nothing wrong. He's not a villain, in my opinion. If you've seen that film and you think John Silver's a villain, you need to go rewatch the film. He didn't. He was chilling, man. He was vibing. Go watch the movie again. Watch it again. Okay. He was a great dad. He was such a good character.
Well, okay.
Treasure Planet is a sleeper movie. He was such a good, well-designed.
He's a great character. I don't know if he's not a villain.
He didn't do anything wrong. He literally saved everyone, and he was helping, and he was like a good dad. He was a great mentor. He should have had mentor tag as well on his thing. Just keep filling it up. Yeah.
I don't know. I think John Silver, in terms of his character, is fairly horrible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the board here, going up to 18. So buying a turn there with that John Silver. But unfortunately, I don't know. There's a way to draw into the combo piece now. I think just that is that one card in hand.
You could, there could be a line. You're welcome to Cinderella for herself and draw 2, and it just have to be back-to-back runner.
Yeah,
possible.
Yeah, but really tight. And we will go to a game 2 here. I forget who was on the play there, JD.
I believe it was George. I want to say George was on the play there. I could be mistaken as well. I know George rolled a 7, and Sky rolled an 11. No, that was a different round. I can't remember. I cannot remember. I believe it was
That's a gas station. That's a convenience store.
7-Eleven.
Yeah.
I like a little slushy myself. Probably not. They're not. Shout out 7-Eleven, even though they're not sponsoring the Pro Play Game Summit here.
George was on the play. Says Shark X Ethic. Shark times Ethic.
Shark Ethic.
Shark.
I like it. Shout out to Twitch for not allowing people to have spaces in their Twitch handles.
Yeah, you got to use underscores like I'll Betchy over there.
Shout out Betchy.
21.
Shout out Betchy. Betchy's one of my good pals.
Are there 20 other Betchys?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
He is the 21st installment. They're models. They come in models of Betchy. Okay.
Perfect.
El Betchy 21. He's the most optimal version until 2026, and then we'll get Betchy 22. They're always 4 years behind.
Shark X Ethic. What do you? Yeah. Shout out to JD for getting it. There you go.
I'm fluent in Twitch.
That's your 5th shot. That is true. You are.
I'm fluent in Twitch.
That is your home.
That's my home and native land.
I'm but a visitor there.
I try to tell you, man. You got to get on there. I encourage you so much.
It's the time you've been so good at encouraging me to do it, and I appreciate you for that.
Just get in there, man. I try to get you in there, and you're gonna one of these. It's just turn it on, and you see what happens. okay, something might happen or it won't, and it's still going to be a vibe. As we are going into this all-important game number 2, looking at Sky's hand, I'm not seeing any of that turn 2 ramp. Check that. We got Tebow, the growing sun, is going to be there, cuddled away in the very, very far left slot. Probably hanging on to that glimmer. We got Tebow into Cinderella. That's a power play coming in from the Sapphire Emerald strat. They're looking for that line. And you got a couple of develops in there, too.
Just has what he needs
Mm-hmm.
to keep him in the game. So that's always check block number 1. You can breathe a little bit easier once you have that ramp. George here waiting for Sky to make his altar before deciding which way he wants to go.
And it looks like we're going to keep those 2 for sure. Looking at George's hand, though, we don't have a lot of our combo pieces. I'm looking for that tramp. I don't know as much about this deck. This deck is a deck I still have not played yet. It's on my list to do and to play just to get a more of a better knowledge of how it works, the ins and outs. But I think they're looking for tramp. I'm looking for the tramp. Tramp runs through tramp, it seems.
Tramp allows you basically almost free wins.
Yeah.
With tramp by turn. And so one thing I will say, George is playing a slightly different build than I've seen. This is different than Josh Paul's build. It's a little bit slower, but if you have the right line, especially if you have a lady on turn 3 before you hit the turn 4 tramp, you can put 24 ink worth of characters on the board by turn 4.
Yeah.
By hitting the tramp into the under the sea combo. So it's an and that's basically a free win. And so that's one of the reasons that people like this deck is it has lines on the play and on the draw that are just so oppressive that they're almost free wins. And alternatively, it's you can pursue some low to the ground routes to run away aggressively as well.
And I've seen builds of the deck. Like I said, you mentioned Josh's deck. I think that is a much more high roll. They have like the chips. You can play with the chips. You can play like what's the character? Oh my goodness, I'm blanking. Well, the Chip and Chip and Dale, the shift version, and you can be able to send cards from top of your deck to the discard. Maybe you can get something big there. You can play Gazelle is a card I'm thinking about. Is another character that can add the Circle of Life in your songs that you mill back to the top of your deck. I think that's another really cool way to play it. But it's just I think George is going for a little bit more of the consistency route, and that's not too bad. As Scrooge is a quality turn to play, able to set up your discard a little bit, and you do it in a powerful way as the Prince Philip is going to come on in to the discard pile early.
Yeah, I think not. You love to get him in the discard pile. You don't necessarily want that one in early because, well, I mean, you could set up the board clear in this matchup. I think you prefer to have the Clarabelle there, perhaps as an early draw, but nevertheless, getting that big body as a choice for the Circle of Life target into the discard pile is huge.
Yep.
But one thing to note, we're off our line that allows you to sing Circle early. Not having a one drop there feels really bad. And also, oftentimes you like to drop a singer somewhere early, like a Vanessa here. And so you want to set up that under the sea, that Circle of Life sing on turn 4 if you can.
Yeah.
We are well off that right now. So it already feels like George is kind of on the back foot, especially into Sky, who's now going to hit his double ramp. And it seems like he's right on plan.
Yeah, you could set yourself up. You can go for like a turn 5 or whatever, 5 ink play, bring out like a 2 double singers and say, hey, hopefully you can't stop this. And then, you got the ability to maybe malicious mean, pay that and then sing it, get that Prince Philip back, reset this board. And if Sky, this deck on the Sapphire Emerald side, he doesn't have lines to Clarabelle available to himself either, anything to shift to help combat that situation. So both of these players not really getting, Tebow Cinderella is quite good, but you still need a way to be able to refuel your position as well as you're going to kick it back on over to George now.
Yeah, inevitability in this match is with the Emerald Sapphire deck, and so George has to go fast, has to set up those lives. Bobby, he drew on turn 2. That's the turn 1 play you want. Drew it a turn late, and so it just feels like, again, he's on the back foot as he loads up another Prince Philip into the discard pile there as he cycles through. But you really, there's other options available besides the tramp in this deck, right? There's the Lady Shift, which is another way that you can power into a song, and you can pull cards back from the discard pile, but you want to have the shift target set up. So this board relies so much on a wide board state as a singer comes down on the board. There's that Vanessa, which, again, you ideally want on turn 2 to set up that play, but now we do have Singer 7 on the board, but not enough. But yeah, it's you can tell when this deck is clicking because it needs cards on board. You want to go with a certain sequence, and George is just not on it right now. Not to say he's out of the game, but you can tell when it's clicking and when it's not, and George is just slightly off.
But that's one good thing, as we are going to put that perfect gentleman down. So that's going to give both of these players 2 cards per turn. I think just giving yourself you're playing against a deck that's going to give you time to kind of set up. It does take a while for Sky's deck to get rolling and doing what he's trying to do. So George can kind of just sit here and just draw more cards, and eventually you're going to get to those combo pieces. You have 2 Prince Phillips loaded into your discard pile already, and you're just one. I mean, you can if you just one more Singer, and you're on your way back in to really threaten some problematic places, and you have that Water Prince Phillip coming in your next turn. You're gonna be good to go. You're chilling now if you're George. All you need is a Malicious, Mean, and Scary, and a Circle of Life. Never mind, you're still quite far away.
Yeah, it's a little bit. But Bobby is going to put something else in the discard pile here, build that tool bag there. I do love these quests from Sky, identifying when he's able to get that free lore, basically, or that Tipo, for example, is vulnerable in the challenge, but if George is challenging in, he's not questing or singing, and so Sky definitely willing to take that lore and let George put his characters at risk. Love him identifying those quests. Mowgli does come down now, another card that people are using to pick cards out of hand. Did we see Sky's hand?
We did. It was 2 Prince Phillips, so you did not get a chance to get any actions, but you did reveal some information. Knowing that your opponent has access to both of those Prince Phillips, and you're one Malicious, Mean, and Scary away from Destiny here in a few turns, as the Scrooge is also going to match wits with a little bit of questing of your own. So nothing too powerful coming in from George that turn, as I don't even think they put a character or card down into the inkwell. That turn just staying at 3 ink. You're still waiting for a tramp. You're still in good tramp lines right now, as you are on your way. Sky now holding on to that. You're welcome. Is it worth it?
So it's a really great point with the inking, and actually, this deck, the Dogs deck, has a very, very little net card draw. Oftentimes, almost none, unless you do it sneaky ways. Sometimes you run the Scar Heartless Hunter in there. I think that's the right one, the one that challenges and you draw a card. Or when a character's challenge. Also, sometimes Surfer Stitch. So there are ways to put it in there, but a lot of it is just like draw and discard. And so it is not uncommon for this deck to win on 2 or 3 ink, especially you can be a little more conservative when you're playing Sapphire decks that sometimes will ramp you in the late game with cards like Hades, or if they're running into the Unknown and Blurple deck. So this deck seems easy to play sometimes because of its aggressive nature, but it requires precision. And inking on one turn where you do not have to can lose you the game.
Oh, for sure.
And so it requires very specific and very nuanced like ink decisions and play lines every single turn.
And there it is. So Sky coming in with that Tipo. I agree with you 1,000,000%. And that's something that it takes a lot of players a long time to get right. When you ink too much, you run out of resources and you just cannot win the game. And I think this deck is cheating that ink better than anybody. So why even do it if you don't actually need it? But getting that Tipo into that Scrooge, bouncing it back to the hand, Singer, you're welcome on that same Tipo to get some more resources. So Sky has now refueled a bit and just continue to dig. You are looking for Malicious, Mean, and Scary, and it is very obvious. I love how Sky is being just direct about it. Like, I'm not even trying to hide the fact of what I'm trying to do. You know what I got, and I'm going to show you what I got. As I'm dig. And even if you don't find it, Liam, you're putting the fear into your opponent that maybe you did, and they know you have a full combo. I expect him to slam this Prince Philip with that remaining 3 ink and present that threat of a shift seeing next turn.
That's a good point. Digging here, improvising. So one thing I want to note on, I just want to revisit the comment early on about the discard pile over there. One of the reasons it's over there, you can tell now, is that Sky is one of those players who likes to spread everything out and give himself access to all information at all times. And you have the space to do it if it's over there on the left. I think that's part of his calculus at having that over there, as opposed to piling it up. So you're welcome coming in now, sending Vanessa to the bottom of the deck. You'll say you'll be welcome to draw 2 cards after this, but importantly, that does get that 8 Singer off the board. So if Sky was trying to shut down any potential Circle of Life shenanigans, or even Under the Sea at this point, getting that Singer off the board feels particularly good.
Yeah, just slowing down and also keeping those tramp counts at bay. Tramp still can be deployed next turn, but it's going to cost you 1 more ink, and you get 1 less discard. So I don't hate that play a lot. You are giving up 2 more cards to your opponent, but you are setting up potential Clarabelle lines as well. So that's another line of communication for Sky. This is a great way to navigate this Sapphire and Emerald strategy. Just keeping your opponent in a nice do you have it kind of state so they can't just fully aggress you, but that is so many cards in hand for Jordan.
And this is where the lack of ink really starts to feel punishing. There's that Scrooge coming down, that uninkable, getting that out of hand. But you really want to be doing some singing shenanigans here. This deck is built with plenty of singers to allow you to play things for free, and just hasn't been able to maintain the board state or have the cards in hand that let him do that. And again, it just feels like he's on the back foot here this whole game so far.
And are we about to send? We're sending our whole side into the Cinderella. That is a bold move, and I think you have to do it. I think you have kind of been maybe if Sky did have full combo, I guess you kind of got bluffed out your spot there. You had to do it. You didn't have an Ursula. You didn't have another Mowgli to go after the hand anymore. So you just sent a lot of units into that Cinderella just to get some value out of those cards before they get potentially sent into the discard pile anyway. So I don't hate that maneuver, as we are going to get another drawing with Donald Duck, and I think George took it as well.
Yeah, it is fascinating. I mean, it's an interesting decision, right? Because I do think you're right. That's probably the calculus here. Let's get some value out of them before they're wiped anyway. But if you make them do it, then they've used it.
Yeah.
And now it is just this looming threat which prevents you from going wide. And let's, not kid ourselves. This deck wants to go wide.
For sure.
That's what it's designed to do. And so it just presents this persistent check on your win con.
Yeah, maybe, or even just questing. Yeah, maybe getting a quest in there would not have been the worst thing, as Clarabelle now is fully resolved in play, and she is able to draw a multitude of cards here for Sky, and that might be enough to propel yourself into a victory-style position. Maybe you have under-the-sea access to your deck, as another Scrooge is going to come on through, draw, and discard. You also have access to full combo now, so you're never going to be out of it if you're George completely. But now this is a position that the Sapphire and Emerald player would just loves to be. This is their command and control, fully resolved Clarabelle, ton of cards in hand, and now you have full combo as well, and you see it as George takes a huge sigh in desperation there.
No, you're absolutely right. You called it last game or last turn. Sets himself up to avoid that combo. Sky did most likely had the combo, or at least was very close to it. So now George has to play around it. But it's a tough spot.
Would you send? I think if I'm Sky, I think I just send it. I don't know. Or maybe you try to get more bang for your buck. I think getting rid of those two Scrooge McDucks has some inherent value on its own, as they both quest for 2, and they get sent back to hand on challenges. So just clearing them now and just being done with it, as you do have a second Prince Philip in hand. I'll be interested if Sky's going to slam it here.
It's an interesting point, because there is a line where, like, if you want to draw this thing out a little bit more, and maybe you're playing Ben's, you challenge into the Scrooges, you send them back to hand, you get a couple extra cards out of the Clarabelle.
Yeah.
If you're looking for something. So you could. I don't hate the decision to clear everything off, though, as well. If Sky, it feels like he's ready to turn that corner and just shut things down. But that Scrooge does present some fun lines when paired with the Clarabelle.
Very true. So interesting play and decisions, as we say all day here in Pro Play Game Summit, or any of these streams that you see televised. The reason we do these streams is so people can learn and see, and also to showcase the game and showcase the players and showcase this high spirit of competition that we have for our trading card game, but also so people can learn these types of tight spots. So when you find yourself precariously perched in these compromised situations, you'll say, I saw Sky do this, and then you can do that for yourself. As it looks like we are going to go with the Donald Duck, and he's singing it.
Boom,
We're
boom.
playing it. No shift required. And there it is. The combo has been fully resolved. So, Liam, can you just explain to people who may not know what just happened?
Yeah, so this is a great, ever since the board wipe Be Prepared left in rotation, everybody's been like, how can I assemble a Be Prepared of my very own? And they gave us a great tool in Whispers in the Wild with Malicious, Mean, and Scary, a really fun song from Tangled, which allows you to place 1 damage counter on each opposing character. And the important nuance here, for anybody who's new, is placing a damage counter on it is different than dealing damage. And so cards with Resist, cards like Calhoun, which normally wouldn't be affected by 1 damage, do get that damage counter placed on them. Prince Philip is a card that says, whenever he comes into play, banish all opposing damaged characters. And so everything that you've just placed a damage counter on gets banished. And the important part, one of the interesting thing is, because Malicious, Mean, and Scary can be sung and Prince Philip can shift, you can do it at a very cheap cost. Prince Philip, is a fun note, is a card that did see some competitive play when paired with Chief Bogo early on in this really fun Floodborne combo deck, but didn't see wide play. But now Malicious, Mean, and Scary, meaning that he became a favorite card of Emerald players everywhere, and we're seeing him all over this meta doing work.
And that is an absolute fact of life. I think Malicious, Mean, and Scary has just propelled this Emerald color all the way to one of the very top. I think Emerald is up there either right behind Amethyst or maybe even above Amethyst. I think Emerald has some very powerful cards, and Malicious Meaning, Scary, and Prince Philip being in the same color. First of all, I think that was a mistake, but I think it just really propelled the Emerald strategy up super, super high, especially we can include it with ramping options. You can include it with drawing options. I think if you're playing Emerald and you're not including this combo in your deck, you're probably trolling at on some level. I think that is just kind of what you want to be doing, as I believe both of these Illuminaires have access to that very, very powerful and consistent combo. And Sky now, who is, like I said, in the driver's seat of this match, doing everything that he wants to do, just continuing to add more lore to the board. And now you've executed the combo, you can just start aggressively questing while still ramping. And Clarabelle will still give you immense Clarabelle value. Look at Tipo is going to come in late game and continue to accelerate your hand and Inkwell. Actually insane what's happening.
I like seeing this one jump ahead from Sky here. Not a great play this turn. He doesn't want to see it here. But I always love knowing whether or not Sapphire players are running that 9th ramp card. It tells you something about the meta and where players' heads are at. It is a decision that can come back and bite you because one jump is a terrible top deck card, but it takes your chance of missing ramp from like 91 and some odd percentage to about 93 and some odd percentage. So it just gives you a couple extra percentage points, but when you don't include it, you are basically giving away 2 or 3 games out of 100. And when you're playing a 100 game or you're playing an entire weekend, that is a game that you could lose by missing ramp. So it's fascinating to see when Sapphire players choose to run that one jump as the 9th ramp card with the Tipo and the Sail, and when they don't. And I'm interested to see Sky running it here. It's just a fun little nerdy nuance.
I'm big. I know Sky's a big fan of one jump ahead. I think he played it in some other online tournaments. But look at that. The tides have turned, and we go full combo as a response, and it's going to blow up Sky's board now. So just like I ain't heard no bell, says George, as we Malicious, Mean, and Scary right back at it again. So Sky does have a ton of resources still in hand, and Inkwell is massive, so you can respond in kind with another full combo yourself. They're just throwing haymakers at each other at this point.
I'm so mad at myself for like nerding out over one jump while that was going on. That was what a high energy play that I completely missed.
No, you're good.
But what a crazy state of affairs here. Sky at 18 though is pretty well set up to reestablish things. But man, now it is, as you said, I didn't hear no bell. It's a little bit more of a nail biter now. Gosh, and there is an under the sea over there. It's a little bit of control.
And the Basil, oh wow! So this is a bold maneuver coming in. Actually, never mind. You don't have the ink to be able to play the Prince Philip and to redeploy the Prince Philip. Silver giving Reckless to the Scrooge McDuck, which is exactly what you want to do. So now, does George have a miracle? Is there a combination of cards that you can string together to get out of this? And absolutely, there is not.
The answer is no.
Pile those things up and force this thing on into the all-important game number 3. And Liam, let me tell you right now, there's nothing I love more than a Digital Arcana game number 3. You've got 2 players who are absolutely getting active and getting after it. Emerald is the color of the day, but one goes Amber, one goes Sapphire. Who will come out on top, Liam? Who you putting your bets on?
On the draw, honestly, this is a tough bet for me.
Yeah.
Normally, on the play in this matchup, I like the I give Sky an edge, I think. Just knowing the player, knowing the colors, knowing whatever. The problem with dogs, though, is if you have the access to that aggressive line, and I do see some things in here which indicate to me that it's not as aggressive as it could be. I don't think I've seen a 3-drop lady yet, for example. But
this deck is the only dogs that are going to be in this deck, Tramp. That's it.
Was there the baby tramp in this one?
No.
Or was that last? Oh, that was the last game. Yeah. So I didn't see the 3-drop lady. I didn't see like the super aggressive line. The thing with this dog deck, like if it's playing that aggressive line, it can do the tramp on 4 and sing Circle of Life in the same turn and pull a Clarabelle. Like it's just so hard to overcome that. So I don't know. I think I do give the edge here to Sky, but there are some haymakers that this deck can throw, which mean it's almost impossible to beat.
If you can go for the I don't know, Bobby, discard something big, Vanessa, and then you go into the Shanti, and then you sing something cool, and then something cool happens, and it stitches on the board now, and you're doing all this cool stuff before Sky can set up the combo. I think it's going to be a great way to start this game off. Looking at Sky's original open hand, it looks gummy, looks mucky over there. You're going to shove all that back in the deck probably.
It's an interesting question from chat, actually. I like this question. I don't have to look in chat when I'm streaming, but why do you call it dog if the only dog is Tramp?
I don't call it dog, and I was corrected vigorously not to call it dog for that reason.
Still do. And the reason I refer to it as a dog deck is because Tramp is the most important card in this deck. Tramp is one of the best cards in Disney Arcana, and without Tramp, these decks are not played. Tramp leaves such the ability to make huge swings. It's a really quick singer. It allows you to fill your discard pile. That I'm willing to bet that this would not be a tier 1 deck without Tramp 7 running around. And so because that card is so critical, in fact, back ages ago, I did an interview with SSG Ghosty, who's credited as being the inventor for this deck. And when I asked him, and this is before rotation, I said, hey, is Dog still good post-rotation? And his answer was, as long as Tramp 7 is legal in core constructed, this is a deck that will be good, and this is a deck that I will play.
Oh, for sure.
It is that critical to the deck, which is why I don't hate calling it a dog deck.
I got the dogs. The dogs are the dogs, and I call this deck, this is a circle of life. I call it perfect circle. This is circle deck.
But they're not mutually exclusive. So because Josh Polt's version of this deck runs Lady, runs the Tramp, and it's heavy on dogs. So Circle of Life and dogs are not exclusive at all. So
I think for me personally, if you got Circle of Life in your deck, I call it a Circle of Life deck. If you got dogs and chroma dogs and sea dogs, I call it a dog deck. I try to keep them separate. I try to, because maybe I just want more. I want more. I like the fact that we have 2 different decks in one color group, even though they are doing a lot of very similar things. But the dogs, they have the Daisy Ducks. They have this really aggressive edge to them. Granted, they can play this control with that Under the Sea. They have the Emerald Chromacon. They can play the defensive role. They have that Lady that you're talking about. But I really like this deck because it has a different, unique identity. We got Aurora. We got singers. I'd rather call it song, something song.
If I can find a name I like better, I just think the Circle of Life and the dogs are not mutually exclusive. But I see your point. I think chat is more on your side.
You can cook whatever you want. That's the thing about the game. Play what you want and play it how you want to play it, and just don't pigeonhole yourself and hey, it's got to be this, it's got to be that. Be whatever you want to be, as we are going to sell on too.
So and again, I will argue with chat on this all day. Circle is a much different deck. Yes, but. Yes. Yeah, the builds are different, for sure. Aristodogs, I like that.
Aristodog. Aristodog. I just call it song. Song, circle. Circle song. Perfect. I call it perfect circle. I don't know. I just like perfect circle. And I think that's a cool... I think circle is the key piece there, because you got Stitch. Stitch is kind of a dog. And so is Bobby Zimmerowski. He's also a dog. So points for Liam. Thoughts?
There you go. Look at all the dogs.
Bobby's a dog. Stitch is kind of a dog. Tramp's a dog. That's 3 dogs right there. There you go. Checkmate, non-dog believers, as we are going to keep rolling. And you do hit that Mowgli now. So Sky being wise there, electing to ink the sail there, as I see, and play the 1 jump ahead to play around this Mowgli, who is going to get a little bit of a whiskey there. Now we are on the approach. I didn't get a chance to see what the rest of the hand was, as you still have no singer established here for George, who is looking resource deficient there in the hand, as Cindy's now out on 4, doing what she does best. Are you full combo? We got Tramp. And what is that other little guy over there?
Do you see Malicious?
So you can't Tramp up next turn, though. So this Tramp's about to get loose next turn.
Yeah, Tramp is... Yeah. We have not seen him hit Tramp on 4 yet. And so I'm interested to see that here. It is, again, it is, if it is not in the top 10 cards in all of Disney Lorcana.
It's definitely top 5. It's top 5. We can make the list right now. I'm telling you, it's Elsa, it's Tramp, it's some other things, okay?
Yeah.
And then there you go. Cinderella was on there. Cinderella's falling off the list for me, and there he is.
And there he is. So that will be played for 4, made 1 cheaper by each other character on the board. We will draw 3, we will discard 3. This allows you to find combo pieces that you need. It also allows you to fill your discard pile with things that you want to bring back later. Tramp, also an excellent singer on the following turn if you don't have it this turn. And it does look like, what do we see down there? Is that 2?
I think that's a malicious mean Mowgli. Maybe it's 2 malicious means
2 maliciouses heading down there.
That's wild.
So that's great information for Sky, knowing that those aren't available. But at this point, George successfully identifying, hey, at this point, I'm in the driver's seat. Characters are more important to me than the ability to clear my opponent's board at this point. I am all gas, no brakes, trying to power into the victory before Sky manages to find his footing.
You know what, Liam? The only thing I don't like about this Tramp card, you know what I don't like? The fact that the card is not called Lady and Tramp.
Oh.
Because they have both Lady and Tramp on there, and they've done it with the Chip and Dale.
Yeah.
They've done that before. They really could have just put Lady and Tramp on here, and I think it would have been fine. It would have been fine.
I would have loved that.
It would have been totally fine. But I think it wouldn't have worked with some of the other cards, maybe. I don't know, because there's some Tramp synergies out there and some Lady synergies that depend on Tramp, so maybe I get it. But let's come on, man. Let's have some fun out here, game design team. Wake up, man. you got them both on there. Take her off the picture then if you want to call it Tramp. Come on, give me a break.
So interesting Tramp play here. So it bounced back to hand. Sky getting that Singer off the board, preventing a Circle of Life coming down and pulling something big back. So great play there. Now Tramp, because he discounts for 1, if you wanted to go wide and you kept any 1 cost, you can play 1 cost cards, reducing the cost by 1 and then dumping the Tramp out to a wider board. However, the one thing to keep in mind with the Tramp, so actually really interesting play. If you want to go back, I'm going to nerd out for a second while we're waiting for the game to get going and maybe miss some play by play. But Josh Paul identified a misplay that he made, and I think we saw it on stream back in Milwaukee, where because he was looking for certain combo pieces, he was in his head wanted to dig 1 deeper and get Tramp out for cheaper, and so ended up playing too many characters to the board before he tramped, allowing him to only keep 1 card, which forced him to dump a combo piece that he needed. And so it's an interesting decision because when you play the Tramp, you always have this decision between there's a trade-off between playing him for cheap and digging deeper and keeping more cards in hand. And so that's a really interesting calculation you have to make every single time that you play him. So Jorge here, for example, if 1 cost cards were available, could have dumped out 1 cost cards, reducing Tramp's cost, digging a little deeper but keeping less. And if that was available, chose not to do that. I don't know if that was available at all, but choosing not to do that and choosing to retain the maximum number of cards when you play the Tramp.
I think that's a very, very valid point. Just trying to, but you did get another Tramp down. You did sculpt your hand a little bit, but you only have 3 characters left in board. As we have this, Clarabelle now makes a lot more sense coming in after playing that, resetting that Tramp, and now we can put a little bit of a Reckless. Let's see who's going to get Reckless here. Probably giving it to that Tramp as well. Even though if you can sing a tune, you're probably going to do so next turn. Setting yourself up for a Circle of Life. Potentially, I believe there is a Prince Philip in the discard, but do you have it? It's going to be the play of the day. That's another rule thing I have that I despise. That I wish Reckless couldn't sing. I think that would be really nice if Reckless characters couldn't sing. It would make this John Silver much, much better, and I think it will still be super balanced in this game.
I think it's an interesting point.
Yeah.
From a rules perspective, I think I agree with you. From a flavor perspective, there's plenty of angry songs people sing. The mob song, you know?
But it's not angry. It's not saying the word is reckless. The word is not angry. I would agree with you. Yeah, the people can sing some mad songs, but they're not like reckless. You're blinded with rage. Not rage, but just like all thoughts and decisions are put to the side.
That's
and
fair.
you're doing the thing that you're doing.
That's fair.
That's reckless. You can't stop and sing a song when you're reckless.
I think I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think I do.
I appreciate that. We're going to change the rules. Let's make that happen. Let's make it, season 15, we'll have a new rules update, and we'll have reckless characters can't sing, and I think that'll be great. Another keyword, phase out reckless. When this thing has that, they cannot sing. As speaking of singer, Aurora, Waking Beauty, is going to come on through, and you don't have a song to sing as the Tramp. You're getting bluffed there. Actually, you could have. You could have sang that, but you
could have. But instead, running into that John Silver there, 7 damage counters now on that Tramp.
Interesting.
Back over to Sky for the response. A really fascinating board state. It does feel like it's 1 board wipe now away from cracking open one way or the other.
And Sky, I believe, is going into a critical ink turn, a critical ink decision coming in. I think you might have the ability to go full combo next turn. I can't count. Remember, that's only 7. What am I talking about? Unless you play that Prince Philip now and represent that shift. Looking over at Jorge's side, I've been saying George. I'm an idiot, okay? But it could be Jorge. We're going to go ahead and get rid of that street smart dog, enterprising dog. Enterprising, street smart, enterprising dog.
Street smart.
Street smart dog.
Yeah.
Is it?
Street smart's the big one. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. And we will go ahead and send that Singer 5 back to the deck. Aurora is no longer going to be with us here as your welcome is going to go through. You will net your opponent 2 cards, but you don't care because you have the fully resolved Clarabelle is up and active.
And here, Donald Black, perfect gentleman coming down. He will be handing out cards left and right. Looks like Mowgli will get that Reckless with the John Silver quest. And Sky now in the driver's seat now, fully taking on the beatdown role and drawing plenty of cards off Clarabelle to boot. It's back over to George or Jorge for the response.
And now I think this is a spot, like I said, when you got that Clarabelle up and you have so many resources in hand, Ursula Deceiver coming through late as always, as your welcome will be snatched, representing a vision of the future, which is a terrifying scene for George or Jorge. We got to ask. I think that's the first interview question that we got to get through there because I was saying George this whole time, and it could very well be Jorge. And I think it could also be George as well. But I don't know. We'll have to find out. Stay tuned. Keep it locked. Get those polls in. Is it George or Jorge? stay tuned to find out on the next episode of the PPG 5K Friday event. These Mowgli's
5K
here.
Friday. How have I missed that?
5K Friday.
There's a ring to it.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Sounds nice.
5K Friday.
I've been pushing for Infinity and Beyond on Sunday as well. I don't
Oh.
know if that is legal, if we can do that or not, but
Sure.
it's an Infinity event. I think Infinity and Beyond, not using that with Toy Story being added to the game here soon, I think is a huge mistake for all of us. As we are just trying to load up some damage counters, it looks like those reckless characters going to work, putting damage into the Clarabelle, setting yourself up for a Circle of Life. But guess what? If you don't have any singers established, and this is looking gruesome and grim for the home team here.
I don't know. So this dogs debate, has me thinking, and I appreciate the conversation, but I've done some deck techs with Josh Polt and working on a video with Circle of Life. I think this version of the deck feels very slow to me. I love the versions where you run the lady, where you're able to, because there's so many things that rely on a wide board, and there's so many ways to take advantage of it with Circle of Life, with Scar, who challenges in to draw you cards, with the rapid circle to pull back Stitch, etc. The dogs build to me is, from what I've seen, is the optimal. And who am I to criticize any player? But if I were to run one, I think I would run the version that is full of dogs because it does feel more versatile and faster to me. And so I don't know. I don't know why this deck, this build in particular, feels just a little bit slower in terms of.
Yeah, because I've seen there's another build, and there's an online event going on right now. Shout out to LCCCCCCCC that's happening, and Lucas Copa is there, and he's playing another version that is more like overt, like it has some of those high risk, high reward cards, more speed. But I think when you play those decks, they can sometimes be they lean to be a little bit more inconsistent. And then when you have a deck like Amethyst Steel, which is such a prevalent powerhouse in the metagame, you need rigidity as well. You need those 4 or 5 willpower characters to kind of help you stick around, and then you can lean on your combo. Maybe this matchup in particular is not great. Jorge has not been hitting some of his optimal plays either. So I don't know. I think give it a chance. I think both of those decks have extreme merit in this metagame, and it's just wide open either way. As Mowgli there slams into the John Silver again. I want to see that imagery as well. Just
Mowgli climbing on the ship.
Just two Mowgli just slamming into this giant guy. I want to see what that looks like if they can just digitize that. Just a small man cub just trying to fight this John Silver, and he just runs into him and just poofs, and then he does it again the next turn. I didn't learn my lesson, and just gets banished both times back to back. I think it's really cool, and we're going to go full combo here, and this might just end the game here as Jorge, a.k.a. George, is just on the back foot, and Sky is now questing aggressively, putting game on board, and this is fist bump. We're not even going to draw another card. We're just going to get all the way up out of here. And Sky gets it done, moves on to 3-0 in this 5K Friday. As George still alive and well, you're not out. You're just down, and you're going to go on into round number 4. Slightly scathed.
Slightly scathed. But no, great performance there. And starting out 2-0 is certainly a way, picking up those 2 wins early means you have pretty good win percentage. So your opponents will have an okay win percentage as opposed to losing round 1, so both players clearly still in it. And this is reminiscent of what Sky did back in Denver, where I think he placed in the top 4 on Friday.
Yeah.
And then took that into a win in the main event on Saturday. So great performance by both players. Enjoyed it a lot. I
thought it was a great match. I really thought it was a great match. It was an opportunity to really showcase both of those decks, what they were trying to do, introduce the players to Sky's build. He had some text in there. He's playing Mother Knows Best. That's not a card you don't typically see in this strategy anymore too much. He's playing One Jump Ahead. That's also a card you don't see too much in this strategy. And he played very well, playing around those obvious Mowgli turns, not getting affected too terribly much by it, by keeping cards into your hand, helping that Mowgli help you out, playing into some very powerful Clarabelle lines. So there were some plays that Sky made to help put himself in that position. And it's not just a deck that you can just walk through and show up. So if you're thinking about taking this Sapphire Emerald strategy to your own set championships, I'd be advised, man, get out there and get the reps in. Try it out and see what works out for you.
It is fun. It's a great point. It is funny, though. Like, every time we talk about decks in any of these metas, whether it's the combo deck that we saw last weekend, we always say, this deck is not easy to play. There's not a deck that's easy to play. In Disney Lorca, any deck requires reps, and so it's really, really fun when you see, Sky come in, because these are players who've put in hundreds and hundreds of hours in these decks, and getting to see what they do and how they play. There's a lot to learn. I don't know.
We should do that. We should make a. We should ask. That's out to the chat and everyone else. I ask you, Lynn, while we get the interview set up. What is the easiest deck in this Lorcana to play? What's the easiest deck to play? If I had to say right now, the easiest deck to play, people are going to hate me for this. I'm saying Ruby Amethyst is the easiest deck to play in Lorcana. I think it curves, it quests, it doesn't have any actions. Okay, there are no actions in the deck at all. So that's a whole level of the game. No songs, no actions. Period. So you don't have to worry about any of that. You play to the curve, you draw some cards, you slam some characters, you challenge, you banish, you quest, GG. I think that's the easiest deck. If I had to call it, I mean, they're all, like you said, they're all not easy. Yeah. But if I had to say that there was an easiest deck, I'm putting it on Ruby Amethyst right now.
Interesting. I haven't given it enough time to form an opinion on that deck. But if I had to give one, I would give one of the ramp, probably Blurple.
Blurple,
Blurple's not an easy deck to play, but because the beginning of the game is so scripted and the Amethyst package line is so clear, the real big decisions generally come in what you're doing on turns like 5, 6, and later, and that's probably the answer for me.
For sure. But we got a non-easy deck right here and a great player who can play him very well. We got Sky over in the interview booth over there with Gabe. Let's see what Sky's got to say about it. Take it away. Boom. Boom.
Sky, congratulations on that victory. What a hard-fought matchup. No slouch. You're very well known here around these PPG parts. As we know, you've took your CCQ from this place before, and you showed us why with that matchup. So I want to hear a little bit from you. I want to know a little bit about when you first saw that color pairing, right? Because we know yellow-green, we thought dogs at first. It turned out not to be that. So what were your first thoughts when you realized you were going up against like a Circle of Life deck compared to like a traditional dogs deck?
Yeah, dogs is really the only deck that I'm scared of this weekend. Luckily, people kind of refuse to play it in high numbers, so hopefully I can keep dodging it. But when I saw it was green, yellow, I was like, uh-oh, this might be dogs.
Yeah.
Thankfully, it was much more heavy, like Circle of Life, so I got time to kind of play the game versus getting aggroed out. But he had stuff like Scrooge and stuff, so he definitely could go, like 1-drop, 2-drop, multiple spell after that and have no hand for Claire to draw on the draw. So
yeah. And to your point though, that deck can still be pretty quick if it wants to be.
Sure. Yeah.
He took game 1. You ended up taking game 2. He was able to go first in that game 3. So what were some of the things that you did? And this is for anybody who maybe who's never played that matchup. What were some of the things that you were doing or looking for to make sure that you were able to keep or to steal the tempo in that game 3?
So this is a matchup where you don't mind just bouncing stuff, even if it's not for a Clara draw. Like I think you saw last game, I bounced the Singer right away with the Mother Knows Best. Yeah. That's fine. He's not going to be able to dump his hand the next turn anyway, so if you still just play a Clarabelle, and if you have another spell, it's like super, super good. So always keep him off the scene right away because if they're going first and they go Prince Philip with Circle of Life and the Malicious Mean Scary, it's probably just over. They're too fast, then it becomes an aggro deck because they have 6, 7 lore, you're not going to be able to reestablish. So don't be afraid to bounce stuff right away. Also, I think in a matchup like that, sometimes people try to go for the super aggressive Prince Philip shift like turn 5.
Yeah.
This is a matchup that's slow enough to not have to do that, so don't get scared and just pitch your traditional mulligan that you do for like Clara shift, and you have time to play bounce stuff. So.
Yeah, very, very well played. Love to see you out here. Is there any? So what did you play in games in rounds 1 and 2? I'm just curious. Like, what were your matchups?
I played the Mirror round 1, then I played Purple Steel round 2.
So, what's the meta looking like out there? Like, how diverse is it looking out there? Like, what are your vibes in the meta right now?
I think it's pretty standard. I've seen like a lot of Purple Steel, Blurple. A lot of green blue, like in the row that I was sitting, like the chairs next to me were the mirror match. There was somebody playing to the left, so there's 5 of us between 3 tables. But I think it's pretty much standard.
Okay, very, very cool. So now I don't want to give away your sauce. Sure, I don't know if you're planning on playing this again tomorrow or not, but certainly tomorrow is the main event. So what are you anticipating? Are you expecting more of the same? Like, do you feel like today might change what we're seeing tomorrow? Talk to me a little bit as we have a sneak attack.
Thank you. We messing it up here? All right.
We're just learning together, folks. we're figuring this out together. It's day 1. It's fine. That's day 2. Yeah, we're gonna lock in.
The position will change day 2, but the decks won't change.
Okay.
I think it'll be the same.
Okay.
I think what they brought here, they're gonna play. So.
Okay.
All the decks are so close that it's not gonna be like, oh, this deck tops, so everybody ditches it and gets on it without reps.
Okay.
I mean, maybe if they had reps, they'll change the deck. But.
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate that from you. But congratulations again on that. Any shout outs that you want to give to anybody that you want to shout out
to
there?
my team, Maelstrom. Shout out to my girlfriend, Katie. And shout out to my family at home cheering me on. I'm sure they're all watching. So
I'm cheering you on too, buddy.
All right, awesome.
Congratulations on that.
Spirit bomb.
There you go. All right, friends. We're going to send it back over to you.
Oh, now we moved. Okay.
Turnabout is fair play.
No, we're one. I like that,
yeah.
Liam, going out there and getting that interview right. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Gabe.
That was a mile
You had
away.
the little shift over there. You got there so quickly,
I love
man.
bits. I love bits. No, thank you. Thanks for. Thank you all for tuning in with us this weekend. Make sure you stay here all weekend long. We've got an awesome event coming to you. There's 5K today, 10K tomorrow. There's going to be Infinity on Sunday.
Yes.
So much, and we're going to be locked in here. Let's take a look at the broadcast team that is going to bring you this event for the weekend. I mean, some great people here, JD.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be an absolute blast. I love being here with you in the booth. Every time I'm here with you, Liam, I learn something, and I just enjoy your exuberance and your energy. And also, my good friend Color is Law is going to be here. We've done a lot of broadcasting together, as well as Gabe. I've done a lot of online events with Gabe, never in the flesh, so it's a very good pleasure to be here. And the up-and-coming Miss Willow Bees is going to be here as well. I'm a big fan of Willow Bees. I love what she does at the Lore Chronicles, and hearing her voice, I'm so excited to share a booth with her tomorrow as well. I think she's going to be here. Maybe even later today, we'll get a little bit of Willow Bees. But Color is also going to be here a little bit later on today, and I'm excited to just share these stories and share these times with you guys in this booth. It's going to be an absolute vibrational harmony all day long, so keep it locked.
Yeah,
Don't
it's
take that down.
really wonderful when you have this variety of voices here because everybody has their own flavor, their own experiences, and you're just going to get something different watching every single game here this weekend. So stay tuned all weekend long. So not only we have great people in the booth, though, there are great people out there on the floor. A bunch of Golden Mickey winners running around, and two of them are our bounty players here. Dan Arnold from the Forbidden Mountain, who placed in the top 4 up there in Milwaukee. And then Jonathan Williams, Dragon John's coming off his second place finish in CCS, who's one of our bounty players here as well, among the rest of the talented field. So there's a couple players that you can watch out for, and you'll probably see on stream.
Absolutely. 2 perennial all-stars in our game. A lot of notoriety, a lot of experience in there in both of these players, and they accept that role as bounty player. Me, I think I'm a little afraid. I don't think I want to have that title of bounty player because I know that people are going to recognize me. They're going to be coming after me with everything they got. I'm trying to have a nice little chill experience, but both of these players, great for the community, showing up, showing out, being represented well. I think that is a really cool responsibility. I'm sure they're going to have a lot of honor to have that role.
It is a big honor, to be recognized for your skill and your talent, and to be honored with being a bounty player. And for those who don't know what that means, when you beat a bounty player, you get a reward. Usually it's a pack. Some places it's been a box. Usually sometimes it's 3 packs. But I think it would be an outstanding bounty player.
I'd do it. I'd do it in a heartbeat, but I think I might just start throwing to my opponents to give them the win so they can get those bounties. But I think the bounties here are going to be tickets. And the cool things about those prize law tickets, Liam, is that this is a whole convention here. There's so many different games. You can use those tickets for any prize wall in the whole venue. Like, so if you win the Lorcana tickets, you can take them to a different game and get their prize wall stuff too. So that's a really cool, different twist that we have here.
Oh, how awesome.
That's dope.
I bet you would be an amazing bounty player. I know you always bring your JDZ best.
Liam, you're too good. You're too good. You're too kind. You're too kind. But, Liam, we got to take a super quick break. Keep it locked. Do not touch that dial. We have more action coming your way with the 5K Friday, and then we'll be back at it again a little bit later on with the top cut. So, round 4 coming your way very soon. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. JDZ best.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG. I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it.
I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast and have to be so strategic all the time. It's like it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh. I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one.
My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event. So I guess I enjoy that I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick.
I like that they're in person. I enjoy, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes, good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also don't top 8.
Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drop, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
3, we haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now. So the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh community, and so when I heard that both Gage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to this?
Winning it. Winning the event.
I like it. I like it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like...
No, that was great.
Good.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Customize designs on durable and high quality sleeves. At yourplaymode.com, you can sleeve your deck in style. It's as simple as uploading your design and selecting your size and style. Use promo code PROPLAY10YP at checkout for 10% off your order.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming? What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you. The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. we've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, for $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Can't seem to win a game? Opponents got you down? Can't even hand shuffle right? I promise you, it's not a skill issue. It can't be you, so it's gotta be a chair issue. So throw out that old nasty chair, and it's time to sit where the pros sit. The eWin Gaming Racer Chair, Champion Edition. Let's be plus. With excellent lumbar support, magnetic armrests, and a magnetic headrest that's detachable, it's nothing but comfort for our pros as we play games. The eWin Gaming Chair has soft weave fabric material and hubless casters padded with PU coating to ensure the smoothest rolling capacity. PU coating also protects all kinds of flooring from scratches created from the chairs using ordinary wheels. Check out the magnetic headrest that you can take off and adjust depending on how comfortable you want to be. If you want to order one of these chairs, check out eWin and the affiliate link below, where you can use the code PPG for 30% off. eWin, supporting where the pros play. And PPG, where you play with the pros and sit like a pro.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad. Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG. I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it.
I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast and have to be so strategic all the time. It's like it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh. I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one.
My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event. So I guess I enjoy that I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick. I like that they're in person. I enjoy, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes, good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also want a top 8. Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drop, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
3, we haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now. So the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh community. And so when I heard that both Gage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to this? Winning it. Winning the event.
I like it. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like...
No, that was great.
Good.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Customized design on durable and high quality sleeves. At yourplaymode.com, you can sleeve your deck in style. It's It's as simple as uploading your design and selecting your size and style. Use promo code ProPlay10YP at checkout for 10% off your order.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming? What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you. The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. We've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, for $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem.
And we are back to the 5K Friday event, round number 4.
We're approaching 4. Yeah.
Round number 4 is underway. Round number 3 just concluded. We saw Sky coming in with his Sapphire and Emerald strategy, getting the victory over the Amber and Emerald strategy as we are going on in the thick of it right now. The players are getting loose in this point. This is kind of where you want to be. Who's undefeated? This is where you can make it to that top cut. I think you got maybe 5 or 6 rounds today.
Yeah, there's some number of rounds that are still to happen. So far, I gotta say, I'm really impressed with just the diversity of decks that we've been able to see on stream. We haven't seen, like, we had that one mirror match in the beginning, but even then, it was such an exciting matchup, so close. And then we got to see all kinds of. We got to see Emerald Amethyst early on in round 2. Even though we saw a deck that's kind of blowing up in terms of its color, it's not the same. It wasn't a Dogs deck. It was a Circle of Life deck. That was pretty cool. Shanti. I mean, who thought they were going to see Shanti? 2-0. Like, this is some crazy stuff.
Yeah. So it was, I think that's a really cool card. Cool, unique stuff. Cool, unique strategies. I had a chance to see the floor a little bit. I want to see some Ruby, if we could potentially find some Ruby strategies out here in this meta, as Ruby kind of made a little reappearance later on, or excuse me, earlier on, a few weeks ago, winning a CCQ, and then now it's kind of falling back into its place as people have prepared to counter that strategy.
I think what's happening with it is it's learning. They're trying to figure out what the best 60 is on that combination. I think it'll be back before you know it. In fact, we might even see it. We might even see it coming up. Who knows?
Let's see it. And it looks like, is that Sky running it back again with a back-to-back feature match?
Yo,
what's going down?
Sky's back and better than ever.
That is wild. We haven't seen a back-to-back feature match. He must be sitting comfortably at table number 1, and they just grabbed the table number 1 and sent it in. But I love to see it. We see Sky, who did not even have to move, and playing against Kevin Lundy on the Amethyst and Steel strategy. What do you think about this matchup? Who do you think has the advantage in this situation?
You know, I went into a tournament last weekend with what Sky's playing, thinking that I could deal with Amethyst Steel, and guess what happened? I got beat up pretty bad.
Yeah.
It was terrible. So you know, even though it feels like on paper that Emerald Sapphire is better into the Amethyst Steel strategy, it has ways out. It can figure its way out of a paper bag. That's for sure.
I do think that Amethyst Steel does have the advantage a bit, But I think that Emerald and Sapphire does have the tools to completely take them down. Like you say, this Prince Philip is on your screen right now. If you go full combo, no one's really making their way through that.
Nope.
But the thing that Amethyst still has, if they do play the card, Olaf Helping Hand is a character that can come down on one and be able to help save some of your characters. Also, you can sometimes just outdraw that Prince Philip. But if he hits the board and he's established, you're going to be able to just quest around it, and it's just, you can just take out the entire board and just quest out for a victory there as Captain Hook comes in on one.
Yeah, that Olaf still looking for some warm hugs because Captain Hook is out instead, as we see an inking of a Basil to play that Clarabelle. The danger looms, the shift, the potential shift of a Light on Our Hooves just on its way. Can Kevin out it, or will it survive to shift?
Going in on that second turn, maybe a card like Fire the Cannons can come back into the deck, but people typically are not playing that, as we do have that Timothy Q Mouse. The Q is for Quincy, and he's out there on 2. Curve that into a Tinkerbell and start questing. That's another good win condition. Maybe you can just get underneath this Sapphire and Emerald strategy, quest hard, and maybe you can win out from there. As Sky now thinking about how you want to do this, have not slammed that ramp on 2. Maybe you don't have it.
Yeah, and you're right. That Timothy Q Mouse coming down specifically for matchups like this one, for matchups like Blurple. It is really designed to help the Amethyst Steel players get underneath these bigger decks. So, knowing that Kevin is prepared for that, and you have to imagine we've got evasives on the way if Timothy Q Mouse is down on turn 2.
Yeah, you're probably going to slam it there, get the Tinkerbell, and then you can go into the Genie, and that is a lot of lore being represented, forcing Sky into that better have it role with his Prince Philip into a Malicious, Mean, and Scary, into a Shift Prince Philip. That is the way, as you have another Develop Your Brain after that Sail the Right. See, ink the Vision, play the Develop, just trying to sculpt your hand
Feels so
for some
good.
high-quality impact cards.
So often do I ramp on 2 and am I not able to use that one? But whenever you can get that Develop on that turn 2, man, it feels so good. It's such a feeling to just say, hey, you know what? I get extra things to do other than just ramp.
And will we find that evasive character? And we won't. It's going to be that Lexington. So this might be another indicator of why some Illuminators are electing to use that Genie Satisfied Dragon instead of the Lexington, as you do lose that one strength. However, that one lore might be the difference maker between winning and losing. As we know, this match will come down to that grindy. You can get stopped at 18, 19 relatively often in this matchup. So it'll be interesting if that comes up.
I would imagine it comes up more in this deck than in other ones. When it comes to Amethyst Steel, they generally are crawling on their elbows trying to get to that lore. They're not running like an aggro deck.
Yeah.
Even though they're trying to pretend that they're like imitating an aggro deck, just laying out characters, trying to turn sideways, but they're all questing for one. So yeah, I think you're 100% right. I think that getting to those moments where you're like, I got one more this turn and one more that turn, that's the difference between a Cobra on 18 and a Cobra with 17 on the table.
Or you go White Rose, Cobra, White Rose, and you still can't close it out.
Yeah.
So that is a very interesting point as we are going into that critical turn for play. Are you going to get the ability to get that Strength of Raging Fire? I think it might be still in your best interest to get this Clarabelle Clumsy Guess off the board right now, as Sky is representing that shift, and you have the ability to get a song off with this Scrooge or Donald Duck is in hand, playing the Mentor King. Benja is back at it again. That's the second installment of Benja, as Strength is going to be deployed, taking out the Donald instead of the potential Clarabelle. You have no cards in hand, so I guess Clarabelle does not strike you as an issue right now.
Yeah, I will say that I think one of the biggest mistakes that players do when they're playing against this deck, and I'll tell you, even some players who play this color combination, is they overvalue that Clarabelle sometimes. Targeting that Clarabelle might feel good because you know that shift is coming, but to your point, if you've got no cards in hand, that Donald presents more cards for that player than that Clarabelle does at this moment. And I think that might have been the right play there for Kevin.
And he also can sing as well, but that Donald could also help you. You're you're rubbing hands right now. You have no resources, and the Clarabelle is shifting, and she can kind of start walking through a lot of your different characters that you have on board. Granted, this Lexington and Captain Hook will love to trade with this Clarabelle here in this spot very easily, and you can start questing again. But if you lose your board here, you're going to have no way to refill as you're hoping for the top of your deck to bail you out of this situation.
Yes, as Clarabelle says, I'm dancing all the way over to Timothy Q Mouse and saying, get on out of here, buddy. You're done.
And that's pretty and she takes them on out of there. One card in hand. It's always a dock. It's never not a dock in this scenario. Let's see if we're the goated player that we are. Kevin Lundy here. Looking at this card, I haven't slammed it immediately, so probably
not a dock.
Probably not the bullet.
It's probably not a dock, if I had to guess.
And
He'd be smiling right now if it was.
He'd be slamming. That thing would have got played so insanely fast. It's probably a Cobra here is why you're staring at this card for so long that you have nothing to discard. I think it still might be some value. And we ink the
Cheshire.
cat.
It's the cat. It's Cheshire, and that is a good card. I think with as big of the willpowers as characters that are going to be coming down on Sky's side of the board, maybe undervaluing it a bit, saying, "Hey, does boosting that really matter right now, or do I need to set myself up so that if I draw an Elsa, I can play it?
Right.
Does it matter? Would I rather draw into a Hades and play it?" Those are the kind of decisions that you're making when you're inking a card with nothing else in hand. You're kind of hoping that the top of your deck will do you some favors. As John Silver comes down and says, "Hey, Mentor King, come fight me."
Yeah, he can't quest. He cannot quest his turn. He can't challenge anybody. And John Silver might be lucky because the Mentor King, I know he only has a 2/3 stat line, but he'll be happy to trade wits with this Storyborn Villain Alien Pirate Captain. No issue. I think Benja takes him down any day of the week, twice on Sunday, except for in the 5K Friday. Shout out PPG. We're here. And now, as Sky is leaning on this John Silver now to help slow the aggression, Kevin still needs to find some resources here. Holding one card in hand, it is that ghastly serpent, giant cobra, hanging out there in the grip right now.
Yeah, as Sky is just digging. That develop your brain leads to scary things. Just lots of scary stuff happening right now in Sky's side of the board. When you see it develop, when you see a vision of the future, as the opponent to the Emerald Sapphire deck, you are not feeling great. There's a lot of tension right now, a lot of feelings like, what did he find? And what we find is that Prince Philip.
Scary Prince Philip representing the demise of Kevin Lundy, who's staring down at his potential shift option. Coming in from the chat, Pongo Cuba. I ask myself that question every single day, and I still haven't found the answer. Oh, my goodness. When someone finds out the answer to that question, please let me know.
Yeah, please let me know, because I'm not even sure myself, but I appreciate that.
As we are going to start questing, Benja now is going to be reckless one more time. And this is looking gruesome and grim again for Kevin Lundy, who needs to find a dock probably right away. If you can get a dock into a dock chain, end it off with a strength thing, you're goated. And I think you still have the cards to be able to pull that off.
Get that practice of docks running, man. You got to get that practice of docks.
Yeah.
As we figure this out, we see Mother Knows Best sending Lexington back to hand, trying to slow down that progression on the board, saying, "Hey, you played it. You've spent 4 resources on that thing. Go ahead and spend some more. Spend 3 more on that thing if you need to."
Yeah, and also that this Benja is going to have to challenge into this reckless John Silver.
Yep.
And now you took away some Strength of Raging Fire plays that could have potentially saved your Benja. You've also now the Lexington and Benja can't combine, challenge and banish the John Silver. So I thought that was a really, really cool play from Sky, showing the versatility of a Mother Knows Best in this strategy. I know that's a card that's at a point of contention in this Sapphire and Emerald strategy. He's making it look great there in that spot as Benja is forced to send some hits into this John Silver.
Yeah, that Mother Knows Best, for those of you that might be following through on a more competitive level, Under the Sea is a card that you sometimes will see in the Emerald Sapphire strategy. Mother Knows Best seems to be kind of taking that spot, something that could be played with just one character versus needing multiple characters to sing it. Very, as you mentioned, very diverse, allows you to get out of a pinch sometimes earlier on in the game than what an Under the Sea might be able to get you to. I'm a big fan of it. I made the shift over in my build as well, so I understand it. As we see a giant Cobra, that Spectral Cobra coming down and opting to let go of that Lexington to gain 2 lore, taking Kevin to 11 lore to Sky's 2.
Yeah, I think Kevin right now recognizes the win condition might just be I have to just squeeze it out strategy and just gain any incremental lore where you can, and hopefully it's going to be good enough. Currently, you are winning the race 11-4, but you notice that the position has completely fell apart. Your card draw has stagnated, and you are just in a compromised position.
Yeah.
John Silver is bewilding all of your characters with a little bit of reckless, and now you have to lose your Ghastly Serpent here while keeping 4 additional lore and a potential shift available for Sky. So you need to make something happen here sooner than later.
Yeah.
That one card has to be something great.
Kevin is really at the mercy of the top of his deck right now. I mean, he has the resources, he has the ink to play whatever might come off the top. I doubt, unless he's doing something dramatically different, I doubt there's anything much higher than 6 in his deck right now. So basically, every card in his deck you would say is live. The question is, will he draw the card in the right sequence of orders to squeeze out, to get 9 more lore out of this game? That's the real question that we're trying to find out.
And so far, they've been coming in very disjointed orders. As you can see, that Strength of Raging Fire, Strength for 1, feels about as bad as you could want to ever see. I mean, that's a low value, low impact strength of raging fire.
Yeah.
You weren't able to put any hits onto that Prince Philip due to his ward keyword, so you were forced to put some damage into the Donald Duck, and you absolutely hate that for yourself. As he just did that because he did not want to lose the body of that ghastly serpent into a challenge, so at least got some value out of it. I don't hate that. Holding on to this genie here.
I don't hate it, but I don't love it, JDZ.
Yeah.
You know, as we see, you're right. It was the thing you could do. That was a choice. But either choice you had wasn't a great one.
Yeah, you got a rock and a hard place. Equal strength, I guess you could have, but then you'd lost your guys' servant. So I don't hate it. You can still lose them here and now, and it looks like we're going to MKB the John Silver, and that is tempo lost, but tempo gained, as you will be able to put Reckless back onto this ghastly serpent one more time.
Correct.
And restand your John Silver now, who can potentially get a plus. One for one into a plus. You did go neg there on that bounce back.
He did, but Sky is correctly identifying that he's in a position where he can do that and not lose too much tempo. It did slow down the quest and forces Kevin into a weird spot here. It was able to find a genie off the top of the deck. Are we going to find that sequence? Are we going to get to those string of cards that gets us to some magical place here? We see an inking of a Hades, which could be helpful here. That could have potentially been 2 more cards, but choosing to ink it instead. Let's see what we get.
I would have saved that Hades and had to make a deal. I'm looking for a deal. I'm looking for a way out, and I would have hoped Sky would have shown me some rope, because this John Silver is actually giving you the 100% business right now. He's fresh and he's ready to quest, and he is going to hit the genie now with Reckless, the taunt, and we're going to put that genie now, forcing him to challenge at the end of these characters. Slamming him to the John Silver would be a key and crucial play. Cinderella now is going to get you some more ramp and a card cycle. This is looking great for Sky, again, who's on a rampage.
Yeah, that's certainly one way to put it. Now, I will say when it comes to Amethyst Steel, you can never really count them out. They like I said, the sequence here could be in his favor. We do have cards in hand, so we are no longer in a position where we're hoping, and we might be able to string together a strategy. We might be able to put together some play lines that ekes out that additional 9 lore. Can Kevin get to it before Sky is able to turn those characters sideways, get to some exert, and get to some questing and winning the game? Giant Cobra is one way to get some more lore.
Yeah. And that is a great point, Gabe. So I think we're fully prepared and committed to just drag this thing out to the finish line, as the Ghastly Serpent is going to get a quest in. Genie is Reckless. So I think you're going to have to get rid of your Genie. And this play is only made available by that Mother Knows Best play, which turns out to be a super cool play. And you got to really acknowledge that kind of stuff when it happens, as John Silver is going to be reset and now able to basically get that card back from getting plus from that Genie.
Yeah. So Sky making these smart plays early, setting up these early game moments, or doing them earlier. So we're getting to this moment here. He's got control of the board. Now develop your brain, getting some more power into his hand. Can he find those answers? When you play a Cinderella, when you've got 7 ink on the table, that's usually indicative of not having a whole lot of power. It also is indicative of a patient player who is waiting for the right moment to spend their cards on the right characters, because there is such a thing as burning your cards on things that don't really need it.
That's another great point Gabe's actually cooking, dude. So I want to see if Kevin can find, we saw that Demona go down to the Inkwell. I would love to see if there's another copy of Demona here. If you can somehow maintain this board that you have in some way, John Silver is probably going to get a quest in. Tinkerbell is probably going to become Reckless, but still, I think a Demona, while Sky has a ton of cards in hand, to be able to exert this board and clear that Donald, clear that Prince Philip, and then potentially, or maybe put some hits into this John Silver just to get that annoying lock off the board. I think that could be a very viable turn coming in from Kevin next turn. So he's got a pretty tight poker face, and we're kind of getting a little glimmer of the glimmer. Glimpse of the glimmer.
Oh, that's cute. I love it. That's great.
Take that one to the bank. You can have it. A glimpse of the glimmer. And another one. Oh, my goodness. The big potbelly pirate is just completely working Kevin's will to go on, as 2 characters are now Reckless.
This is a terrible position to be put in. Having 2 characters that can do nothing but challenge is not where you want to be when you're playing an Amethyst Steel strategy here. This is not the spot Kevin wants to be in. He knows, and you can see it kind of in his face. He was maintaining that poker face. However, that stare is turning into a grimace, as we see just deciding, okay, how do I get out of this? What do I need to do? All these questions and more living inside of Kevin Lundy's head rent-free.
I'm a big fan of the face cam. I think that should be a critical requirement when we do these streams. I love getting to look at these players and seeing what they're thinking about. There's so much information that can be gleaned from their expression and reactions to certain things, and also what they don't react to, because certain information we can see, like sometimes we see their hands and what the opponent has, and checking their poker faces and what they're trying to tell. As sometimes the opponent, and that's something I need to work on in my own personal game. You got to look at your opponent too. Don't just kind of stare down and be in your antisocial bag especially when it's not your turn. You need to look at them and see what they're doing. There's information to be gained there.
They got to follow that Ed Chu stare. They got to figure that out and lock in. You'll win 3 extra games a tournament if you do the Ed Chu stare. I'll tell you what.
And maybe it might make them uncomfortable too. I mean, I know maybe I don't know. Maybe that's not maybe it's not a good sportsmanship. But just give them a little stare, and every now and then throw a little wink in there.
Yeah.
And then they say, "Why are you winking at me?" You're just like, "Oh, I got something in my eye. I don't know what you're talking about."
Yeah, you're crazy.
And now they're not off their game,
Right.
Gabe. You throw them off their game.
So you're gonna gaslight them too. This is great.
Yeah, like just give them a little wink, a little one eye wink there. A little. There you go.
There
Like,
you
why
go.
are you winking at me, Judge? He's winking at me. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're crazy.
No, you're crazy, man.
You keep playing. You're playing well. You're playing really good, man. Keep playing.
And here we go. We are going to finally get rid of one of those John Silvers, and I'm fairly confident that's what Sky wanted to happen. And you have the Prince Philip who's going to get plussed over there. And Tinkerbell can put some hits into the Donald Duck just to keep her around. The fast flyer now notably did not get to quest. So that is some serious lore that this John Silver has saved you from.
Yeah.
And we are grabbing 6 ink. Is it Demona time? We're looking for a deal.
We want a deal. Let's make a deal, folks. And Sky says, go ahead and draw them 2 cards. Ooh. They're yours.
He did that kind of fast. That's selling Clarabelle to me. I wonder if Sky is holding on to a Clarabelle.
I can't imagine.
He made that deal super quick. I guess the Potbelly Pirate is just looking really good and really holding your board together. So why give him away willingly? But we have a pass here as the Donald is getting another draw. This card might be a problem. I think you got to get him out of here when he's just running loose. I think you were right and I was wrong there.
I'm telling you that top hat's got some stuff in it. He's hiding something in there because he's trying to just keep finding more things. Let's see, what did that top hat give to Sky? Is it anything strong enough to start moving things off the board? Are we ready to win yet, Sky? Or is Kevin going to sneak this one out? I guess we're going to find out. Because look at that board state. We thought Kevin was cooked. We thought he was cooked, chap, but maybe not.
Sky is at 13, and you have some pressure on the board. And I think this John Silver could get we're going malicious and mean. Even though that just clears 2 characters off the board here and now.
That was pretty good.
Also, that damage is going to be uncheshireable, as it may be.
Yeah, that really lowered the value of that Cheshire Cat. That was a very, very smart play on Sky's part, knowing that Cheshire Cat could swing the game going into the next spot. However, that Basil is going to put even more pressure. Cheshire Cat going back to hand, leaving Kevin with a lone Hades and his contract that was signed. But that contract doesn't do you any good if you can't back it up.
And now Sky is getting another quest in for 2 with this Donald Duck. Fear and Killer, give up this Donald Duck because he's done all of his damage. And you have game inbound. So you need to make something serious happen here for Kevin as that tempo, Basil, tempo, malicious, meaning scary, just blasting 2 different characters. You have this Hades looking for a deal. You got 2 additional cards. Were they juicy or not?
That's a great question. Whether or not they're going to close this thing up for Kevin, I don't think so. The game is closed. The question is, who is it for? And Kevin, the look on Kevin's face told me it's not him.
And we saw a multitude of snakes and cobras already, and Kevin is just going to recognize that and get all the way up out of here. Sky closing it out in back-to-back feature matches, the rare and indigenous back-to-back feature match. You don't really see that too often here on these streams, but I think it's a real treat. I mean, he's doing very well in this tournament, and he's playing lights out as Kevin is now going to have to really adjust the game plan. Speaking of that adjustment, Gabe, what we got to do? What does Kevin needs to do? Kevin, I'm gonna say, to get this thing right.
Well, first things first, he needs to go first, which is what we're gonna do here, which is great. So that's step 1. Step 2, get under. You know, I think that he had a good start with that Timothy Q mouse, but he was not able to follow it up with an evasive character. So that first Timothy Q mouse was a little slower than he probably wanted. And then Sky, there was a moment there. Sky was looking for stuff, potentially didn't have anything, and Kevin could not grab that. So if we're mulliganing, we need the mulligan for speed. We need to pretend that we're an aggro deck and be the world's worst aggro deck and do an impersonation of that.
Yeah, and I think you got to set yourself up for these Demonas. Build a wide board. Maybe if you can wipe Sky's board. You saw how effective those John Silvers were. The alien, captain, villain, Space Pirate was out here getting active all over you. So you got to try to prevent that, or maybe save some type of answer for that type of strategy. This Demona you see on the screen, we saw that Demona go down to the Inkwell. She lines up quite nicely with the John Silver, as she can withstand a blast from John Silver and still survive or clear this character if you can get her free and clear to quest or to challenge. However, Sky was doing a wonderful job keeping the tempo and maintaining the initiative, and let's see if you can somehow figure out a way to swing that back into your own favor.
Yeah, that's a good point here. I mean, there's an alternative line that Kevin could have taken, which he could have eaten one of Sky's cards and then call a judge over. That would have been the other line he could have taken.
Yeah, that's a very. I've done that before.
It's a powerful play.
That's what I do. I'll take my opponent's deck and then I'll like take a chomp out of him. Like, hey, this guy's cards are eaten. Come on, man, judge. Oh, now speaking of judge, somebody just made a judge call there. That was a very aggressive judge call. As the score is now 0-0. Sky is on pip watch, so game number 1 goes to Sky. 1 story star going to be added to his lore total, as the score is 0-0 going into this game number 2. And it's still going to be on the play.
Absolutely, and we see the altar happening here. So this altar, one of the best in any games, of course, allows you to get to some things a little bit better than in other games. And I love the altar of this game, as we see both players committing to it. We do see on Sky's side. Thank you, Sky, for showing us your hand a little bit. We appreciate that. See a couple of other knows bests in there. Some answers to things potentially as well.
I would say, if I dare to say, you may not agree with me, and I think the altar in our game might be a little too good. It might be a little too forgiving, as I had another piece that I wanted to make, a little video that I was kind of talking about, or something that I talk about all the time in my own publications, is that I believe the game might be, dare I say, too consistent, Gabe. I think that is just, I think people are allowed to alter so aggressively, and it's so free. Like, why not? And you got sculpt your hand so well in the early game, and you're doing what your deck was designed to do way too often, in my opinion. I think people need to struggle a little bit more. I think struggling builds character, and I think you should only be able to alter maybe 3 cards, 4 cards max.
So you want a 3-card altar? I love it. As we see Palace guard hit the table. I wonder, did we alter for that? Would that have been one of the 3 cards we would alter?
It. Oh yeah, I'm curving. I'm 1, 2, 3. I'm singing strength, and we're out of there. But the improvise.
What a strong card.
Gotcha. You thought you had me, but you almost had your car. Said Ja Rule.
This man over here quoting Ja Rule. I love to hear it. That improvise. It's funny. That's another card that's found its way into this deck specifically for this matchup. You've got these illusions, these characters with the Vanish keyword, and Kevin punished heavily for playing that card, because it allows Sky to not only banish a character, but Sky just got to replace that card, got to draw a card for it.
And drew a card in the process. That is just such a good little piece of tech in the deck. I'm glad to see that it's back as we are sailing the Azurite Sea, those treacherous waters, staring down this Marine Sergeant Calhoun, who's out here. Notably great in other matchups, not too terribly much in this one. There's not a lot that she can devour here and gain that 2 lore, but that rigid 3 cost will kind of help you maybe ward off some under the sea type beats that could happen a little bit later. She only quests for 1 as well, so that is notably not the ideal 2-cost character. You like to see that Q mouse into another 2 quester would be nice, as Clarabelle's now out after Sell the Azurite Sea.
Yeah, absolutely. That Calhoun is only good in this matchup if you can have a barrage of Madam Mim skaters on the table.
That'll be good. That'll be really nice to really get after some of the other characters that she's free and clear to quest here. And now followed up by the Lexington, who's representing that Strength of Raging Fire Singer. Sky now can't quite tell the hand. I do see there is some Mother Knows Best in hand still.
Yep. There certainly is. I thought I saw more than one. In fact, as we're deciding what to ink, this is a interesting spot to be in. Are we about to see a Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman? Are we about to see a Dreams Come True Cinderella? The possibilities are endless. Sky, what do you got for us? Although this tells me that we might not have either, and we're trying to maximize on the ink that we have available to us, because usually one of those 4 drops is pretty much a slam dunk to put down at this point.
Yeah, I think he just jams it right away. Maybe he's trying to play a little bit of tempo to set yourself up for a potential Clarabelle next turn, if you can set a card back here. So maybe he's thinking of a Mother Knows Best into an ink, and then set yourself up for an ink Clarabelle next turn, as never mind, it's Cinderella right away.
The dream has in fact come true. We're about to ink a card, draw a card, and put us into a really great spot. This Cinderella is such a huge benefit to this deck. It really changed the consistency of this deck over the course of one set. Whispers in the Well, this has been a prevalent theme. I even mentioned earlier in the stream. One of Cinderella's favorite songs to sing, of course, is You're Welcome. And we'll see right now if she's going to sing that great tune than Maui has taught her.
Oh man, I cannot agree with you more there. When this card was first revealed, and when Whispers first came out, I went public and I said, hey, I thought how this was probably one of the best cards ever printed. I've come down from that. I do believe that she is much more fair and balanced than I had originally thought, but the card is still incredibly powerful.
Oh, yeah.
And I think she really gets to represent herself well in this Emerald and Sapphire strategy. Just what it does, being able to fix your hand, being able to accelerate, being able to cycle cards, get you closer to your win condition, your combo pieces. And it's just a really, really cool design now. Sapphire Steel also can play this card quite well. But it has some vulnerabilities. It has some flaws too.
It does, yeah. That uninkable situation is something to consider. It can really. So, for example, we saw that Sky had a really difficult time making that inking decision when he played that Cinderella. He was put into a position to ink that Basil. Basil is a good card coming up really quick. If you're ramping and you're getting close to that 7, you don't want to get rid of Basil. Sky was forced to do that.
Right.
So, that's an example of a way in which Cinderella can be both a blessing and a curse in this matchup.
Yeah, and she has low stats at 2-3. You can't really clear too much. She can't quest too well, but she's still an absolute amazing legendary card coming in from Wizards of the World. I'm glad that she is here, and I think it's not as broken as I thought, as we're just going to draw one card with Clarabelle light on her hooves.
Yeah, I mean, listen, a card's a card. I'll take them. That's one more card than Sky started that turn with. Anytime you can get value from your Clarabelles, you do it. Again, we've talked about there being such a thing as, overvaluing that Clarabelle when your opponent's got no cards in hand, when you should be maybe controlling the board better, but that's not the case here. Kevin does have cards, and so we want to maximize and be able to draw.
Yeah, speaking of Kevin's cards, he has so many cards that Lexington cannot cannot rule the night here. He's stoned by day, and that is going to be another card being added to the hand via the Genie Wish Fulfilled, so he probably won't be able to ready next turn. Unless you can, I can't quite tell how many cards are in hand. I think you're going to have to end this turn with 3 unless you play a one-cost character here or perhaps sing a song, and you can't do either. You're just going to take that 2 Lord, pass it back on over, and this is looking pretty good for Sky again. If you can get a full combo set up or at least threaten one, Visions of the Future can help you do that. You're going to be super on your way back.
There's a lot of people who worry about that Stone by Day ability, but I got to tell you, a 4/4 sideways is still a 4/4.
Very true.
So you want to run into this? Go ahead. I was probably going to run it into you anyway. So we figure out that way. So sometimes you have to take it with a grain of salt. That Stone by Day ability allows you to think through how you want to play it. Maybe you want to save it. Maybe you got to keep that tempo. But sometimes you just got to let it stay sideways. Let it stay frozen.
Yeah.
We are here in Florida. We're a little closer to the equator than you're probably used to. So it is daylight a little bit longer than normal, and I think Lexington needs to get used to that.
I'm telling you, I'm with you. I agree. But I was high on this Lexington character as well. But I go Genie, they go Lexington, and then they'll also the Lexington, and now he's frozen, and they're Quest of Genie anyway. I'm like, what am I doing? Like, why? What world are we in? And then they just Cheshire Cat, Elsa takes out the Lexington. I'm like, why did this just happen to me, man? He just got absolutely finessed out of everything that he had, as it happens like that from time to time. Donald now down again. Let's see if Kevin elects to take this Donald Gambit one more time. We haven't seen any docks. We haven't seen any strength plays coming from Kevin either. This deck's looking not as powerful as it typically does. Clarabelle gets another card too.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that Donald Duck will present another opportunity for Kevin to keep that Lexington exerted. But I got to tell you, if you're going to give me the option to draw a card, I'm probably going to take it, even if it means giving up that Lexington for another turn, because a card's a card here, right? Cards are cards, and the goal of the game is to turn those inks sideways, to exert those inks specifically, and then to play cards from your hand. So if I can get more cards in my hand, I'm going to do it. That's just the life I'm living.
If I'm Kevin, I'm all in at this point. I'm playing as many cards as I can from my hand, and I'm questing as aggressively as I can as the Ursula Whisper Vanessa is coming through. You're talking about a clock. She can hit the gas pedal super fast here in this scenario, as Kevin is realizing that as well. Realizing the way you're going to win, you got to quest to win the game. Allegedly. I don't make these rules, but I'm assuming that's how you win is by questing. And I think I'm taking this 4 here, and I'm not looking back. I might even take the 5. Calhoun Kid active, dude. And I'm sending her in there as well.
100%. I mean, yeah, the name of the game is to exert those characters, go on a quest, tell that story. Man, that Whisper of Vanessa Ursula, she's so scary.
Yeah.
She is so scary. And those are one of those cards that, I could use this to challenge characters, or I'm going to go ahead and just take my 3 lore and just figure that out.
And just be evasive too.
Yeah.
Why not?
Well, why not?
Be evasive to boot, as we are developing our brain. So Sky is looking for some pieces, it seems, and he made that development choice super fast.
Too fast. I'm scared.
I'm terrified.
Don't do it.
And that's one of my bluffs I'm gonna have to start doing when I play Vision of the Future, develop your brain. I'm gonna start making sure I'm gonna clock myself how long it takes me to develop your brain when I don't have it, and how fast I do it when I do have it.
Yeah.
So that way, if I develop my brain and it's double TPO, I'm still gonna take a little time and then add the TPO.
I love it.
You know, I'm gonna start doing that because people take them super quick and take them super slow sometimes. And like, oh, he got it for sure. Oh, I'm cooked.
Yeah, game's over. I may as well scoop right now. And you're over here deciding between TPO 1 and TPO 2.
He got it too fast. Or just pick it fast every time. Just pick it fast every single time. As the Ursula Whisper of Vanessa is getting your welcome back to the deck. That is Pain Train fully realized, as you weren't able to get that 3 quests in.
You hate to see it. That's 2 more cards that are being added to Kevin's hand. That's more opportunity to lock up that Lexington, to keep it frozen by day, and it's more cards that Sky gets to draw because of that Clarabelle, light on her hooves, down on that table. Man, oh man, this is a rough spot to be in. Kevin's saving grace right now is that he's ahead on the lore count. He's got 2 evasive characters, and certainly right now, not a whole lot for Sky to do about those 2 characters, but to let him quest one more time. Well, never. Just kidding. I just lied to you, folks. Because in fact, Mother Knows Best says that I'm wrong. Because we're gonna take one of those genies and send him back to his hand.
And Mother Knows Best, proving why it seems like a very, very great card in this situation. And notice you thought your Lexington was going to be unthawed, and guess what? He is not. Had this been the Satisfied Dragon, this guy would have gotten quite a bit of lore. Hold up, he's not ready. Let's get that Lexington back exerted. Let's find a judge if we can. If we can pause the action, if we can. Is there any way we can get a judge over on that table? That Lexington should definitely be stoned as well.
This is Florida, folks. This is not.
Oh, there it is. He got it.
Okay, we're good.
That bad boy is stoned.
Yeah.
He is a big brick. He's been sitting there stoned for the past 45 hours, it seems.
What's the hardest? Is it quartz? What's the hardest stone that you could be?
That's
what Lexington is right now.
Without Google, I'm gonna say granite. Okay,
Granite,
I will say granite. Granite seems like a very hard stone.
Yeah.
Maybe some pewter.
Yeah, chat. Let us know in the chat. What is the hardest stone? Because that's whatever that is. That's what Lexington is made of.
Would it technically be diamond? Is diamond a stone?
That's
more of a gem, I would say. The hardest natural material on Earth is the diamond.
Okay,
but what about a rock, like an actual stone, though? Maybe we can find the hardest stone. I think it would be a diamond. I would only suggest.
Yeah.
But the hardest rock, maybe it's cobalt. I don't know. It's a metal. That's a metal. What am I doing?
It's a metal. That's fine.
We are still cruising for a bruising. Genie returns back. Adds another card.
As we see Calhoun hitting the table now. In terms of the characters on the board, does Kevin have more characters? Yes, Kevin does. But what does Sky have in hand? Because what Sky has in hand is much scarier than things that are on the table. Can we quest faster? And we're watching Kevin do that as he goes to 13, 7 away from closing this story on game 2, trying to take this thing into a game 3, which I absolutely want to see. I think everybody wants to see this go to a game 3. Watching these 2 play has been fantastic so far. Let's see. Sky, what do you got for us, buddy?
And it is that Cinderella. We're going full combo. Oh
no! It happened. The thing happened, folks.
Ooh. And you knew it was just a matter of time before it did happen. You did kind of insulate yourself. You do have resources to be able to somewhat come back to return fire, but it seems like that is a lot to take in there. As you got full combo here, Sky still has resources to fight back. We have another Lexing who's very rarely unthawed here. He's unstoned. He's actually active, ready to not be exerted, it seems. Oh, my goodness. What a backbreaker.
Yeah, see, this Lexington is locked in, but when it turns sideways, it's locked out. And so we see Benja also hitting the table, too. And, oh, look at that. It's Madam Mim. And she's here on her, I guess we're calling it a surfboard. It's like she's like surfing.
Yeah, surfer Mim. Skater Mim is what the cool kids are calling her these days.
Yeah.
And this is the third Amethyst Steel strategy we've seen with a bench in there. The Mentor King has returned. He has not broken an item yet on stream today, but he's been active, and he's been doing his thing. Not again. Please.
No.
Oh, man. When it rains, it actually pours. And that is a GG condition there.
I do believe that's all she wrote.
Yeah, that is a hard. I mean, you can fool me once, shame on you. You can fool me twice. And your foes are getting vanquished there. And that feels painful there.
That
coming in for
was
Kevin.
devastating. If it was me, I'm tilted. Like Kevin's got to be feeling. Yeah, at this point, you just show your hand and say, "Look, man, you got
GG."
it."
And the fist bump is going to go across the table, and that is what it is. I mean, this is why people want to play that deck. It is extremely powerful, but notably, I got to call attention that some of this stuff was only made possible by some of Sky's deliberate deck building choices. The Mother Knows Best overperformed in this situation. She saw how effective that card was, keeping Kevin off of those tempo plays and setting the cards back, knocking the Lexington away from questing. Know that Lexington sat on the turn for 3, maybe 4 turns.
That was tough.
Didn't gain any lore and wasn't able to challenge, do anything. So he was just there, and that could have been a difference maker. Maybe you're at 17, and you could probably have lines of play that can help you out there. So I'd love to see that. The post-game card count, this is a good technique. Everyone should adopt what Kevin is doing.
Yes, please.
Count your cards after the game is over, and then you can be on your way.
Yeah, the other thing you should do too, by the way, and this is something that I've adopted. Like every round, I just double check and look at my sleeves, make sure there's no like chipped corners or anything weird like that. Just in case you don't want to be worried about it in the middle of a game. You want to spend your brain energy doing all the right things. So just look at your sleeves real quick and just swap out the ones that maybe you're looking a little crusty.
That's a good point.
Little
Good tips for players.
crusty,
You guys learning here. If you are coming to a tournament, make sure you do that. Tips from Gabe and JDZ as it is time. So round number 4 goes unscathed. Sky going back-to-back victories here live on stream at the Friday 5K. Getting loose, getting busy. Maybe we'll get Sky back into the interview booth again with...
Yeah.
Yo. Okay. Sorry, what was it?
I missed that.
Yeah. Oh, so we got a very special interview who's going to be coming your guys' way. Stay tuned. I don't want to spoil it. Actually, I will spoil it.
Yeah,
there is a judge that is coming all the way from the Middle East. Someone you may know. I don't want to dox him, even though he has publicly put this information out. That's right. Albert Snobby is going to be here doing an interview with Liam from the Illuminator. Is going to be joining him over there in the interview booth. So we're going to drag him over here, kicking and screaming. And I got to tell you, I had the opportunity to meet him.
Yeah.
Fantastic individual. A great person. All the work that he does for the community, unmatched. Okay, but what I will say is that seeing him here in his element, he's all about that business, dude. He's like, hey, this tournament will run. It will be on time. We're not playing any games. There's no messing around. There's no hullabaloo. Okay, so having him in there, just absolutely driving this thing through, no issues, no stops. So we're going to get out here and see what this Illuminator has to say as well in a few moments. But Gabe, what an incredible matchup. Tell me about that game, man. What does Emmett Steele need to do? Are we on notice here, Emmett Steele?
I don't know if it's on Steel. I don't know if it's on notice, but I will say that nobody's going to play that Emerald Sapphire deck better than Sky did in that matchup. I mean, that was just a masterclass. Decisions that were made, to your point, deck building decisions that were made that might be contrary to what some people are seeing out there. You've got Sky playing it perfectly, knowing that matchup so well, knowing what matters in that matchup, when to bounce things back. We saw very effective uses of Reckless and that John Silver into that game. It was just fantastic as we see that. And I'm getting word we're almost ready for that interview.
Oh, actually, we're going to get. It looks like we're getting Sky back into the interview booth.
Okay,
And
so
we're going to try to get Snobby later. Maybe Snobby didn't want to be there because he's like, "Hey, I got work to do.
Right.
You guys, keep your interview. We're pushing this thing."
I think he heard you dox him and he's freaked out now.
Okay. Oh, that's probably what it is. He's going to come after me. Okay, so we're gonna get Sky. It's Snobby. Oh my goodness. So we're going to get Sky back at it again. He's going to give you some more information, even though we did have that interview before. We're going to do it again. Okay. Get to know this player as they're getting queued up and ready to go. But I agree with you 1,000,000%, man. And that's something about it. Seeing what the tech choices coming through and the deck building choices coming through and being represented extremely well by the players, I think is just always going to warm my heart.
Yeah,
absolutely.
All right, friends. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to kick it over as we throw it over to Liam.
Well, we are back here in the interview booth with Sky, who is no stranger to PPG, to the interview booth, or being on streams today. Second stream match we've got to see you play, and it's the second time you've taken it. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
So before we get into the actual matchup, I do want to talk about PPG a little bit. I know in Denver you won that event, and you also played Friday. How did playing on Friday and doing well in that event, like you're doing here today, set you up for success in the main event in Denver?
So I'm somebody that doesn't play a whole lot tabletop, so it's always nice to have a tournament before that's not quite as high stakes to kind of practice yourself for the lines. I didn't do super well in that one. I was like, I think one went off, I lost my winning into the date for the cut, but it's always nice to play. So it feels good to get the cards going. A lot of it's like if you're playing a deck that can go to time, it's nice to have those warm-up games where if you need to speed, you have that muscle memory. It's always different than looking at a screen when you're playing in paper.
Yeah, absolutely. I love how you say, like, you didn't do so well, but you were, like, one away from, like, the winning into the top cut. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
Sure,
I mean,
sure.
it's not winning,
For
but
sure,
it's pretty
for sure.
good.
I've been spoiled, so, like, anything that's not, like, top cut, I'm always disappointed, but it's not bad, per se.
That's fair, especially this season. I feel like it's kind of your moment. So this matchup here, playing against Purple Steel, you took 2 games on the draw. What are you doing in that matchup to set yourself for success on the draw and the altar? And then also, what have you worked into your deck for that particular matchup? How'd you set yourself up for that today?
Yeah, there's a couple like anti-aggro stuff that's nice on the draw. Improvise is huge, as you saw it last game. I just took out a Palace card. It replaces itself, for there's no harm done. There's like plenty of times where you don't even need to play the Claire, or if you have a sale, you can play them both and you don't lose a card. So that's fantastic. That saves you like 3-4 lore. That's can be huge. That can be the difference maker if they have those 2 Cobras to get there, and it just shuts that off. So stuff like Improvise, also stuff like John Silver. Seems like a very cuttable card in the deck because he doesn't do anything with the combo or anything. He's just kind of a big body that gives something reckless. It's very good versus Purple Steel if you don't have the combo right away. Sometimes you don't have that like triple ramp where you can speed run it out on turn 5 or 6. So he's very nice for that. Some of the stuff that like Purple Steel wants to do versus you is just like dump their hand as fast as possible. Some of that's done with Cobra, some of that's done with like triple 1-drop opens. We didn't see that match, but we did see Cobra, so something like Improvise is also for the Cobra as well. So just to keep everything off the board as fast as possible. You're going to win the late game if you can assemble a combo. You just have to keep it so they're out of Cobra range.
Just inevitability is with you.
Yeah, for sure. Like if you notice, I didn't quest at all the whole game just because it's not even worth it to give them a Calhoun extra 1 lore. I know if I have my combo, I just have the 2-turn clock. So
yeah. It's interesting. So one question coming out of last weekend, as we try to get into your mentality coming into PPG this weekend, one of the interesting things about Charlie's is Charlie's always has this this tendency to kind of change how people think about the meta. And last weekend, we not only saw Zan take it down with his Amber Amethyst OTK or 1-turn quest deck to win, but there were also some other variants running around, like this burn deck, this Amethyst Emerald burn deck, which made top 8 and seemed pretty good. Did what happened in Charlie's change your approach to this event at all, or were you pretty much set on your deck and you're like, I'm gonna play this, and however people choose to react to Charlie's is how they react?
So the whole main event went super well for me. Everything went well. I only lost the mirror and it was on the draw, which is expected. And he also had Ben, so that's even worse. I just misplayed really bad in my top cut match. It didn't have anything to do with the build, but I did change a couple things. I learned some things. I was playing the 3-cost Clarabelle. Now I'm playing the Prince. It opens up some lines that you can actually have games where you can win against dogs on the draw, or sometimes Purple Steel, if they go that triple 1-drop, you can have games where you can turn 5 Prince Shift, and it clears everything. And then I added the 2 Improvise. So same exact deck, just a little bit of tech that helps with the low to the ground stuff.
Yeah, interesting. Well, I'm going to let you go prep for the next round, but if the current results so far any indication, we'll be seeing you back at the top tables and maybe in the interview booth before too long. So
yeah, hopefully. That hurts me though.
Sorry, knock on PPG.
knock on the felt.
But congratulations on that win. Thanks for joining me again, and good luck in the rest of the day.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, I'll send it back to the booth.
All right. And
Pew, 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 pew.
Boom, back at
We're
it
back.
again. And that was Liam and Sky. Sky giving you some more of that information, letting you know how to play it, how to be the best. Make sure you guys check them out. Maybe you can take them down if you're coming into these tournaments. But we got another action-packed interview coming your way.
We do, yeah. It's going to be fantastic. We're waiting just on more clearance to make sure we've got what was promised. Okay, so we've got Snobby, because there was people in the chat saying, "Yo, we're Snobby. This is Sky. We already talked to Sky." But we've got, yes, Scobby. Look, you got me saying Scobby too. Colors in the chat messing me up. Snobby, as we know him, Albert. And so, yeah, so they're just getting ready. But, I mean, what I love about getting to hear from these very great players, these players that consistently do well, there's such a wealth of information. I think that the moments that we get to interview them, to have them share, is a great opportunity for people who are just starting out in the game, just learning about how do you play Lorcana, and like go from that place of like, hey, so you turn a character sideways to exert them to gain lore, to hey, how do I master this?
Yeah, and it's always like they have so much information. They're like, hey, hey, what happened on this turn? Well, this turn on this play, I had this card in my hand, this card in my hand, this card in my hand. This was in the discard. They already inked this, so I did this. And it just makes so much sense because they have so much confidence and skill. But it is time. We have Snobby himself, who's going to be one of the judges here, over there with Liam in the interview booth. Let's see what they got to say.
And welcome back to the interview booth. I'm here with a very special guest, a very special member of the Lorcana community, Albert. It's so good to see you here.
Great to be here, Liam.
Yeah, one of the best things about any TCG community, but I feel like Lorcana in particular, is as you go to these events, you make friends, you get to see people, and these almost become like family reunions. It feels like when you have these big summits. So, and you are somebody who gets around a lot. You were just in Singapore, as I understand it?
Yeah, that's right. So I am traveling here all the way from Abu Dhabi to be here to judge this event. But I was in, which was a fantastic event run by Saka, who's doing everything in Southeast Asia and China. And then I can exclusively reveal that in February I'll be in Melbourne judging the Lorcana Challenge there. So I'm very happy to be here, and I'm just getting involved on the other side of the world a little bit more since I live, much closer to there than here.
Well, yeah, and now you do. It's always amazing seeing you bounce around the world and what you're doing. But even when you're over there in the Middle East and stuff, you manage to stay very, very well connected with the Lorcana community, but in particular, the judging community.
Right.
And I know how important it is for you, and it's very, very evident if anybody's followed you at all, how passionate you are about building up a professional, educated, and but also very warm judging community. Can you talk a little bit about your approach to judging and why you take such an interest in building that community?
Right. So I was able to serve as the head judge for the Disney Lorcana Challenges in North America, the first 3, and then tournament organizer for the last 3 last year. And I think that the people who have had those opportunities have a duty and an obligation to give back by mentorship and allowing other people to have the same opportunities, if not better opportunities, than you had. So I take that duty really seriously. And so through Lorcana Rulebook Hub, we have an organization that allows the international community of judges to come together. We also have a whole host of things that we support, including providing judges for the ICL, the LCCC, and many other things. You see the little LRH tag all over Discord. That's what judges do in this game. And so it's been amazing to have the entire judge community coalesce around that effort and take it as seriously as I have. And I think that my approach to judging is just one voice out of a sea of many, but the point is that the judge community supports each other as well as prospective judges that are trying to give as much as they can to support the competitive aspect of this game.
I love it. So I want to ask kind of an esoteric question.
Ooh.
Using a big word for the morning. If you're new to Disney Lorcana, let's say you're watching the stream right now and you're just getting into the game and you haven't participated in an event like this, how would you describe what a Lorcana judge is?
A Lorcana judge is halfway between a referee and an usher. Okay. That's the truth. As a new player, just enjoy that they contribute to the game and make it worth it. It's really not up to them. The newcomers are just benefiting from what has been built already. But once you have benefited and been part of the community for a while, that's where you might want to consider contributing to making sure that it continues and it keeps building and growing. Because if we're not growing, we're dying.
Yeah.
And it's been amazing to see, as I'm traveling in various parts of the world, that the game is growing tremendously in certain areas and a whole new audience is being built. So even though there are stops and starts in various regions, it's really exciting to see regions that are getting it for the first time and joining a much larger and overall successful global community.
Yeah. So you mentioned this a couple resources already.
Yeah.
But if people out there in the community are looking to get more involved in the judging community, either perhaps they want to pursue judging themselves, perhaps they just want to learn, or even in some of these communities, I know they do rules quizzes every now and then where players can just get better by seeing the conversations that are happening among judges. Where can people connect with that community?
Yeah, so you can join the Lorcana Rulebook Hub Discord server, discord.gg/LRH. Very simple. They host a wide variety of resources, and most competitive players are members of that server just so that they see our updates. Whenever there's a rules update, in the tournament rules or any other rules of the game, we issue a bulletin of what's going on. We host rule quizzes every week, and those are very educational and informative. And then, of course, we provide other resources for people actually getting into judging. But even if you're just interested in the game and in the rules, it's a great resource purely at that level as well.
I completely agree. And a great resource for commentators as well, I'm just saying. So thank you out there to all the judges. But Albert, thank you so much for taking a moment to chat with me. It is always a pleasure. I enjoy seeing you every single time I get to see you at an Lorcana event, so thank you so much.
Of course, Liam. It's been 2 years since we met at Gen Con.
I can't believe that. It's flown by.
Wow.
And in some ways it feels like ages ago, though.
We were standing in line with no idea of how this game would turn out or what would happen, and we were, I think, getting our card signed by Nicholas Cole. And just by pure happenstance, here we are.
I forgot that was the first place we saw each other.
Isn't that crazy? Small world.
It is crazy. Who would have thought back then that we would be like in this booth right here, right now?
Not me.
With all of you out there watching, that's so awesome. Well, man, what a time cap. I don't know. Now I'm getting all emotional. All right, we got to send it back.
And here we're back, and an awesome interview from Snobby Albert. If you don't, and the chat's just blowing up with love for him. Albert is a huge advocate for this game. I'd love to get to hear from him. And yeah, the resources that you heard about, the Lorcana Rules, the Lorcana Rules Hub, Discord, go in there, check that out. If you want to get better at the game, that's another place that you can learn as a player, and you might find a love of being a judge, and there is a place for that in this community. So huge shout out to our judges wanting to do that, and I do not have the capacity to do that.
For sure.
Yeah,
That's a very valid point, Gabe, because that is we talk about these pro players and these super skilled players. One of the best skills you can have as a player is understanding the rules to the game and being able to use those rules to your best benefit and build your deck to make the best out of those rules. But I can't give Snobby a shout out enough. The work that he does for the community, I'm just a person that just loves passion. He's a very passionate person because Snobby, his personal life. He doesn't need this, okay? He has there's no need that he has for this except for the love and passion he has for this game. And he came all the way in from the Middle East to be a part of this, be a part of this format and be a part of this community. And he's traveling, he's playing. So a great staple institution of our community. I'm glad he's going to be a part of our great game.
Yeah, and has been a part since the beginning. If you've not heard him speak about the game, he is very passionate about it. So it's been awesome to see. As it looks like we might be gearing up for that next game coming up really, really soon.
All right, so we're going to take a super duper fast, extra fast break.
Like the fastest you've ever seen.
And get Liam up in here so we can get the next round going. And it's going to be on the way.
Oh. Just kidding. It wasn't a 7-minute wait. It was like seconds.
Yo. We're on another level here. Let's get locked and loaded for this whole day. Yeah. We're moving from level to level to level and rolling. That's terrible.
JDZ, great job. I'm so proud of you. That was awesome.
That's terrible. I was preparing just in case the name didn't change over. I could roll right in.
No. The production has been killing it today. They're doing a fantastic job, on point. As we are seeing that these rounds are moving pretty quick. So for our folks that if you don't like a Be Right Back screen, don't worry, we don't either. We want to see these games as much as possible, and we want to be able to bring these games to you. So that we've got them coming up. In fact, it should not be much longer. But we're going now into what round is this? I'm so confused.
This is round
got to be
5.
5 of 7. So we're in 5 of 7. So we've got 3 more if you count this one coming up. Great matchups. We got to see Sky back to back and win back to back. So for those of you that wanted a masterclass in your Emerald Sapphire matchup, you just got that in droves as we're approaching this. Now I do see as we're getting ready here, folks. We want to know from you all in the chat. Let us know, what have you loved so far? What are you looking for still? As we see, well.
My, what a matchup!
Both of these folks. This is such a treat. So if you don't know who these are, Dan, TFM Dan, you might know him as a Golden Mickey winner. He did really well at the Milwaukee. He did a fantastic job. Hector Harris, popular in his own right, very well known in the South Florida community, won a CCS even. So both of these players, very strong players. As we see, TFM Dan is playing the colors that got him his Golden Mickey. He's running that Amber and Emerald, and Hector is playing a color combination that is pretty new to him, actually. He's running Emerald Sapphire. So this is interesting. He's used to those control decks. He likes playing Ruby Sapphire of pre-rotation life, and he is here playing control deck, the control deck to play now in this format.
Yeah, I can't wait for this. These are both incredibly talented players. And, it doesn't get any better than if there are 2 creds that I could give you, like winning a Golden Mickey is one, and that means you do well in the competitive circuit, and then winning CCS, probably the most challenging, at least in North America, third-party tournament is the other. And here we're going to see them go head-to-head. It's fantastic. One thing about Dan's build, if you've been watching today, you did see a Circle of Life deck earlier. Yeah. Dan is running a different Emerald Amber deck. Now, I have seen him run the Circle of Life in the L triple CCCCCC, as JDZ would say.
Yeah, so many Cs.
But I do see him having dogs there. So I don't know if he's running just low to the ground dogs or if he's running the dogs with the circle of life, the circle of dogs, the dog circle, or not. But we'll see. But it's different than what we saw earlier. And Hector then on this, we've seen a lot of it already.
Yeah, I know.
I like to call it turquoise. That's what we called it in set 1. I like to call it that.
It's got so many unique names. Some that I'm not going to name, but I think turquoise is probably the best one because I think turquoise is a very pretty color, and I'm a big fan of that. As we see Lady come down and hit the table.
Yeah, great card. There was an interesting choice there because Bobby is one of the classic openings in this deck to put a card in your discard pile that you want to pull back early with the circle. But Lady representing a chance to get some extra lore right away, also representing a shift target, which is another early way to sing Circle of Life if you don't have the tramp to play early. So, great opening.
The other thing it does for you, too, is it gets an uninkable out of your hand, which is sometimes, that can be very indicative of just, you don't want to get stuck later in the game. And so getting these things out, just like this Daisy does for him, getting these daisies out, these ladies out, that is, and a Pluto, another uninkable card. So you don't want to be stuck with these when you want to have ink later on. So that's a big part of it, too.
Great opening here. And look at that, choice, getting that little extra bit of lore with that Lady. And that Daisy on turn 2 instead not giving that card to Hector. I wonder if he drew that. I don't know. But over to Hector for the response. He's going to want to hit that ramp here. He does have the 1 jump.
Yes. So, yeah, we do see that there is the option. We're choosing a Tipo. Okay. Now the question becomes, what do we Tipo? This is always a hard one because Tipo represents 1 less card in your hand, 1 less resource for later. We may not be able to see what is Tipo'd, but you got to assume it's usually something uninkable. Oh, is it going to be the Cindy? Okay, he thought about it for a second. I was like, is it going to be the Cindy?
Yeah, I'm really bad sometimes at diagnosing what's there. I see the improvise.
Yeah, it looks like he chose this. It looks like he may have chose the Cindy there. If I'm not mistaken, there was a little bit of a gaffe there, and it was hard to tell. But yeah, that's not great though. That board presence. Oh no!
Here we go.
Got the Lady, the family dog.
Pluto ramping into Lady. Lady, of course, will bring a 2-cost character or less into play for free when you play her. That tramp coming into play, and now we're going really wide, and this feels really good. In fact, I actually don't. Did Dan even ink that turn? I'm not sure that he did, which is classic for this deck. There's very little card draw unless you're running like the Stitch and the Scar like kind of combo to get you some extra cards in the mid game, and so this deck is known for running very, very low to the ground in terms of ink. And now we're setting up a really powerful tramp this next turn.
Yeah.
I mean, Hector would love to get something off the board if possible, just to prevent a 2-ink tramp, but not really a way to do it right now.
No,
so
not great at least. Now I did see an improvise in Hector's hand. Will that be enough? But Hector, of course, opting and choosing to use this opportunity to try to get to those larger ink counts, wanting to be able to play bigger characters, because the bigger characters is generally the name of the game for this Emerald Sapphire strategy. The problem is the game may be over before he gets a chance to do anything. As we see the Prince Philip at the table, this is a great card into this matchup. It is something that puts pressure on Dan to not turn something sideways. So, sometimes it's good for shifting, and sometimes it's good to keep the aggro monsters at bay.
I mean, what a play there, getting that on the board, and the double ramp too. I mean, I think Hector knows that the primary way he stays in this game is being able to Malicious Mean and Scary, Prince Philip, to clear the board, and so really, really, really trying to get there as fast as possible before Dan closes this out in a couple turns.
Yeah.
Dan now, everything turning sideways. It looks like we are going to get a Tipo off the top deck, which is fine. I think getting anything off the top deck right now, this Inkable, is probably good if he already has the combo, but this is just, like, the question is, does Hector have it?
Yeah, and we are looking at a story on board situation right now, Liam. This is crazy. Dan might take this game next turn. Is this no? Okay, so Hector is going to choose to bring. Oh, I missed that. I missed what. Okay, so inking the Tipo. All right.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is.
There you go.
Oh, he knew it. And look at that. It was slow, but the double ramp necessary to pull that off on this turn. Dan kind of like, you can see the deep side here, knowing he's got to rebuild now with just 2 ink on the board. That feels particularly brutal. But that is the way you counter this strategy. It's that exact line, and Hector having it, playing it. There it is.
I've known Hector for a very long time, and something that I'll tell you about him. His first game that he played was chess. He learned that game with his father. His father taught him how to play chess at a very high level. One thing that he took from that game that he translated to Lorcana, he is extremely good at mapping out what turn 1 will look like and what turn 6 needs to look like to get where he needed to go. So he knew he had that mapped out perfectly. He did the right thing. He played that game. He played it perfectly to make sure that he can be in the best possible position to win. And just seeing Hector do it, this is the reason why Hector is such a great player and just the kind of person that represents South Florida very well.
Well said. And now setting himself up here very good in the mid game, but still not completely out of the woods because Dan has a lot of high lore, low cost characters, and he's going to be dropping 1, maybe 2 characters on board every single turn and forcing Hector to have the response. Usually not a lot of reach in this deck. You can run like Darling Deer, but in general, you're giving up a slot to do that, so usually not a ton of reach. Sometimes the Go-Go's are a way to close out the game. So we'll see if Hector can continue to find the cards he needs to keep Dan in check.
Yeah. I mean, and that's going to be the name of the game here because Dan can just keep dropping more of these characters. You know, you're seeing 3 ink on Dan's side of the board. So what? That's 2 characters. That's 2 characters that can very easily come down every turn. And that's all Dan needs to do is just to keep presenting threats as we see Cinderella, dream come true, hit the table.
Yeah, this is a card that he gave up playing earlier in favor of getting the fast ramp and the card draw, maybe trying to find a card with that sale. But Cinderella coming down now. We'll get a little bit of ramp, improvising now.
Yeah, and certainly trying to just present a situation where Dan will not be able to come back. If we're at that 7 point, we're about to approach that 7 ink point, which is a critical number for Emerald Sapphire. That is where all the danger is. That's where the Hades potentially may be. That's where the Basils are. John Silver is live on 6. All of the problems that you hate to deal with starts now. And can Hector have those ready to go in prime? Looking at his hand, it doesn't look like he's there yet. No. He's got a couple of answers.
You're welcome. That helps.
But not necessarily where he wants to be right now in terms of cards in hand.
No, and he does have the Hades too, so he does have a couple spot removal answers. And he definitely digging to find them because I think Dan, in this scenario on this turn could drop, enough to threaten game this turn if he had it. And so Hector trying to find something to keep those ready characters from doing any damage. But at this point, you can see him thinking, did drop that Pluto. It's not the best card at this point in the game. And I'm not sure what's left in hand, but, clearly...
Yeah, I mean, this is a hard decision here because if I'm Dan, here's what I'm thinking, right? Like, I know that Hector has single target removals, potentially. So do I quest these characters and give them up now, or do I create a moment of critical mass where I can just quest in one turn and win, or am I going to be punished for having done that? And that's kind of the thought process that Dan's going through right now as he's kind of deciding, like, hey, how do I get to that 20? How do I close the story? Is it questing little by little? Or is it doing it all in one shot, which is something that you got to learn to be very patient with when it comes to these dogs deck.
Yeah, and it is interesting too because Dan also well aware of the removal options in this deck. I mean, there's a scenario in which Dan isn't completely unhappy being hit by a You're Welcome and being able to draw into perhaps 2 low cost 2 lore questers. So trying to think about how Hector will answer this. Would I rather get an ink this turn off the Hades, or would I rather get a couple cards off Your Welcome if he forces to respond to it that way?
Yeah.
He would hate to see a John Silver here, but yeah, not in any rush necessarily because Hector is still well off 20 as well. But
correct.
Inevitability is with Hector
It
here,
is.
and now this Hades is going to come down. We are going to send the Lilo to the discard or to the Inkwell, which feels really bad because you'd love to have that Lilo coming back turn after turn after turn. And perhaps punished a little bit for leaving that Lilo upright.
Yeah, and of course, as Daisy, of course, presents another potential card to the hand of Hector. If that Daisy could represent another Hades, maybe, or a Basil, or even a John Silver at this point, that could be the difference between Hector winning and losing this game. As we see, Hector is currently sitting at 10 lore to Dan's 13. Dan just a little bit off of that 20, and Hector may be able to eke this one out even after going from 0 to 13. It felt like in that first 2 or 3 turns for Dan.
Yeah, just that. What a brutal combo,
Man, who would have thought that Malicious Meaning Scary Prince Philip thing was going to do that? Huh? Who I could have never seen that coming.
I don't know.
Crazy.
As soon as I saw Malicious Meaning Scary printed, I immediately went and checked how many Prince Philips I had. I was like,
yeah.
I'm gonna buy these in foil.
You and me both. You and me both.
But Dan, not out of it yet. Here we can quest up to 16 if you have a couple 2-lore questers, and you might not, because Dan here inking that Mowgli instead. That Tramp was sitting there this whole time and feels really bad. Have to draw and discard. Probably hoping to get some Lilos in there or something, but
certainly.
Unfortunately, that's not enough.
No, yeah, and Dan's body language right now is telling a story of not necessarily. I wouldn't say defeat. Dan, having seen him play at DLC Milwaukee, he's very pensive. He thinks through his games. He's thinking about what's happening on board. He's a little bit more expressive than you would expect from other players, but not necessarily giving away any tells, I would say. But I would say, you could certainly tell he's a little bit more pensive about how this game is going, and maybe starting to think about what do we need to do in game 2. If we can't figure this out, but we may be able to figure this out if we don't have an answer to characters. That Tramp, of course, is a pretty good way to get some more lore on the table.
Yeah, it is. It's a tough road back in for sure. But by questing here, Hector now has to devote some resources to challenging and cleaning that up. Can't leave those characters on the board. So Cinderella, rather than questing, will go into that Pluto. And now Hector going to figure out here how to deal with this Daisy. You can't leave that up.
Nope, cannot. Yeah,
So-
and certainly not slamming down any kind of an answer to that Tramp, at least not yet. It looks like we're going to be.
It's a quest out.
Okay, we're going to quest out. Okay, so yeah, so Hector's saying, hey, you might. Oh, there it is. There's Basil.
Oh.
Yeah, Basil will bounce that Tramp back to hand. So Dan will be able to get to 18 next turn, but that's not enough. Hector will win this game if that's all that Dan can do is put down a Tramp.
Yeah, and I do not think that there is unless I'm. No, I mean, oh man, you would have loved to have that earlier, but
yeah,
there's that, and that's not enough. Getting so close, 18 lore, and not being able to close that out. So Hector having the exact right line to keep this Dan off his game plan, and if Hector is one card off of having either one of the Prince Philip or Mistress Queen and Scary, and this game is over multiple turns ago.
Yes,
but here we are, Hector taking game 1. And it'll be Dan on the play now.
Yeah, and if
Dog's Deck.
If there's anybody who would know how to handle this Dog's Deck to its Hector, for those who don't know, somebody else local to the scene that Hector's from, and teammates and all that at some point is Ghosty. If you know of Ghosty fame, very very well known for this color combination and playing the Dog's Deck. So Hector's got some practice in this matchup.
Oh yeah, Ghosty being that. Yeah.
As we see, they're deciding now. So the question becomes, Liam, what does Dan got to do in order to figure this matchup out?
Do what he did game 1.
Right.
And hope that he doesn't have the Malicious Means Scary. No, I mean, I think that's one of the ways you close it. You can play a little bit more measured game and perhaps not commit everything to the board. But the thing is, this deck is really, really, really reliant on board presence. It has cards like Tramp, which benefit from a wide board state, and there's also a lot of combo pieces. Sometimes you run the Shift Lady. Sometimes, you're using cards to get so you really want to have a wide board, and so the answer is close it out as quickly as possible. And I do think that the answer is to do exactly what Dan did in Game 1 and make Hector have the answer.
Yeah.
On the play, it's certainly easier too.
It is, and you're not wrong, because there is a very specific sequence of cards that Hector has to be able to deal with in order to do that.
Now, Dan has, if you're looking at what he's keeping, he's got the Bobby for 1. I'm trying to see what these other 2 are, but he does have the Tramp for 4. And so that is potentially a pretty devastating, turn for Hector. That Tramp on 4 is what this deck wants to do. It's one of the best cards in Lorcana. One interesting note, though, and in talking to Ghosty, like the Tramp opens up some pretty crazy combos, especially if you can string Tramps together.
Yeah.
But that multiple Tramp combo is only available on the draw.
Correct.
Because of the extra ink you need to do it, so or the cards you need to do it. So, but still, a very strong opening with or a very strong sequence with Tramp on 4. If Dan has the setup for it, and we'll see if he does.
Yeah, I mean, another punish, of course, would have been something like a Chromacon, potentially. The Chromacon, if we were able to get that down, would have sent some characters back to Hector. So, while that would have been a punish in terms of getting those characters gone with that Prince Philip combination, Hector would have had to deal with getting some characters back to his hand, and that could potentially create some issues in terms of reestablishing the board. And Dan might have been able to eke that out too. So there's a few ways we could have gone. As we see, the decisive dog, Lady, what a good girl she is.
I love this lady, and this is the promo version too from the store pack. So beautiful League promo.
Yes, yes, I love that card. I love the promo. I love the foiling on those promos, by the way, too. Which apparently I found out that some people don't agree with me. Some people prefer the normal foiling, and I'm like, what are you talking about? The promo foiling from the store promos were so good. But hey, what can you do?
Yeah, it's super funny. You either fall in like the cold foil camp or like the pet foiling camp,
Yeah.
and like it's one or the other, and you're pretty strongly in that camp, whichever one you're in.
Why can't we all just get along?
I
Why
don't know.
can't we just love all foils? Like, this is crazy.
I don't know.
Craziness. But we see Hector, of course, inking a card, playing an improvise to draw a card. As we see Bobby Zimaruski, the spray cheese kid. Oh, and what a card to throw away. Lilo, she'll be back later. I promise she will.
Yeah.
She always does.
Loves to escape from that discard pile there, that escape artist. Bobby, I mean, so this is one of the things this deck is trying to do is load up with its discard pile with extra resources for later. We have a Dapper, which one is that? Dapper Rascal?
I believe that is Dapper Rascal.
Dapper Rascal here, heading to the Inkwell, followed by another lady and another Bobby.
Yeah, absolutely. And those ladies are very scary, especially with cards like Webby, with cards like the Tramp. They can make those ladies very scary, boosting their strength up immensely, and they can be questing for 6 with those 2 on the board. And that could also solve a very big problem for Hector, or create a problem for Hector, rather, I should say, as Hector's deciding what it is that we're going to play. And that is, of course, not of course, just kidding. It wasn't that obvious, apparently. But it looks like it potentially will be a Tipo.
Yeah, we are getting the ramp here on turn 2. It's where you want to be. We say it every time we're playing a Sapphire, but there it is. He will not auto-lose this game for missing ramp on turn 2. And we'll back over to Dan. Now, Dan has some interesting lines available here. We are trying to set up the big Tramp play next turn, which is fairly easy at this point. You just need to get something on the board. If you do drop... Oh, so it's 3. Okay. You could drop like 3 1-drops potentially and try and boost those ladies all the way up. I think you have the cards in hand to do it, but... no, we're going to see that Lilo get on the board.
Yeah.
The ladies are going to quest. Bobby's going to quest. We're going to quest for 3. But now we're setting up that Tramp on turn 4. That's what Dan wants to do. To prevent it, Hector's going to have to clear something off here. But I venture to guess that that's not going to be what he's trying to do.
Barring a second improvise somewhere, that is not going to be happening. So we got to see what we can do instead. We're choosing to ramp, or what is
ramp.
known as the double ramp, in fact. As we send, are we gonna triple ramp? Let's see.
Yeah, into this, again, we saw this last game. It's the double ramp into that combo. I'm trying to see if he has it. I don't think he does.
It doesn't look like it.
But nevertheless, ramping to that John Silver will feel pretty good to slow him down.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, John Silver's a great card to slow things down. A little Reckless will go a long way here.
Let's see.
Oh, that's another card that can create a problem, as we've seen it create problems in game 1.
Sit there and threaten, just lurk menacing.
Come at me, says Prince Philip. I dare you to turn sideways. I dare you to quest and see what happens.
And here's the decision. Like last time, this was a very similar board state, and Dan went wide and quested out into it, was punished. But he's going to do the check.
No.
He's going to look. Do you have it? And Hector says, yes.
I did,
yes, I
actually.
do. Which do you think he's picking? Mother Knows Best or the Malicious Mean and Scary?
No, come on now. Come on now. That's not even a question.
Malicious Mean and Scary. There he had it. He saved it. I don't know if he had it from the opener, but certainly happy to find it if he didn't. Doing the check. Benefiting from it, and now also knowing that Prince Philip isn't in hand, so feeling pretty good about going wide here, knowing that combo is several turns away, but also knowing that Prince John is coming down and going to force something to get Reckless anyway, so that's likely what we're going to see here. Here it comes. The question is, what's the target? Probably that 2-lore Lilo, I'm guessing.
It might be, yep, you're right.
Yep.
What a great guesser you are.
I know,
Fantastic job.
You know what? A savant. And Philip going to challenge and clean up that lady for good measure, and now that Tramp play will be available here to dig through the deck a little bit if Dan so chooses, and slow down quite a bit. But all the way up to 9 lore already feels pretty good, but this is certainly now a lot tighter that the board has been built over on Hector's side of the board.
Yeah, that Ursula really changing the complexity of this game. As we see Tramp come down, that represents 4 additional strength to a character of Dan's choice. And hey there, it's Tramp. It's Tramp.
He's a tramp,
so
and
smart.
you love him.
Such a street smart dog. Good dog. Good puppies.
Everybody wants to be a tramp. No, wait. I should not mix those two songs.
I was going to say, that's...
All right, now, so the Tramp coming down here. Dan's going to dig for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards and take a look to see what he wants. Able to find key combo pieces. And again, it's one of the reasons why Tramp is one of the best cards in the game. Not only do you get to play him for cheap, but then getting to dig for certain pieces that you need in certain situations is really, really beneficial.
Yes.
I don't see how many cards Dan has in hand. At least
that's
one.
A great question, yeah. Dan, of course, deciding.
He's doing the little shuffle, so it's at least 2.
Yeah, the flippy-floppy, I like to call it. A little flippy-floppy action. as we are thinking through that. And so many choices to be had. Of course, you're able to see 4 cards. You want to decide which ones you want to keep. We are going to figure that out.
Yeah, and this is just...
Yeah, I mean, this is a hard choice. Like, these moments, these choices are, as we see a Chromicon hit the discard pile. Interesting. Does that mean we're holding on to one? Are we? Do we not need it in this matchup?
You can use it in this matchup. I think in this scenario, it is gas. I think that's what he's
I think you're right.
Going for perhaps. Or maybe he kept another one. But should be up to 12 here with that quest.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see that Lilo, of course, was made reckless last turn because of that John Silver. So Lilo going back to the discard pile, but that's not a big deal. She'll be back. She likes to swim around in there a little bit, and then she might swim on back whenever she's feeling like it. You know.
Yep. She's sneaky.
I find that when you're small, you can get to places that others can't. So that's pretty smart. That's pretty good. That's pretty smart of her.
That's true. So Hector here now. Hector will be able to shut down something with that. Oh, and that's it.
No.
That's it.
Yeah.
Doesn't have it. Game 2 to Dan, able to race ahead here. And, the difference, both games, both players pursuing very similar lines. The difference, an Ursula.
Yeah.
Managing to pick that malicious mean scary right at the right time and keeping Hector off it and allowing him to close things out.
Turns out deceiving people is a pretty effective way to get what you want. Yeah, and Ursula proving that to be the case.
Yeah, what a great card.
Yeah.
It's funny when it was printed. I don't know if people remember all the way back in set 1, Be Prepared felt like a problem.
Yeah.
And Ruby Sapphire was so good, and you ramped to it, and it just shut everything down. And set 2 is brutal, and it's just oppressive, and there was only one deck you could run. You either ran Ruby Amethyst, or you ran a deck specifically teched to punish Ruby Amethyst, and that was it.
Yeah.
And most people chose the Ruby Amethyst route.
Yeah, I can't blame them. It was pretty good.
And everybody was so... And then Ursula was printed.
Yeah.
And everybody was like, oh, okay, this feels fine now.
Yes.
Things are better. And she's been continued to be a mainstay in the competitive scene ever since.
Yeah, the one thing that people, when she was first announced to be reprinted for Fabled, a lot of people were looking at that set and saying, I mean, it's fine, it's okay, and you even saw a drop in counts of her going into it. But what people tend to forget is a rotation is 8 sets, and every set Ursula gets better and better and better.
And it's also the nature of a meta, right? Because as Ursula drops out, you get punished less for playing songs. Songs become more popular, and it's the same way the aggros metas get faster or slower, and so it is just fun to watch. I'm willing to bet.
Sure.
You know how you have like index funds, which like track the stock market overall?
Yeah.
I bet you we could come up with like 10 index cards, which based on their price and inclusion in deck lists could help you track an overall meta. And I bet Ursula is one of them.
Yeah. If you think of like, I like to compare it to animals. I think of it as like a keystone animal. There's animals that its existence in the wild is like proof of the health of the ecosystem of whatever's going on in the wild. So like I think it's like that. Like Ursula's a keystone animal, and she's like very important to the game. Without her, I don't know if this meta would be as fresh as it is.
Yeah.
So I would agree with you. I think you might be able to track that. That'd be great.
Fun. I don't know. I've only had a few hours sleep, so I'm taking swings.
Are we in the unhinged portion of this before 100%. I even know it? You're not allowed to get there before me.
100%.
This is not fair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're supposed to get there at the same time.
I apologize.
This is not cool.
I apologize. It is slowly becoming more unhinged. Colors Law pointing out Pete too. Yes, I would argue Pete is also in that category.
100% yes, Color, for sure.
So now, Hector on the play here. It'll be a little bit harder for Dan to achieve that quick win. One turn behind. We have not played a turn 1 to the board yet, and we're not going to do it here either, because it looks like it's over to Dan for his turn 1. Hefflips Woozles going into the Inkwell again.
I love saying that, by the way.
Look at that
Hefflips
lady.
and Woozles.
They're very confusals.
They are very confusals.
And the lady coming in the board again, and back over to Hector. He does have the turn 2 ramp again. Here we go.
They always have it.
They always have it. Tipo coming down. We were going to ink something, and it's back over to Dan.
Yeah.
Now, one note, Tipo. I see. Oh, we have Philip. We have Philip in hand.
Right. We're just missing one piece of that little combo.
And we have a Visions, I think, to find it. Is that what's on the bottom? Yeah.
That's what it looks like. Yeah.
Yeah. So Hector pretty rapidly can dig, can ink, can find what he needs to set that up.
And he's got to be hoping that we see another Ursula, not a Mowgli here. A Mowgli would be very damaging for Hector. If it's an Ursula, vision bypasses the sight of Ursula. Mowgli, on the other hand, it does not. As we see, oh, is that a sail that we just drew?
Is it sail or another Tipo?
I believe it is. I believe it is sail. It's foil, so it's hard to tell in the lighting.
Yeah, it's the
It is
art.
sail,
It's the
yeah.
art which is throwing me because of the foil.
Yeah.
I was like, that doesn't seem right. Yeah, it is sail, so we'll get to do that double ramp. And yeah, I mean, love to have a Mowgli here. And you know, to your point, if you're gonna hold one of the combo pieces for a while and be looking for a different one, you'd rather not be holding the song.
Right.
So,
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
That's good.
So you have to imagine if Hector did see it, he would have sent that away, knowing that Ursula is potentially there. So this is a tough one. Any deck that can carry both Ursula and Mowgli is frightening. It is so scary. Now the question becomes, Hector, what do you ink, my friend, in order as inking the big Prince Philip? What are you indicating to Dan here? What are you trying to tell him?
Okay, so I think is that a second one on the bottom? I think that might be a second one at the very, very bottom of his hand. But it is interesting when you ink it, you know, because you're kind of indicating your opponent, I have
sending
it.
away the vision, though, that's tough. Because to the point we've been making, that vision could have dug for the combo if it needed. Wow. Okay. So very heads up play.
Wow.
Because he would have lost that vision. He would have been punished for it.
Yep, absolutely. You know, you didn't want to vision that turn because if you did go to find the card, you could have been hit by the Ursula, but the Mowgli there, as you pointed out, you know, able to see that vision. So heads up inking that card, making sure it's not vulnerable to the Mowgli.
Yes.
And because if it's a Ursula, it doesn't see the vision. So
it doesn't, yeah.
What a 1-2 series there. Really, really fun.
Yeah.
And now I think he actually just top decked that Malicious Mean Scary.
That
if
is
I'm
so
not mistaken.
crazy. You're kidding me. You're kidding me.
I think he just drew it.
Are you kidding me?
Is that it on the top
Are
there?
you kidding me?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Did he
No,
top deck it? He did
he
top
did
deck it.
it.
Oh my
No!
goodness!
He nailed it.
Oh, right off the top deck.
No!
Oh my god! Because the Mowgli hits it if it's in his hand.
This is crazy. There's no way.
Oh my goodness! And you know what? I don't know. Sometimes.
Oh, it's better to be lucky than good, Liam.
Yep, but an empty hand here. But what a top deck there again.
Oh, no.
Like if you're going to top deck something, top decking the John Silver to keep things shut down is the
Yeah.
one. And Dan just seeing no avenue back in, shakes the hand. That was it.
No
My goodness.
way.
My goodness. That was absolutely brutal.
That was insane. That was very, very heads up plays by Hector. Dan no slouch either, knowing that the Ursula wouldn't be enough. Played the Mowgli they both played it well. Hector was in a position to send the things away, to punish Dan for playing the Mowgli, and just, again, better to be lucky than good. Top decks, the Malicious, Mean, and Scary, to sing it with the Prince Philip, to shift it, ending the game instantaneously there. Wow, that was crazy.
Yeah. Better to be lucky and good.
Yeah, why not be both?
Yeah, why not be both?
Why not be both?
What a series there. It is funny, you know, in this matchup, and you saw the same thing with like Be Prepared in previous metas, but in this set here, I mean, what you saw there was this very, like, Dan knows that he's going for the combo, and Hector knows that Dan knows that he's going for the combo, and so he's like, you know, I know you're gonna play it, so I'm gonna ink that. I'm gonna wait till the right moment. I'm gonna ink this. You're not gonna have it. I'm gonna keep. You know the best thing to do when Mowgli and Ursula is running around?
What's that?
It's to keep the Malicious, Mean, and Scary on the top of your deck. And that's exactly what Hector did, leaving it right
Yeah.
there until he needed it, and then drawing at the right time. Man, what a...
That was so good. That was such a good match. That was awesome.
You know, it is funny when you watch games of Lorcana because we tend to think of a game as like the complete thing, like all the way to 20 lore. And sometimes the game is actually that. It is a sub game within the game that determines the game.
Correct.
And in this instance, it's, you know, can I find the combo while Dan's trying to disrupt the combo? And that's the sub game.
Yeah.
And in this instance,
in
both instances, Hector found the combo.
He found it. He found it when he needed it. He put himself in the positions to do that. And I'm seeing in the chat 100% right color, because while I joke that it's better to be lucky than good, the reality is the people that win these large tournaments are both.
Mm-hmm.
They are lucky, and when they are lucky, they capitalize better than anybody else does through skill, by seeing the play lines that matter and being able to cap. Because I'll tell you, if it was me, I'd be shaking out there. I'd be shivering in my boots. I'd be tilted and making the wrong choices. So there you go.
And I would have to look back, and before we go to interview, I would have to look back and see, like, what is the impact? Because if you lose the visions as a card, fine. If you needed that for ink to make that combo happen, because I think he emptied with an empty hand.
He did.
If you lose that visions to the discard and you can't ink it, you know, that has implications. So just fantastic play, fantastic player. And what do you say we hear from him?
You know what? Let's find out more from them.
All right. Head to the interview booth.
And we are back with our winner of round number 5. We got Hector in the building, holding it down after a dramatic performance, playing the Emerald and Sapphire strategy, getting it done. Hector, where you coming from, where you're from, and how long did it take you to get here?
I'm in Miami, Florida.
Okay.
I'm here, so it took me about 3 hours to come over. Haven't played in a while, so I'm excited to be able to play here at this event.
Nice, excited to play. You're playing the Emerald and Sapphire strategy. I got a question for you. How many cards do you have in hand?
You got me.
I'm kidding. No, seriously, why Emerald Sapphire for this event?
Well, I went with friends to CCS last week, and I just had another kid, so I haven't been able to play test at all. So every event, I'm going to take a different deck so I can get the feel for, kind of the decks in the meta, and then decide for Richmond what I'm going to play. So that's pretty much the reason, nothing specific at all.
Nothing specific? Okay, because I know you played a lot of Ruby Sapphire in the previous sets when it was a dominant strategy, a lot of control decks. Now you kind of found yourself into a control element here. Is it because of the Prince Philip, Malicious Mean and Scary? Is that something that attracts you, or is it just the play style of that deck?
I would say it's kind of the play style. It's a little, you could break a lot. It's kind of like combo, but I do like the control aspects where, we go to late games with inks and we're playing bomb after bomb. So it's more my play style compared to playing something like aggro. Never been like an aggro person.
Right on. So you're locked in with TFM Dan. He shows up and he has the Amber and Emerald Dog strategy. Talking to us about that matchup and what you chose to do to negotiate through that matchup. That can be kind of a tough matchup in this meta right now.
I came in, I thought I was losing.
Okay.
And then on top of that, I lost a die roll. So I'm like, this goes it, right? So I looked at my first opening hand and I saw the Prince Philip line. So I decided, obviously, I have to go all in on this because it's playing dogs. And even then, if he hits it with Ursula or Mowgli, I'm stuck. So, you really have no choice here. So I just went the line with Tipo, then Sail into the Prince Philip to try to whiteboard by then. If it works out, it works. If it doesn't, then I lost on the spot anyways because I'm not getting to 7 ink to control the game, right? So that was my plan going game 1. And then game 2, it didn't go so well. Game 2 was the same exact plan, but he was able to Mowgli, and I got lucky, and I topped the MMS to be able to clean the board. If not, I was dead on the water pretty much.
And that's what I say. It's always better to be lucky than good in any situation. I know you're a great player, but sometimes you're going to need a little bit of help to get you over the top. Talk about that feeling. Your opponent checks your hand. They see you have pieces of the combo. You had the card to discard, and then you draw it the very next turn. You talk about that feeling in this tournament.
It feels bad for him, but to me, I don't think I've experienced that too often. So I was excited, and I won 3 tickets.
Yeah. You take it, and that was one of our bounty players. I was going to say that. Huge shout out to Dan as well for wearing that role as a bounty player. You were going to take those 3 tickets, and now you can have a little treat on the prize wall for yourself.
Yeah, but I can't wait to get that one-piece hat that I've been eyeing.
Let's get it. Let's get it. I love to see it, but we're going to let you go so you can get ready for that next round, get some breaks and get some water in. But before we do, any special shout-outs you want to say? Anything you want to say to the folks at home that might be watching?
Shout out to my friends that I've been traveling with that helped me practice, that put up with my stuff. Shout out to the wife who kind of hates me right now, but, she let me come over here, miss my kids, and then just the community for supporting and being there to help me test when I need to.
Right on. So you got some friends out there and homies cheering you on, man. So again, it was a pleasure to meet you, man, and congratulations on the victory. Wish you best of luck for today and into tomorrow. Hopefully, I see you out here doing well in both of those events, and even on Sunday for the Infinity event.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so we'll kick it back over to the booth to Liam and Gabe, and then we'll bring you guys round number 6 here very soon.
Hector Herrera again with a CCCS championship on his resume, and now trying to add PPG to it. Fantastic player. And I love getting to experience the South Florida Lorcana community. A lot of wonderful players, really tight knit community. I love how excited you got seeing Hector on stream. Knowing what a fantastic player he is and a good friend.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's funny because I've had conversations with Hector before, and I met him down there, of course, and we playtest, and I've had the pleasure to cast his games before, and He's had conversations with me. He's like, one day you're going to be casting at a DLC. I swear it. I said, brother, I hope I am, and I hope that it's to see you win the whole thing. So he's somebody who I really respect as a friend. And it's funny because I didn't know him a day before I played Lorcana. I didn't know him a single day before I played Lorcana, and he is somebody that I have so much respect for. I'm about to cry on screen talking about him. But I have so much respect for him as a human being, as a father, as just a great player, and he's just a really, really good person. And so it's good to see that. One of the things I love about this community, South Florida aside, just everybody. I feel like that about everybody that I meet. I mean, from when I've met you to everybody that I've interacted with in this game, I've never made friends faster than with the people who I've played this game with. It's crazy. It's something that I've told myself you shouldn't do, but it's just so easy, so natural. And so yeah, just shout out to the entire community. Everybody who's playing Lorcana. If you're sitting here and you're watching us talk about this game that we love, I love it too. I love it too. And I just like thank you all for being here and watching this with us, because that moment meant a lot to me. It really meant a lot to me.
I could tell. You could tell. I mean, it's sometimes you see things in the commentator booth with like your co-casters, your commentators that you all don't get to see at home, and so it was really fun to see how I don't know how fun it was for you.
Thank you.
How much it meant to you to commentate his match. So and Hector, a player, we keep talking about his credentials and everything, but there are Lorcana players who, through the official challenges, have really put themselves on the map as really talented players. We use the term Golden Mickey winners as a way to identify players who are really, really skilled. North American Continentals players as well. And then there are always those players who are like lurking right beneath. And Dan, actually, from Forbidden Mountain, who we just saw, is a perfect example of somebody who earned like 8 Let It Goes in 6 DLCs. I don't know how he did it last season, but always right there and never quite able to crack it. But such an amazing, talented player. And this season he finally did push through, got 4th in Minneapolis. Hector's another player, along with like Ghosty and some other folks in the South Florida community who are like right there. And there's a world in which next season they are household names across the world because they've finally achieved in the official challenges what they've been doing in the third-party challenges to this point.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. And I love seeing that. I love seeing people move up, learn how to play this game at a level like that. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. It's just because people put a lot of time into this. I mean, is it a game? Yeah, it's a game. It's a game. But it's a game that you care about. It's a game you care about. So yeah, life is okay too. Life is pretty cool. But let me tell you, these are people who take care of their lives, and they're also really playing at a high level. So
yeah.
Oh man, I feel good.
There was something else. Oh man, I had a really good segue.
I know. I'm
lined
sorry.
up.
I messed you up.
No. It was good. It was something challenges, being here. I don't know, community. It was real. Oh, that's what it was. I don't know. Now it's lost the moment. There was a really good flow, but no. One thing I was going to say, like you talked about the tightness, the tight-knit nature of the Lorcana community, and I do think TCGs in general encourage that kind of community because I think one of the things that makes TCGs beautiful as a hobby and a pastime is that they, in this age of digital screens and TikTok and sitting at home and watching YouTube or playing video games through a sterile screen, it is a hobby that encourages and forces in-person interaction.
Yeah.
It forces you to meet strangers. It forces you to get outside of your bubble, to travel places like Orlando here and spend the time with people from across the country and to make new relationships and make new friends. And that's one of the reasons why TCGs in general are just a beautiful hobby. And I think we need more of those kinds of hobbies, especially in this day and age, especially with the polarization that we have where everybody's kind of in their own, bubbles. And Disney Lorcana adds an extra special flavor to it because Disney has a very special. There's a lot that goes along with it. The idea of pixie dusting, of making people's day just a little bit brighter, of surprising them with fun, of whimsy, of magic, and let's not forget the nostalgia that Disney brings along with it, and the memories that it taps into for all of us, the memories of family and laughter and just that wholesomeness that classic Disney movies bring. So all that together, like the magic of TCGs and what it encourages with the magic of Disney layered on top. This sounds like a promo now, but it's what I was thinking on my 3 hours of sleep. Means that this community is wonderful and I'm having a great time. And thanks for being here.
Yeah.
That's the end of that thought.
So I want to be clear. When you're unhinged, you're poignant, and when I'm unhinged,
Yeah.
I eat pickled eggs.
Oh,
We are not the same.
I've never been unhinged in the vicinity of pickled eggs, so that might be my thing too. I just don't know.
Yeah,
never had the opportunity.
I'll bring one to you. Don't worry. I'll bring one tomorrow. We'll see how you feel about it.
All right.
No, I'm just kidding. I
I
was
like
told
pickles and I like eggs. So
I was
feel like it's a good
banned.
combination.
I was banned from bringing pickled eggs. They said it's not good near the equipment. I've been told I cannot bring a jar of pickled eggs in here.
Really?
Yes.
I gotta lift that rule.
Yeah, it was Stefan. So
well,
he said no
what if we
pickled
kept
eggs.
it? What if we kept it on the? I'll tell you what. Just put one in the coffee cup.
Yeah, coffee cup of eggs.
Coffee cup of eggs. Like we'll keep it secret and we'll just sit
That's
here.
awesome. Let's do it.
And then between rounds, we could be like.
Hey, yeah, let's pop another egg. No, definitely don't. But yeah, it's we are.
I will say, we're going to go to break in a second, but I just shout out to a couple folks. I did this thing to kind of, and I think this is something everybody could do. I have a lot of interactions with people in the community at these events, and I was always thinking of a way to commemorate them, and I take a lot of selfies and stuff. But I started asking, and this is inspired by Baker, by the way, people, hey, if you have a favorite card, or a card that means a lot to your memory or whatever, I'd love it if you signed, the card and let me put it in my binder. And I got a couple today. Brian, a.k.a. Enchanted Hunter, and his daughter Kyla signing these two cards. Awesome. Perdita is a card that Kyla is known for. She's done a lot of different... Perdita Surprise was a deck that she made way back in the day and competed with in a DLC, so this is really fun to get. And Baymax from Brian, super fun. So I'm going to add these to my binder for the season. But I just... That's so cool. It's just it's a little memory binder, folks. So shout out to them, and I would encourage anybody can do this. I think the Lumineers are doing this with whatchamacallit, Try Everything. Try Everything as well. So.
Oh, what a card! That's such a good card.
Yeah, such a good song.
Yeah, I love that. Shakira, yeah, Try Everything. Gotta love it.
Try Everything.
Such
Shakira, you could get a Disney Lorcana card signed by Shakira, and it would be canonically correct.
Yeah.
So.
And Fall Out Boy too.
And Fall Out Boy.
That's the thing.
We should do that.
Yeah, let's get Fall Out Boy out here. How much does that cost? A lot, I'm sure.
Fall Out Boy at Next Worlds.
Don't
Let's
say that.
Manifest it.
Oh my God, they're gonna kill you. Or you're crazy.
That's true. Or you know who's probably cheaper? But equally as talented, Tevin Campbell.
Okay.
Powerline. Let's get
Powerline.
Tevin Campbell.
Yeah.
At Worlds. I would. Can you imagine? You'd have to pay rights and stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
Ravens, we're going to hate the suggestion, but can you imagine? Clip this.
Yeah, it never happened.
All right, picture this. Yeah, we fade. All right, so fade from black.
Okay.
Opening, panning back from Disney World for the World Championship, and it's silence. Maybe it's just crickets, right? Maybe it's just the sound of the streets, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you hear, bum 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 bum. Cut to Disney Lorcana players. Bum. Bum, and at this point, you're thinking, all right, this is a recording. This is just a soundtrack from the movie. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. And at that moment, you realize, hey, that didn't sound like a recording. That's live. That's Tevin Campbell. He's singing a remix version. Dun, 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 dun. And then cuts to Tevin Campbell as it starts, I've got myself. And there he is live, surrounded by, with DKP, Disney Lorcana World Champion there, other Worlds qualifiers, Tevin Campbell there singing live at Disney World, eye to eye, to open up the World Championship.
I would flip. I would flip out. Are you kidding me?
We're cooking.
That's worth the cost of admission by itself. You'd have to pay me. I'd have to pay you extra for that, and then I'd still have to figure out how am I going to do the rest of the trip because that'd be worth the money by itself.
Yeah, 100%.
That's 100%. Crazy. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, we got to do that.
Ship it.
Let's do it. Yeah. So let's figure that out. You all figure out. Let's get Tevin Campbell out there. He's worth it. With that said, I think it's time. I think it's time that we. Take a short break. We will be right back, folks. If you haven't figured it out, we don't like these breaks. We're trying to not do them. So we do them because we have to, not because we want to.
Mm-hmm.
So stay tuned. Maybe grab a water. Be hydrated. That's good for you. Get hydrated.
I need to get hydrated.
Yeah, you too. You need to drink some water. Get hydrated. But be right back because we are going to be back with our next round in not too long.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG.
I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it.
I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast and have to be so strategic all the time. It's like it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh. I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one.
My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event, so I guess I enjoy that I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick. I like that they're in person. I enjoy, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes and good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also have a top 8.
Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drop, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
We haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now. So the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh community. And so when I heard that both Cage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to most?
Winning it. Winning the event.
I like it. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like...
No, that was great.
Good.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Customized designs on durable and high quality sleeves. At yourplaymode.com, you can sleeve your deck in style. It's as simple as uploading your design and selecting your size and style. Use promo code ProPlay10YP at checkout for 10% off your order.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming? What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you. The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. We've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, For $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Can't seem to win a game? Opponents got you down? Can't even hand shuffle right? I promise you, it's not a skill issue. It can't be you, so it's gotta be a chair issue. So throw out that old nasty chair, and it's time to sit where the pros sit. The eWin Gaming Racer Chair, Champion Edition. Let's be plus. With excellent lumbar support, magnetic armrest, and a magnetic headrest that's detachable, it's nothing but comfort for our pros as we play games. The eWin Gaming Chair has soft weave fabric material and hubless casters padded with PU coating to ensure the smoothest rolling capacity. PU coating also protects all kinds of flooring from scratches created from the chairs using ordinary wheels. Check out the magnetic headrest that you can take off and adjust depending on how comfortable you want to be. If you want to order one of these chairs, check out eWin in the affiliate link below, where you can use the code PPG for 30% off. eWin, supporting where the pros play. And PPG, where you play with the pros and sit like a pro.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Oh man, you know, JD, we were just talking. Those 2 O's leave you with a lot of time between rounds.
I know.
So we, yeah.
I'm gonna hop in and get some games in, Lim. If you want to get cooked on stream, let me know. We can get some games up. But
man,
we are here
you
at the Pro Play Games Summit, and we got to show you guys some of the cool stuff that you can get off the prize wall. Liam went over there and stole. I'm gonna say stole.
I had to convince.
The Grinch has stole Lorcana here. Liam snuck over there and got these. He probably walked home with them. As in PPG fashion, they always like to come out with some new hotness in the mats. But if you look at this one is a little bit more unique here that we have in the Pro Play Games Summit.
I mean, you see them on stream, and I wanted to kind of feel like what they were like in person. These are reminiscent of like the Spellgrounds playmats, and they're really cool. And one of the reasons that I wanted to pull it out and we wanted to show you what they look like is because you can purchase these online, they have a unique one for each summit. So it's not like you can purchase this later. This is what's on sale for this one. The link will go up shortly, and you two could own this. And it's got, I don't know, there's lore stuff there, and
yeah, I think it's really cool. It's really cool because they're paying homage to not only our great game, but all of the other different games that they support. Here in Riftbound, they have different little things. And like every time you see one of these mats, there's always going to be like a little Easter egg that is waiting for you to discover what secrets the artist has placed into this different mat. So it's different things that you'll see. I think we have, what is that? I think that's Yu-Gi-Oh! Here.
Is that Yu-Gi-Oh?
I think that's Yu-Gi-Oh!
I'm not a Yu-Gi-Oh-er.
This is the Riftbound, I want to say. This one is, I'm not sure what the compass is. What does
That
the
is
compass
One
represent?
Piece.
One Piece.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
I obviously have the lore for Lorcana right there.
And there you go.
There it is.
It's really cool. I don't know. So if you've seen other versions. If you're an Amber Emerald player, this is clearly your mat.
Yeah.
Right?
And it looks really
so
nice.
You gotta do the thing. And the other thing is, like, I stole other stuff from the prize wall because there's all sorts of stuff there. There's sealed product, and there's signed cards, and there's plushies, and there's all sorts of stuff. And then I stole this because I was like, wait a second, you can get a sword? You can get a sword on the prize wall?
That seems like that should be illegal. I don't know.
It's from Proplica. I don't know. I wouldn't bring it on a plane, but like, you could get this. I think it's like, I don't know, 80 tickets or something. I have no idea what 80 tickets is in terms of expensive, but it's a sword on the prize wall. So there you go.
There you go.
It is from a show.
Demon Slayer.
Oh.
Demon Slayer. Anime right there.
I haven't watched. Nerd credentials just went down.
Revoked.
Revoked. Sales outside Japan only. So you cannot buy this in Japan. Well, there you go.
So that means it's real. Okay.
That means
and that's how you know it's
real.
good.
Proplica. There you go. Swords. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. It's just fun to get out here and give you all a taste of what is going on here outside the booth. You see the booth, see the tables. I wish we could show you the room, but there's so much more to do here than just, visit vendors and play Lorcana. There's people to see. There's prizes to win. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and different friends to run into. Like I said, I've met some people that I've gotten a chance to only meet online. And you see them and like, hey, I think I know you. I'm like, oh, here's my name. Like, I see Trevlin over here staring there, looking at the stream right now. And I've known this Illuminator for a long time. He's been hanging out in the streams and everything. And now I see him in person. We share a handshake and a hug, and it's all really cool to see. And you only get that kind of stuff when you come to these events. So that's all. I'm always going to encourage people, when you have an opportunity to go to one of these events, you should always take it because it gives you a reason to travel. It gives you a reason to be outside. It gives you a reason to engage with the community. And it gives you a reason to have a little bit of fun. So always take these chances if they come your way.
And you could win a sword.
Yeah. There you go.
If that's your thing. But no, yeah, it is great. I know. So, and it's always fun hanging out with you. So we're gonna send it back to a break. Again, don't go anywhere. We don't like be right back screens, so we're gonna keep them to a minimum. We'll see you in the booth again in just a second.
Use discount code PPG at checkout for 30% off your order.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG. I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it.
I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like, to make your brain think that fast and have to be so strategic all the time. It's like, it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh! I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one.
My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event. So I guess I enjoy that I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick.
I like that they're in person. I enjoy, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes and good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping. At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also have a top 8.
Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drop, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. we're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
Three, we haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now. So the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh community. And so when I heard that both Cage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to most?
Winning it. Winning the event.
I like it. I like it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like.
No, that was great.
Good.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Customized designs on durable and high quality sleeves. At yourplaymode.com, you can sleeve your deck in style. It's as simple as uploading your design and selecting your size and style. Use promo code PROPLAY10YP at checkout for 10% off your order.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming? What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you. The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. We've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, for $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Can't seem to win a game? Opponents got you down? Can't even hand shuffle right? I promise you, it's not a skill issue. It can't be you, so it's gotta be a chair issue. So throw out that old nasty chair, and it's time to sit where the pros sit. The eWin Gaming Racer Chair, Champion Edition. Let's be plus. With excellent lumbar support, magnetic armrests, and a magnetic headrest that's detachable, it's nothing but comfort for our pros as we play games. The eWin Gaming Chair has soft weave fabric material and hubless casters padded with PU coating to ensure the smoothest rolling capacity. PU coating also protects all kinds of flooring from scratches created from the chairs using ordinary wheels. Check out the magnetic headrest that you can take off and adjust depending on how comfortable you want to be. If you want to order one of these chairs, check out eWin in the affiliate link below, where you can use the code PPG for 30% off. eWin, supporting where the pros play. And PPG, where you play with the pros and sit like a pro.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
That applause is clearly for us. You know, everybody. There's some people who say that color is a suggestion, and I'm here to tell you that absolutely not. Color is law.
I made it.
Color, welcome to the booth.
I did it. I finally did it. I have the worst travel luck of anybody in existence.
do.
I mean, really. And it
100%.
I used to be like, oh no, it's not that bad. But I think I start out every morning and I'm like, can everybody just ask the universe to be nice to me so I can get from point A to point B, please.
Yeah, between you and I think, to be quite honest, and I mean this in the best possible way. If I got on a plane and I like walking past row and you're like, oh hey Liam, I'm on this flight too.
Just
I'd be like,
U-turn, get out of there. Get out of there.
Oh, this is the wrong plane.
This is the wrong
I'm not
plane.
going to
I wanted
Austin.
to get.
I'm going to.
Yep.
Whatever the gate across me is.
I mean, did you hear what happened to poor Cregan after CCS?
Oh no, I did not.
On the plane with me, they circled around for 45 minutes over Tampa, ran out of gas, flew us to Jacksonville, left us in Jacksonville, then we had to rent a car and drive all the way back to Tampa.
I am not.
And he's like, I've never had anything
pilot.
like this happen to me before. And I was like, yeah, no, this is kind of like my home.
You're welcome.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like Cregan's like, I guess I'm going to call my wife and my kids and stuff. And I was like, I'm already booking a rental car.
Yep. Let me tell you how this goes. You're
Yeah,
going to
exactly,
go to
yeah.
the gate. A customer service is a gate 72.
No, you
and they're gonna-
bypass customer service. You don't even go near it because they're just going to be like, here's a hotel voucher. You just go straight to the rental car booth. Straight there.
And that, folks, is a pro tip.
That's a pro tip for someone that the universe cannot stand and wants to see things happen to. Anyway.
Well, I'm glad that you survived your travel troubles of today and are here with us in round 6, ready to watch some amazing Lorcana. What a pleasure to be in the booth with you.
I know. I'm excited. I am excited. I think we were at CCS together.
We were.
But I was helping with breaks, so we're like tagging
Shifts
in
in the
and
night.
out. Yeah, exactly. You know, like all right, like rock on. But now I actually get to sit here.
That is
you
a
know?
funny CCS story. Now that you mentioned, like, 'cause if those who didn't see day one, like, Katie and I were there, we were doing our thing, and like, we were going through the caster rotation, and we realized we did not have enough people, and Color happened to be there. And I think there was this moment where I was in the booth closet, and you were in the door, and I was like, "Help!"
Yeah. Well, no, it was funny because I went back there. I was talking to Katie, and I was like, oh, I wanna say hey to like Jeebus and like everybody in the 20 Lure Pro people, and and she's like, oh yeah, come on back. And then you guys were like setting up, and you guys were like, do we have a break today? And like they were like, ah, and then and I was like, oh gosh.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's when the help moment. I was like,
help, and you saved the
yeah.
day. Killer interviews and spent some time in the booth, but yeah, we were ships in the night. I don't think we commentated together, so this is awesome.
Yeah.
So, and speaking of that, are you ready to head down to the table? I think the players are seated. We can kind of get a feel for what we're going to see over there. You want to head down to the?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look.
So here a couple players. I am not. We are going to catch up on names because that is not Hector Herrera on the right, unless there's another Hector Herrera, in which case maybe. But one of these players, Hector, on the right, looks like to be 3-1, 4-1, unless we're catching up. But yeah, here we go. See, we're getting caught up.
We're getting
caught up. We're ahead of production. They're very good, but we beat them to the table. But so coming out of Cully, you watch a lot of Lorcana. You commentate a lot of Lorcana.
I do.
You live a lot of Lorcana.
Live,
what
laugh,
are
Lorcana. I'm just kidding.
Oh, shout out to Live Laugh Lorcana. Shout out to Katie and Becky. If you know, you know. But what are your thoughts coming out of CCS last weekend, and what do you think you're going to see here this weekend?
I had it on in the car, so I got to see a lot of Emerald Sapphire. My favorite thing I'd like to do as when I'm in transit is commentate in the comment section. So that's definitely something I was doing. But I have seen a lot of Emerald Sapphire, which I think is probably, that's what I would expect. Those are the Final Fantasy Cloud Strife sleeves. Those are really nice and very hard to find. But it seems like like a control meta. Of course, I think that Amber Steel is kind of non-existent. So those decks that are going under are just dogs and Blurple. And it does seem, is this going to be Blurple versus Sapphire Steel? Because I'm not surprised.
Seems to be what we're gearing up for, which would be nice. I mean, I know we got sick of some people got sick of Blurple last meta, but I haven't seen any of it today. So.
Oh, really? Of course. I sit down and if I sit down and Blurple's the match. You got to be kidding me. I can never escape it. No, it's
It's fine.
It's fine. I'm fine. Yeah, I mean, again, the only reason I'm mad at Blurple is because I think Ruby Amethyst made a comeback for half a second, and then Blurple went, oh, wait, no, I know how to beat you, and I can do it a little bit better. So, and then, we have this situation. And yeah, if you say Sapphire Steel too loud, there are about 3 people that will materialize in chat.
I think if you say it 3 times, it summons the community.
I shall not do it.
In fact, if you say Blue Steel 3 times, I think R&B shows up. So let's see, Blue Steel, Blue Steel, Blue Steel. We'll see if we summon him from the void.
From the rifts.
Yeah, there's a lot of tight-knit Lorcana like fan bases, but Blue Steel is what's the right word for it?
I cannot say that word.
The most tight-knit
of people, most fanatical of, no, I'm just kidding. So the other day I was actually in Discord and we were discussing Amethyst Sapphire or Amber Sapphire. And I was like, welcome to the club. Welcome to the secret little Discord. I was like, we're like the Sapphire Steel players, but more under the wraps or something like that. And all of a sudden, like, Jack Shadows was like, X'd my comment, was like, eh. I was like, oh my God, you just say Sapphire Steel. And some of these people literally show up. I was like, this was an Amber Sapphire thread. And all of a sudden, I just summoned them by making one tiny little joke. So that's what I get.
Yeah, they who must not be named.
Yeah.
But here we are, nevertheless, we're going to see a Blue Steel against Blurple here, the colloquial name for Amethyst Sapphire. And should be a really fun match. This is, oddly enough, both these decks have been pretty popular in the meta this time around. And I do, believe it or not, in Charlie's and all the matches I've commentated this season, I don't think I've run into this. There've been dogs everywhere, and Blue Steel is one that
I feel like this is the only thing
really?
that
I haven't seen like any Blue Steel. Oddly enough, I know it's out there.
It.
I just haven't commentated it, which is super fun. This is going to be fresh for me. Played a lot of it, but just haven't.
Well, that's good because every time I feel like I'm watching a Sapphire Steel match, I'm like, oh, this is definitely the line. And then they do the exact opposite. So hopefully you can give us a little bit better insight because I feel like I know how to play this deck until I watch somebody at high level play this deck.
I didn't say I was good at playing.
Oh, okay. Well, we are going to just turn one Mulan, which I do love a good filter. And is that an immediate spooky sight in hand?
It seems to be, sitting right there. We are going to play this Mulan here. There'll be a draw and a discard. The ramp going into the inkwell leads me to believe we have another one in hand. So Adam not going to have that 7% of games he immediately throws by missing ramp on turn 2.
I hate it here. But, oh, yeah, the spooky size does go right on to the discard because as a uninkable 6-cost, sometimes good card, I don't want that in my opening hand.
And, yeah, not in this matchup necessarily either. Back over to Reducifer on the draw. Certainly good to play that one drop on the play. Sometimes not, but that Basil coming out here could make a difference later on. And there's this ramp on turn 2. Azurite Sea coming out. We will draw an ink.
Glimmerfoil, I think.
Tinkerbell Glimmerfoil?
Yeah, Tinkerbell Glimmerfoil, notably not as good in this matchup. However, if you have a hidden ink runner, nope, just the ink runner, then that card becomes very, very good as, is that Sudden Scare? The 4-drop do some stuff. So I am seeing some interesting things here, and I do think we do have an ink runner. It's not a hidden ink runner, but, you know, it's quite a large vehicle.
It looks hidden. In the art, beautiful art though. I'll just say that.
And Mulan's gonna go for a quest, offering up a little trade for our Basil. I like this. My 1-drop 2/1 does a thing, and your 1-drop 2/1 does a thing, and mine already did its thing. So I'm just gonna quest.
Yeah, I'd rather have you run into me than do your thing later on.
Exactly.
But back over to Renucifer now. We will see if we get the ramp. He does have the ramp, so check the block on the game plan for both players.
We can continue to watch this game.
We can continue to watch this game. It is not over yet. We joke, but like you get tired of seeing ramp on turn 2 after a while.
I know.
But
Well, the thing is sometimes you get in a conversation and then you're like, wait a minute, did they just miss ramp?
Did they just miss ramp?
Like it's
You're
like
like,
retroactively being, you know, they just miss ramp. So apparently we just have to pretend like this isn't the worst. As we do know that if you ink the wrong thing on turn 2, it could be the rest of your game. So these early decisions are very crucial.
Absolutely. Back over to Adam here. So we hit the ramp turn. We're now into turn 3. Inks 4.
For ink turn, I would say Cinderella would be really, really good here as we do ink the strength to play Akita. Okay, this is a mad lad. Adam is doing things that I don't understand. But again, Akita comes down. She's a 3/3 with ward. And when you exert her, you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put one in your inkwell, face down, and exerted, and the other one on top of your deck. So it's a kind of like multi-leveled, you know, it's like almost like Grandma Tala, but it's almost like one jump, but they're like kind of stapled together, but also ripped in half. So the card can be very, very good, and the ward does help in certain situations. But when we get a little bit behind like this, especially with that Iago, sometimes she doesn't get to do her ability. She has to start singing. But we did see them ink the strength, so... Ugh.
And we will offer that trade. That Basil is in there really good for the Genie Elsa Wars, able to plus one of those up to remove the Genie efficiently. So I'm not surprised to see that Basil traded here. Not as good. So Kita will exert, do her thing.
I'm just going to hard
ability.
play. Okay, I was like, oh, fair enough.
There it is, just for full value, banishing that Spectral Parrot. Don't need to do the full 4 when Vanish, when as soon as that Lightning Bolt hits, it says, well, that's not a parrot, that's sand. And
right.
Iago heading off to the discard
do
pile.
not perceive me.
Please do not perceive me.
I
However,
do like so I was going to say, I do like that play. You got the Kita effect, and then because there's not a lot of other 4-drops in this deck other than just like Kita, as we're seeing, and potentially Cinderella, you just went ahead and hard played the Thunderbolt onto the Iago, getting rid of that as well, and then they had no cards on board, so you really that was a really safe play, even though it kind of set us back in tempo.
And oh man, was that an ink and pass turn?
Yeah. Well, no, they played the Genie.
Oh, so this is an ink ready at the end of turn.
There's one of those.
I don't like it.
I know,
Don't
it
care
messes
for it.
me up so bad as we see another Cinderella just right straight down on the inkwell, because if she comes down on any turn other than 4 ink, she's not that great. However, Kita is a princess, so it would actually continuously trigger Cinderella, and that's when Cinderella dreams do come true becomes busted, is when you have this kind of critical mass of princesses in your deck. And Sapphire Steel is about the only one taking advantage of that. That's not a princess, though. Tell us about that card, Liam.
Yeah, Goliath, a really popular card from this meta. People saw it and was like, wow, what does this card do? Couple things. So one, he does have the Stone by Day ability. If you have 3 or more cards in hand, he can't ready. So that all Gargoyles have. But his ability, Dusk to Dawn, at the end of each player's turn, if they have more than 2 cards in their hand, they choose and discard cards until they have 2. So it's a really great way to control the hands of endgame players who are looking to build up a big hand, some of these control decks like Blurple. But if they have 2 or fewer cards in the hand, they draw until they have 2. So he can refill cards and just a really fun character to see. I don't know, this is a fun character, and we're going to see him do some work here. But now, Hypnotic Strength into the on the Genie will challenge into the Kita, stop the Kita shenanigans. But I think getting 2 activations off the Kita feels pretty good.
Yes, I was about to say, that's normally more than what you get because typically you end up being forced in these situations where there's a wide board and you have to sing with her, and then now she just kind of gets traded back. She's only a 3/3. But that Hypnotic Strength, buffing up the Genie, putting that down, hopefully we can go ahead and play a Cheshire Cat here and be able to move some of that damage off of our Genie because, a lot of Steel Songs can do 1 damage, and that's about all that the Genie can withstand at this point. However, the Goliath is priority number 1 because that is Sapphire Steel's draw engine. And we know that Amethyst has 5,000 ways of drawing cards, but Sapphire Steel can really get gassed out if they don't have their Goliath on board and they're not able to refill their hand. It just basically dock at the end of every single turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And here, 2 cards in hand, so Goliath, well, wasn't good anyway, but would have been able to ready. But drawing for turn, so 3 cards here, and that's one of the ways the Sapphire Steel deck is so good. It has so many ways to ramp, get a lot of resources on the board, and then there it is. Fantastic play here. Not amazing in this matchup necessarily, but with that 3 damage on that Genie, that'll clean that up nicely. Goliath now will go for a quest, and with its 5 willpower, we'll be safe from that Iago unless we get a little augmentation somehow.
We did just see the Hypnotic Strength come down, so unless they have another one, like you could throw an Elsa and an Iago into it, but the 1 damage on the Iago means that the Iago still sticks around because Iago's way too big for his own good. But the Tinkerbell is actually horrifying if you have that Ink Runner, and that's probably what we're trying to get to because, again, I have seen the Tinkerbell Ink Runner combo when you play this draw a card, and then you can exert the Ink Runner to pay 1 to give your character alert this turn. An alert is not evasive, but you can challenge as if it were evasive, and that makes Blurple a little worse into Tinkerbell. Ew.
Now that Hades will come down here, recognizing the power of that Goliath, will send it to the Inkwell, so continuing to give Adam more ink, but Adam needs cards to leverage that ink, and that Goliath, as you pointed out, is one of the draw engines, the biggest draw engine in this deck, so now we will draw the 1 for turn to see if we can find something else to allow us to rebuild the board here.
Yeah, and I like that quest on the Goliath because it recognized that we were going into a 7 ink turn, and Hades Infernal Schemer is one of Blurple's favorite, most powerful cards. So getting that 2 lore out before and making him have the Hades, and then probably going ahead and dropping something else that will hopefully draw us cards. And it's a Vincenzo Santorini. So he goes ahead and puts 3 damage onto the Iago. Notably, Vincenzo Santorini is not an action, so it does not trigger Vanish.
Hey, look, I did 3 damage. It only took me like, what? 1 second. 2 tops. There it is.
There you go. That's what we needed. A Vincenzo Santorini impression. That's what we've been lacking. As another Genie wish fulfilled comes down.
Yeah, speaking of draw engines, those Genies and demos are critical in the mid game here for Blurple. Or now we're getting close to the end game. Refilling his hand over there. And for, Blurple is only dropping usually like 1, 2 cards on the board each turn. But if you're not careful and you can't control it, things get out of hand quickly. So
I was about to say mid game. No, we are just starting. We have just begun. This is Sapphire Steel versus Blurple. This is 2 control ramp.
The traditional mid game. That's right.
No, I was like, we just got here.
End game, right?
Once we get to,
there is no mid game.
Yeah, I was gonna say once we get to 7 ink, that's it. We're here. This is the beginning of the game.
Yeah, we can finally begin.
We can finally begin.
Finally start playing. All right, guys. Finally start playing.
As he looks through the deck and he goes, "Oh, there's Kita in here." Okay. And we are going to play 3. Notably, there are not a lot of 3 drops except for this inexplicable Cheshire Cat.
Then it goes back coming down. No ink available despite the ready ink on the board. No ink available to use to boost and use its ability. So we'll pass back over to Adam.
Yeah, and now we have a lot of we have a lot of ink at our disposal. Again, 4 is going to be the Thunderbolt straight onto the cat because that cat can then begin to heal the Iago and cause a lot of problems. And now this Jasmine, Fearless Princess, comes down, and she does have evasive on your turn. She also has like a 3/7, something just ridiculous. Yeah. And she also has the ability when you can choose and discard a card, and this character gains +3 Challenger this turn. So this Jasmine used to kind of be what people used against Blurple to deal with all those evasive characters. Before the Ink Runner was like starting to be a tech that was put into the deck. This Jasmine is very terrifying, and with the willpower, she's quite difficult for Blurple to try to get rid of.
That's one of the things in this Sapphire Steel deck is just big stats, just a lot of big stats.
Big boys.
So things become difficult to deal with when you're doing damage-based removal. And now, also almost missed the fact that Adam is all the way up to 11. Vincenzo, Tinkerbell questing there for 5 last turn, all the way up to 11. And with these high lore characters, if you're not careful, before you know it, there's game on the board. Right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the board would send them all the way to 18. So definitely some control needed here. And Ron Ducifer, isn't that right? Ron Ducifer.
Everybody's just calling him Ron in chat, so let's go
Ronnie.
Ron. Let's
Ron,
figure out where your Elsas are, again, because I think if we can exert that Jasmine, I mean, it would really hurt because we'd end up losing our Iago and our Hades, which we don't love that, but at the same time, you got to get that off the board because it's going to continuously cause us some problems. So Hades will be able to withstand the challenge, taking 3 damage back. Iago will not make it, but at the same time, I think it was a worthy cause to take. Or we could just take I don't know, you could get the 2 lore from the Hades and put the Elsa and the Iago into it.
Yeah, tough call here. There's a lot of really good options. Of course, Vincenzo has the most lore, represents the most lore on the board. That Jasmine is a big threat, but if it's challenging into you, it's not questing. But I think you called it, Renducifer. Following that line of logic, representing the threat that Jasmine is, putting a bunch of damage
Yeah, but
on
I'm
it.
bad at the game, so.
Well, in this instance, I seem to agree with Jasmine being the biggest threat there. So it does quest with the genie though, and basically it says, hey, it's a trade. Either has a cat sitting in hand ready to do some shenanigans, or saying, hey, you can challenge in now, but it is a trade if you'd like to banish one of my characters. So I'm going to make you make that decision.
I also forgot that Tinkerbell has that ability. So having the Hades turn sideways would actually enable a lot of shenanigans on the side of the Tinkerbell. So unfortunately, we had another Thunderbolt in hand because we have so much removal in this deck that, oh well, we'll just go ahead and remove the genie and continue to quest without even singing it.
Yeah, Strength of Raging Fire, clearing everything up there. I do think Adam's in top deck mode, though, but at 18, Ron has a ton of work to do to clean this up, and not much work to do to scoop the inkwell there. And we are going to go into game 2, so just too much lore, too many stats on the board for Ron to deal with, and Sapphire Steel takes game 1.
I know. Every time a player readies their ink at the end of their turn, I want to go over there and flip the board. Just like flip the whole table and then just set the comprehensive rules in their lap. I'm just kidding. So it does make it hard because you're like, how much ink do they have left and everything? And there are a few interactions in this game that it matters. It matters how much ink you have left, especially, I think I can't remember them now, but I know that they're there and it's important and you need to follow the rules, but it does bother me. I don't know how the way you feel about it.
Similar. I won't. Similar. I was like, it's funny. People.
Was it Mufasa? I know, or no? No.
Well, there's
Anna. There's things that happen on the cards that you can play on your turn that will affect your opponent as well. And so, like, if you have, say, like you bounce, or like back in Infinity, if you were to flip an Anna off of a Mufasa trigger.
Yeah.
Then the Ana could come down, and if you had 2 of ink available, then you could go ahead and pay the Ana to to banish a damaged character or one of those things. But if all of your ink is ready, you don't actually know how much ink that you have available to you because you've written your ink. Again, very, very narrow interactions where it could matter, but it can come up.
But new sets come out, new cards come up all the time. So definitely something to keep in mind. Here's my one piece on it is like I'm like, why do you do that? And people are like, well, it saves time. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It takes you half a second to ready your ink with one hand.
Just get on in there with one hand. Yeah.
No, it doesn't save you time.
They're Blurple players, so they're like, I got it ready. Oh,
I got
my
ready
ink.
all the ink. You don't understand. I've got 21 ink down here. I've got it ready, and at 1 second in ink, that's a lot. Yeah,
I've seen fumbles ready 40-something ink with one hand before and half a second. If you can do it, you can too.
Yeah. It doesn't save you time, yeah. But here we will go on to game 2 here. Players are getting ready, and Ron will be on the play. I forget who is on. It was Adam on the play, I think, in game 1. If I'm remembering correctly, drop that
yes,
Mulan.
the Mulan and then the Basil came next. So it will be Ron on the play this time.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, didn't find the Elsa early last game, but the I mean, we all know the standard opening for the Blurple decks. It's that Sapphire. It's the ramp into the Sapphire or Amethyst, Genie, Elsa. You got Dumbo and Belle waiting in the wings. So we'll see if he finds that opening. It's really hard to beat, no matter what deck you're on. And we are off to the races with Elsa heading to Nick Will. No turn 1 play, which I think is actually better on the play. You usually need that 1 ink. So most good Blurple players kind of eschew that turn 1 play. Not all. Like sometimes it's worthwhile, especially into aggro, but not uncommon to see nothing played there. And I'll stop talking about the turn 1 in Blurple.
Well, no, I was actually going to add to it. So we're going to double down on the turn 1 on Blurple. Basically, I like that because you're not drawing a card when you start your turn, so you are down a card. So if you're playing your 1 drop and you're also not drawing because you're going second, you're still kind of, that's forcing you to ink better cards later on down the road if you've got that silly little Basil that's not really doing much. And again, you're also facing a ramp deck, so being able to control this Mulan is fine, but since you're going first, you're going to be able to ramp and then throw your Genie, which has 2 lore on it, so you'll be able to catch up in lore from what this Mulan is going to do by the time that it really, really matters.
Absolutely. So we are on turn 2. Let's see if we have that critical turn 2 ramp. There he is, Tipo coming down.
Oh, you just play a Tipo.
Getting the extra ink there. And it's back over to Adam, and we'll see if he has the response. I see the Tinkerbell. I see some stuff. I'm looking for, I think that's a sail second to the left.
I would just assume it's in there because my travel luck is bad, but Blurple players...
Oh, there we go.
Okay, there we go. I was like, you can't do this to us. I have to be able to watch a game. I didn't drive 3. I'm just kidding. Anyway, so... I would take it personally if there were no ramp in Adam's hand. I'd be like, that's on me.
So, Mulan gonna go for a quest here, get that first lore, and be back over to Ron. We are getting turn 4 here. We'll see if we hit that Genie on cue.
Yeah, we just have to go through the lines. We're following the pattern that it takes to get us to that mid-game, and especially mid-game, and I'm assuming even Sapphire Steel, is where it opens up. You begin to... things start to matter a lot more. What you play, your 4-drop matters a lot more. And, of course, I don't think Dumbo is the 4-drop that we really wanted to play.
It's not the one you want.
No.
Not
this
the one
is
you
not
want.
the 4-drop you're looking for.
Not the one you want for sure, but... better than nothing. You'd like to have the Genie there, but you can establish that leverage next turn. I will say you're punished less for playing it than if you're playing Sapphire Steel, if you're playing a steel deck that...
Period. In sentence.
No,
you're punished if you're playing Sapphire Steel. Full stop.
If you're playing a steel deck that's looking for that strength on turn 3, like Amethyst Steel, that's looking for that ramp into that strength. Here slightly different. Instead, we see the Kita there, so that Dumbo, left to do its thing next turn. So,
but you're if that's what you're doing, you're kind of fine with that. And again, you're not going to be able to play Elsa because Kita has Ward. And so you're not going to be able to exert that Kita to do anything of note. So it is absolutely going to get its effect at this point. So Dumbo's going to get their effect, Kita's going to get their effect, and our 4-drops are going to stare at each other. However, they can trade if you, well, no, they can't because Dumbo's evasive, and Kita can't fly without the Ink Runner.
Cannot. Oh, super flavorful. I mean, there weren't ink runners in Atlantis, but there were flying ships very like it. So
yeah, I was about to say, they should give her one. I mean, it kind of like, if you look at it, it kind of looks like the machine where they put their hand on it and it like glows and then the whole thing happens the way it happens, which is like, I know that like Milo does start the machine like that. Because she had to turn the key and start it. Because I was like, why in the world didn't she just do that? But he had to read the hieroglyphics and then be able to turn that.
Oh yeah, there we go.
My dude, you forgot that it had Ward.
Yeah, Adam instantly saying, "Oh, you're exerting the Kita," and Ron reminding him that the Kita has Ward, so it can't be chosen by the Elsa. But Elsa will come in, and her rush ability allow her to immediately challenge or remove that Tipo. And Dumbo, I missed what Dumbo did. We didn't have the ink to, because the ink's ready. I didn't have the ink to use his ability, so
what did they for 5? You don't have the ink to do it, probably. But yeah, we have 5, so we just set that down. And we're talking about crazy, we blue steel players get called a cult, but I mean, we are. But anyone talk to the red purple players? Yeah, you did. But we're all talking to each other about how we can get back into this game. We're not talking to you guys. That's what all the red purple players are doing.
That's true. That's true. Just leave them alone. Leave red purple players alone. They're having a hard enough time right now.
We're getting there.
And we never used that word. We never use that word.
Nobody said that word.
If you blue steel players want to use that word, you can use that word. We're not going to use that word.
We said group of close-knit people that would do things for one another that
Very
other
devoted
people wouldn't do.
To a specific idea.
You're literally on the screen right now.
You won game 1. Villain coming into the silence. That's right.
Exactly.
Red Purple has
exactly. That is what Red Purple is
That's
doing.
true.
We're
That's true.
always watching.
They're having a hard enough time right now. We can leave them out of it. Good to see you though here, Villain. I appreciate you as always.
One struggle doesn't negate the other struggle. Come on, let's all band together. No, actually, you guys are the problem. Anyway, so we have Hades looking for a deal. He looked for a deal. He didn't get one. We got the 2 cards instead. Oh, no, he just came in. Did he take the Tipo? Oh, come on. This is what happens. I'm sorry. I will never look at chat again. This is what you do. We didn't look for a deal on Tipo, did we?
Did offer the deal. Didn't take it. So drew 2 cards. Elsa quested, and everything else.
What did we offer the deal on?
I'm not sure. Probably the. I'm not sure.
I was like, if it was the Tipo, there's
I was
no
also-
way.
Villain jumped in the chat.
You
and I
could
got-
have
I
had
got all
the
excited,
deal.
so.
I'm not. I'm putting that Tipo on the bottom of my deck. There's no way. So hopefully, for the sake of my sanity, we looked for a deal on Tipo. This is my headcanon. And we didn't take the deal, and now Tipo is on the bottom of the deck. I hope.
He targeted the Namari. Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah. Tipo was gone for the
Elsa.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So it was the Namari, and deal was not taken, and then Dumbo did his thing. Namari now going for a quest, scooping up 2 lore there.
Very large, notably, with, let's say, we're going to say 6 to 7 power on that Namari.
And it's back over to Ron, and this is the part of the game where this matchup gets really fun. It's going to be haymakers back and forth. Hades followed by Vincenzos. We're getting to the end game where everything's unlocked here. Both these decks generally drop big haymakers on the board, and not a lot of. They generally don't go wide. Blue Steel can kind of if it accumulates a ton of ramp.
Tipo aggro.
Tipo aggro. But in general, this is the haymaker portion of the game, and I'm all here for it. There's that genie we would have liked to find earlier, but feels pretty good here. Coming down, drawing a card, giving us more options, and putting 2 lore on the board.
Yeah, and I think, obviously we went for the genie, so we're probably looking for something. We're not going to do the Demona because that will refill. And this Junior Woodchuck Guidebook is actually really great here because it's going to be able to pop that for 1 and draw 2 cards. And that way, the Demona was going to give my opponent cards. The Junior Woodchuck book just gives me cards. So that's a much better option, especially paired with that Genie, to refill our hand and kind of get us into the next phase of this game.
Yeah, Woodchuck Guidebook, a card that's really come a long way since the start of the meta. I think people saw it and thought it was interesting and could be pretty good, and it's slowly been worked into more decks here. It's basically like a different Friends from the other side, pay 3 ink to draw 2 cards, but it serves as kind of an ink sink, as it were. There are lots of turns where you maybe are not using all of your ink, and so being able to use an extra 2 to drop that guidebook on the ground, drop it on the floor for later, and then spend an extra ink later to pick up a couple cards is really good. And so now these are being worked more and more into these deck lists, particularly in Blurple, and you love to see it. Speaking of things that you love to see, if you're a Sapphire player.
I mean, not this late in the game. I would
Fair.
love to see a Goliath there. That would have been nice again. I mean, I don't know if we have enough ink to play the Goliath, but I guess we're looking for him as we are able to trigger the Cinderella at the end of turn and ink a card out of our hand to draw a card. And again, seeing a Cinderella late and then just leaving 3 ink or 2 ink up and then having to ink out of our hand. Again, that's signifying that we're not really doing that great on refilling our hand as we watched our opponent draw 3,000 cards the turn before. So we're kind of gassed up on Ron's side and not necessarily on Adam's side. So I can kind of see why you would want to filter into better cards. But unfortunately, I think I saw a Mulan come off the top of the deck.
I think it was on Adam's side?
Yeah.
I think it was a Tinkerbell.
Oh, well, that's much better than what I thought.
I think. Yeah, much better than Milan.
Yeah.
But speaking of regassing, I mean, Ron kind of doing the same thing here. Probably drew into that sale with the guidebook here, looking to just draw a new card, find what he needs. Adam all the way up to 8 is clearly in the beatdown role. Hades now going to speaking of beating down, Hades going to charge into Jasmine there, put 3 damage on her. Genie going to come in now, put another couple. And will we see?
I think a
no,
bell.
It's
just
straight up. They do it the old-fashioned way.
Just a
Straight
raw
up
challenge.
It's a 3-on-1 coming in there, taking Jasmine off the board. Plenty of damage counters sitting out there now.
There has
to
to be.
used later.
Okay.
There's a bell, so you called it. We're going to see some shifty damage action. Who is going to get the heal? It looks like Genie into the Cinderella, and it was a 3-for-1, but getting 2 characters off the board for that. Belle, a card that people are seeing less of now that Cheshire Cat is doing a lot of the damage shifting, but
she's great in the mirror because she can just dunk on a Dumbo. And that's still and that's just kind of like her ability is still very, very good in that aspect. So I think maybe a lot of times it just depends on the meta, right? Like if you're going to run into a bunch of mirrors, maybe you want a Belle over Cheshire Cat. But then at the same time, if you are, it just really, really depends. But I have seen like, okay, 4 Cheshire Cat and then like 2 Belle, or you know what I mean? So they're doing that split, and I think maybe having maybe 5 to 6 of those effects has been where people like to sit in that sweet spot.
Yeah, certainly more options is good. Hades coming down, sending the Genie down to Ron's Inkwell. Ron left with 3 characters up, but Adam, like, keeping the tempo going, slowly pushing his lore up, couple every turn, all the way at 10 now. And so definitely has to be answered every turn as he drops, 2 lore questers out there.
He's like, how big's that Namari? And he's like, yo, this is my discard and this is my deck, and they're about the same height. But again, and that's another thing too, is like if you do have another Belle or something, you can't really safely throw anything into that Namari. So whatever you do throw into it will end up not living through the process. I mean, they will be banished. She's real big, but she is a 5 willpower. So notably, none of the 2, 3, and 4 of Belle in some combination will have to go into the Namari to take it out, unless we have a Hades of our own, or we have a Cheshire Cat, and then we can challenge in with something. We gotta do some stuff and things, and that's why Blurple originally didn't appeal to me, because I was like, I want Ruby cards. I want poof, you're gone.
Unconditional.
I want unconditional. Get on out of here. And this is like, there was steel math that I used to call it back in the day, and now there's like Blurple challenge math, which I think is infinitely harder. But then we also have like the Flinger Dingers challenge Ruby Amethyst math, and I'm like, that's the amount of math where I'm like, I tap out. That's where I'm at. I'm done.
7, 8. So 2 ink being expended there. Ooh.
Magical maneuvers into the inkwell, though.
Yeah. Let's see how this is followed up. Plenty of ink available still. Another Hades. We're going to offer a deal here on the other Hades.
So what did we do with the... So did we challenge in and put damage onto the Namari, or... Oh, we played the magical maneuvers. Okay, I thought that magical maneuvers was going into the inkwell because of placement.
It was a confusing placement at first.
Return chosen character of yours to your hand, exert chosen character. This is really, really great with the Cheshire Cat, because you can return a Cheshire Cat with all those boosted cards underneath it, and then you can exert theirs to where you can challenge in. Again, I was like, are we inking that? Or we're not inking it. We're using it because it is a bananas card as another Junior Woodchuck Guidebook comes down.
This guidebook is so good. One of the things that it did too, especially in these mirrors, the end game card draw is so important. And sometimes after that mid game, we're using the Dumbos and the Genies, you could kind of stall out. So a lot of these decks relied on second star to the right, especially in the mirror. That was the mirror breaker card that you looked for to, make all the difference. And so with the inclusion of Woodchuck Guidebook, it does give you a little bit of extra draw where you don't have to rely on the second star so much. It does give you more options. And with that, Ron doing some clearance work, getting that Hades off the board. It's going to pass back over. That Namari left there. Spooky Sight being discarded to the Namari.
I know. I kind of want to... I mean, I know that the Jasmine really seems terrifying, and the other cards on board that we're seeing, but that Namari is what is filtering through the deck. And I know we were like, oh, let's get the 2 lore from the Hades, but like, yeah, so we could just crack back and all your whole board's gone now. And unfortunately, we're going to continuously be able to dig through our deck because of that. Now, notably, Adam doesn't have a ton of ink, so we're not being able to play multiple cards in a turn.
Yeah, just one Haymaker a turn. That's probably about it. And to your point, yeah, that Namari doing work to clear things up. The other Hades not offering a deal, just says, hey, get out of here.
Get on out of here.
Yeah. Do I get a choice? Nope. Sorry,
Is there a downside to this? I'll think about it later as you sit in the inkwell.
Yeah. Sorry, mate. See you later.
It's still the best art. But again, and I think I saw another Namari on Adam's hand, which would be like double filtered, where you're like, okay, I draw and then discard and draw and discard and then draw for turn. And then I get to just filter infinitely through my deck as another Junior Woodchuck Guidebook goes down, draw 2 cards, What? This is the Amethyst conundrum. What are you looking for? Because
Yeah.
I see how many cards you have on here, and this is a post-rotation meta, so what are you holding over there?
He keeps drawing 2 cards, and apparently every other one's a guidebook. He's 3 of them at this point, getting a lot of reading done over there.
Because I remember like back in the days of older Ruby Amethyst, we just draw cards, right? You just keep on drawing, and you're like, whatever. At this point, I'm like, oh no, you're gonna give. Oh really, dude? He just drew 2 soda. He's got his full deck in his hand. Just let him draw the 2 cards. I don't know. We're only at 10. We have to play smart.
Yeah, this Hades does offer a deal. Adam's saying, I'd rather not give you 2 cards. You've drawn enough off those guidebooks. You're clearly looking for something.
I'm sick of watching you draw cards.
Sending that other Hades to the bottom of the deck. 2 ink left over there. Seems like nothing to be done, so we will ready the ink and head back over.
Yeah,
to
I was like, I
Adam's turn.
can't pay attention to any readies and upside down. I mean, I guess it's allowing your opponent to enjoy those Final Fantasy sleeves.
Beautiful
so.
sleeves.
Yeah, I was like about to say, I mean, all of the art from that set, again, I do not play Magic anymore, but that set almost got me back. Almost. And then I said, no, I'm going to play more Lacana. As a second Namari comes down, get rid of that Tipo. That was the fastest Tipo discard I've ever seen.
Yep. Speaking of discarding Mulan coming in, allowing him to filter 1 more. So, not a ton of card draw so far for Adam, but a lot of drawing and discarding, as you pointed out, that Namari letting him look at an extra card every single turn. Dig for what will be helpful in this particular situation. I think he'd love to find a Goliath at this point, but Adam questing with that Namari there, going to get another 2 lure up to 12, and it'll go back over to Ron.
Yeah, I like the idea of the 2 Namaris. Now he's going to be able to trade into that, and they discarded the Thunderbolt because if you could just go ahead and crack into no, you are not. You draw your cards, man. Because he's going to be able to crack into the Namari and take it out with his Hades. So that was going to be a clean draw, which is I like the idea, or the discarding the Thunderbolt. Because you're like, I don't need the 4 damage because you're probably just going to challenge in anyway. And even though you're looking for a deal on this other side, just draw more cards, man. Like, if you can stop me. At this point, I played the Mulan to filter and continuously go wide. So you go ahead. Though you can't win the board with just tons of cards in your hand.
On Ron, just both players here, just digging, looking for things. Ron drawing 2 cards off the Hades, drawing another card off the Azurite Sea. Done very good job of inking almost every turn, if not every turn, to open up options in the late game here. And I mean, the real difference, though, the board presence has been pretty back and forth, but Adam just with a little bit extra every turn to be able to quest for 2. And now we see our first Cheshire Cat this game, able to do some shifty damage shenanigans. We are going to boost it here. And slide.
What? Oh, I guess we're going to take the Mulan out?
Probably clear the Mulan.
Well, thank you for healing my Mulan, monsieur. I appreciate you.
Probably just, yeah, you don't have to
I was
slide
like,
both. You
right.
can just slide 1. And then Hades going to challenge in. So, and getting that boost underneath the Cheshire Cat is also not a terrible side effect if we are running elephants or something else that can bounce. I haven't seen it.
The magical maneuvers was in
or
there.
magical maneuvers
yeah.
as well. Yep. So a sneaky card draw there with the Trixie Cat. And Iago coming down, dropping a Basil on the board. Great turn 1 play. Here it's a play. But
I like it because we're utilizing all of our ink. We wouldn't know that because it's all readied. However, it is going wide, kind of sort of like what Adam was doing. I mean, it is going to be able to challenge in. We can buff up our Hades next turn. Right, yeah. It's like I kind of get it here at the same time. Like, eventually it's going to be able to quest and do something, as we did. Did we draw and discard for turn as we Spooky Sight? It's got Sudden Scare.
Sudden Scare.
So that goes ahead and puts your puts your card into the inkwell, and then they get to put the top card of their deck ink
So
as well, just in there.
The rules of boosting there, both cards go into the inkwell there. So
wow.
it's a three ink gain there for
oh my
Ron.
gosh.
And now, talking about the effect of this Basil, it will be able to buff the Hades on the quest, enabling it to threaten that Namari. So it will have a pretty big impact here if Ron chooses to go that route. But first, let's drop a genie. See another card, and another genie, and another card. We've already seen 1. Let's see if we see all 4. That's the other fun sub-game we like to play.
Yeah, and this is basically where all of this card draw and all of this ramp and all of this is going to start to catch up with Ron and be able to propel them into the next game, because now they can just start dumping their hand, because we were giggling about the guidebooks and giggling about all these genies and everything else like that. But the fact that, like what you mentioned, if they've been inking every turn and keeping up on ink, now they're starting to be able to do this.
And that Dumbo is huge, with all
How
those
much
basic
ink was
characters on
that?
the
That
board.
was
A lot of ink. There's 4 ink on that turn. I don't know how many
I
he
don't.
plays. So much
Were we?
ink.
Was that enough? Did he have? He has 16 ink.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that would be 61, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Interesting. Interesting. And I think Adam doing that math as well. That'd be a lot. That'd be a lot.
40, 15, 16. Holy jeez. Yeah, so no, that's a problem. So, because we're at 4 as Ron, and then we're at 14 as Adam. But we did go ahead and throw down the Vincenzo Santorini. So that's going to be able to get us pretty high in lore. But again, we're just going to materialize the Basil. No, okay. So we went ahead and used the Vincenzo on the Dumbo like a good Vincenzo likes to do.
Yeah, now, I mean, I think Adam would have loved to found a Goliath at some point in this game to dump. And there's that 4th guidebook. We have seen all 4 now, and we'll use it immediately to draw 2 cards. We've cycled through a good chunk of the deck at this point. 16.
It is 16. I was like, okay. Basically, we're going to go ahead and exert a critical mass of ink, and that will be the Hades Infernal Schemer. And this is kind of basically what I was alluding to before, is now that Adam has been playing kind of this racing game, they've gotten to the situation where they were only playing 1 card a turn, and Ron spent their turns drawing cards and inking. And so now, using that strategy to basically control the board and flood out. And Tipo aggro is here.
Here he is. I think it's probably the 4th Tipo we've seen this game as well. Ron just doing the math here, seeing how quickly he can close things out. And yeah, I mean, very, very good. Oftentimes, you said Basil, just for good measure.
Yep.
Oftentimes, you think about what you want to ink every. You're very reserved about your inking to make maximum use of your cards. But in this instance, Ron drawing so many cards, he has inked, I think, every single turn and getting some extra ink out of various cards. That is it. And just, in the last 2-3 turns there, just too much value, too much on the board, and closing things out. Adam never finding that Goliath to dump, Ron's hand, and that is that.
Yeah, I was going to say, and that definitely was the kind of punish, I would say, for drawing that much cards. If the Goliath went down and not having enough ink to go ahead and empty your hand and be able to play that out like that. But Ron never saw the Goliath, and then they got to the point to where, okay, I have enough ink to where I'm actually utilizing all of the cards that I'm drawing. So even if a Goliath comes down, I'm not holding a critical mass of cards like he was kind of in that early to mid game.
Yeah. Yeah, and all the blue steel, all the blue steel community has managed to navigate over to the stream, it seems. Word got around real quick, probably on the secret blue steel Discord server or group chat that they all have, and everybody's here now to watch blue steel on stream into game 3.
I always laugh, and I've made this joke a couple times, and then I made it in front of R&B, and I don't think he loves it, but I'm like, you guys got to teach me the handshake. And he's like, never. Or sometimes he's like, there literally isn't one. Why do you keep asking? There we go.
Nobody said that word. Nobody said that word.
Ain't nobody said that word.
Nobody said that word.
Nope. Nobody said that word.
Nobody said it. But no, it's, again, really fun matchup. I really love the end game in these ramp mirrors. And that's what we'll call them, these sapphire ramp mirrors, because it's just, at the end of the day, a lot of times it's just haymakers back and forth. But to your point about the going wide, the amethyst shell has a lot more of a mid game with the 4 and the 5s, the bells and the Dumbos and the genies and all of that. So now blue steel does play some of those. But it is a lot more top-heavy, I feel like, and so it's a lot easier for the the Blurple player to kind of turn the corner and go wide when they want to.
Yeah, and that's definitely the kind of the plan. I would say, I love the end games. I think the end game is actually the most boring part of it. It's because it's like boom, boom. I have the thing. I also have the thing. But I think the mid game, the beginning of the game is kind of tense because you're like, please get the line that you need to where we can watch that intricate mid game and watch the decisions happen. And should you throw this and this and this and this? And then once we get to the end, it's like you start to see this corner being turned, and either you turn the corner or you don't. And then, like you said, you just throw in haymakers, which apparently that is for some people and then not for others. Because I'm just like, okay, sick, you played a Hades. Okay, cool, you played a Vincenzo. Okay, cool, you played it. You know what I mean? I don't know. They're cool cards, and I love watching their effects because they are so powerful. But it's almost like expected. I want to see you struggle. I want to see you struggle, and I want to see you get to where you need to be, and I want to see how you did it. And that's what's impressive to me.
I want you to be unsure of your decision.
Just like me. Wait,
yeah.
no, that's just life. Anyway, so fist bump coming in, and we're going to get started on game 3 of round... I don't know, man. I've been here
round 6.
4 seconds. Okay.
Round 6.
Round 6 of our Disney Lorcana PPG Orlando Summit 5K.
It's 5K Friday.
5K. It's 5K Friday somewhere. It's
5K
here.
Friday
It's
right
here. Right here.
Hades heading to the bottom of the deck there. Develop your brain on turn 1 to dig a little bit. We'll see if we have that turn 2 ramp. Tipo going to the Inkwell, followed by Basil, which means we have the turn 2 ramp. No mystery over there on Ron's side of the board. We aren't left guessing. And now the blue steel player. Let's see.
Oh, no. That wasn't. I don't want to be here anymore.
Oh, no.
I don't. Okay, so now is a really good time for us to just breathe, take a thought, and remember that Sapphire Steel won
Plenty
the
of tools.
CCQ in Wakefield.
That
Do
is
you remember
true.
that? Remember
is
when
true.
it
Remember
won?
Wakefield? Just
it was
recently.
beautiful. We thought that this deck was gonna. I'm just trying to vamp over the fact that this dude just. Oh my gosh, poor Adam missing that ramp. But again, this deck is fine.
Yeah, this deck is fine. Plenty of tools for this to survive here. No, it is interesting. Like the ramp is so critical that if I'm sure everybody here has read it because we're all dedicated Lorcana players here in the chat and on stream. But Frank Carson has a great article on ramp and the percentages of ramp. I think it is. I think it is about 91% with 8. I think some people run the 9th with the 1 jump ahead.
I always get your emotional support ramp is what I like to call the 9th piece
ramp.
of 1 jump ramp because
like
it gets
that.
you to 93%.
Yep,
which
just that
is
little extra, which seems like not much, but when you think about it, if out of 100 games, it means that if you're making in games that you miss ramp, if you're giving away that game. On an average weekend, if you're playing close to 100 games, you're giving a game and potentially a match away. And so that emotional support ramp sometimes, really comes in clutch. But here, at that rare 7% chance-ish that Adam misses it, and so he's going to have to navigate back here. Would love to have found it, and I don't think he did, even with those 2 Milans and that Develop Your Brain. So really, really bad luck here.
That is what we needed. We needed to be able to at least ramp on 3 because then we can play Cindy on 4. Like, there's ways to catch up, but I think there are turns that you take in this game where it's not that hard to decide what you want to do. However, you are trying to emotionally regulate yourself. I am freaking out.
You're going through the multiple stages of...
Because the 7 stages of grief or whatever it is.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I think Adam was trying to do. He's like, I know what I'm going to play because I can only play a few cards in my hand, but I'm also trying not to freak out right now.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. Like, and your opponent knows. Like, you
Right.
pass that turn, and you're like, oh, dear. So here we are, hard playing Strength. I mean, you want to play Strength in this deck. You don't want to play it like this, but nevertheless, clearing off that Tipo to prevent it from challenging back in. And those Milan's going to go for a quest. Might as well get a couple lore and be in the lead for a few moments while we pass it back over to Ron for his turn 3.
What if Ron just does an inks and passes? You know what I mean? Just like, let's make this
That's
a
right.
game.
That's
It's just
right.
like a gentleman's agreement of ink. And don't just pass the turn. Just look at him right in the
It's
eye and
for
go
the stream.
pass.
For the stream. But a Woodchuck Guidebook going down there, and there's the turn 4. It's not a Diablo, but it's that well-statted Iago, that giant Spectral Parrot coming down. Basil will offer the trade into that Mulan and back over. A little bit of Dexterity Foul there, but no harm, no done. Nobody saw it, and we're
We're going to bypass that straight into the Cinderella
All right.
2 turns late. That is unfortunate, but we will be able to ink the worst card in our hand and hope we don't draw the worst card in our deck.
That is not awful here. At least we get a little bit of extra ramp to power ourselves forward, to filter a little bit. Thinking about this quest, we will quest there with the Mulan, offer it to the Parrot, and we will get the discard and the ink in the draw here. So not terrible. I found some ramp now. At least that's better than nothing. And we'll be able to look and pass it on over. Body language here. Adam looks a little bit,
Look at the abundance of
reserved.
T-pos on Ron's side.
What
He's
do you
like,
call
just a gaggle of
T-pos?
growing boys or growing sons. I don't know. As we do have the Elsa come down, notably onto the Cinderella that does not have ward. Our Iago cleans that up. Elsa cleans up the other one. And now we are sitting with 2 evasive characters, and they are hurting tiny bit, like just a tiny bit of damage. It's like 2 is nothing for either one of those characters.
No, and Strength of Raging Fire off the top deck here.
Oh,
Probably
no.
the worst possible card to draw in this scenario. It doesn't establish board presence, although
I
it is
think it
ink.
does. It will vanish Iago, though. But
is
it's not-
ink. That is true. It would, but here it would. But here being used as ink, so perhaps not terrible because you need an Inkable to get that Tinkerbell on the board, and they're sitting there doing 1 damage
What's in
across
our
the board,
hand?
but not. I don't know. I don't know, but we'll find out soon enough. So now Ron
Bro, you
offering
can
the
have
trade,
it.
and like I think,
You're like, you can have those cards.
yep, it's like not my only.
Yeah.
Not my only.
And
bell
unfortunately,
here,
in that situation, if you were to look for that deal with Hades, like that's the end of the game. You can't. I can't let you hard remove my only character on board that I've been able to establish and come back from this in any meaningful way whatsoever.
that's why Hades is so brutal. It's like play a character and draw 2 cards.
Right.
It's friends on a body. But now, so those 2 characters exerted there, but the evasive gonna play.
Where'd that ink runner
yeah,
go?
where's that ink runner for Tinkerbell? And 7 here, ink leads me to that might be a Hades in hand, and it is.
Okay.
The uninkable Hades is going to go there, choose that Iago, send it to the Inkwell, and now Tinkerbell will go for a quest, scoop up a few lore.
Okay. So we're basically going, hey, I'm just going to draw haymakers off the top of my deck. Surely I'm not going to draw all of my sails and T-bows in a row.
I was about to say, those
Yeah.
sails and those T-bows are in there.
Yeah.
At some point, they're going to show themselves. Elsa here being exerted 4 into the unknown, going to send Tinkerbell.
Hey,
into
he
the
ramped
Inkwell.
us, though.
He did. He
Get a
did.
little sick in your... Oh, gosh.
Oh, and
Oh, not like
Hades
this.
now coming in. That's why you play Blurple for the ramp, and you play Blurple for these 2 removal cards. And into the unknown, Hades here doing work, easy removal. But we did saw something big. It
It's
is
a Goliath!
Goliath.
Oh my gosh,
goodness!
that's
If you were gonna draw
exactly-
something, this is what you want.
Oh my
I mean, It's a
gosh.
little late, but hey,
But it's okay because we
it's
Hades and Into the Unknown, so we can play the Vincenzo that we just drew and also as well. So that's good so that we can take out the Elsa, do a little bit more damage. Now, please just leave my Goliath alone,
Just
my
let
dude.
him- let him be.
My
Let him
dude,
be.
chill. Just be chill. That's what I need from you.
Looks like we are going to do a significant amount of questing here. So 1,
Mm.
2, 3, 4. I say significant. It's just quest out. It's not a ton of lore, but up to 7 there, passing him. And
Oh my gosh. Why did you slow roll that?
And just the answer there with the Hades
Judge.
coming down. Let's see if we can top deck another Goliath. But we did draw 2 cards, so some things available here. What do we
There's
got?
a
It's a
T-bow.
T-bow.
I mean,
The universe is cruel.
Yeah, it is. But we do see a Vincenzo in there, and I think potentially a card that is probably not Tipo. It might be another Goliath at this point, but we'll kind of see. You've already used 2 Hades, and now you already have like a lot of ink because your opponent keeps ramping you. So hopefully we can do something. Do something.
Yeah,
Play
I
the
mean,
Tipo. Okay.
That Vincenzo is the answer, but not much there. I mean, you can blast the Elsa. Other than that, to put 3 damage. There's the Tipo. May as well. But Vincenzo, a great card here for the ability, but it's not super well statted in terms of board control.
No.
He doesn't fight so well.
His noodle arms are noodly at the 2 strength, yes, because he throws bombs, but not,
Makes a big entrance and
Yeah.
then just kind of. I mean, great for questing and closing things out, but not when you're trying to play control. There's that Junior Woodchuck's guidebook, one of the difference makers in this matchup
You can
here.
see the tilt on Adam just a little bit. He's like, sure, you can draw cards. That's fair.
Yep. And the guidebook, a couple cards, and we are going to quest a bevy of Hades.
I know. I don't even know if Hades' ego could handle 3 of him in a room like that on a battlefield. I think you would have some inner chaos happening as we do see Ron going to 12 and Adam sitting at 5 as a genie wish fulfilled comes down. This is what do we need? Like a mob song off the top. What do you think?
Yeah. Let's do that.
Yeah. Mobs, we can't even sing it. I was like,
Close.
Tinkerbell, mob song.
Oh, and there's a sail. There's the ramp.
I hate to be like, I told you so, and I won't say that because there's no reason for it, because that's just mean. But that's what happens. You draw the good cards at the beginning, and then...
Was that a sail into
It was a
sail?
Thunderbolt, actually.
Oh, it was a Thunderbolt? Oh, yeah, it was. Yeah. But that's the reverse order here. You drew the good cards early and
Yep.
the ramp cards late, and sometimes that's what happens. And I mean, Adam can take some solace in the fact that it's or solace in the fact that it was like a 7% chance, I think, to miss that ramp. Actually, worse than that. Like,
yeah,
7%.
And notably, I mean, this is like, unfortunately, you do not want your blow up rule opponent at 17 when you're like, I am turning a corner. That's not where you want to be. Hades is continuously Hadesing into questing. That's crazy. Like, watching those 3 Hades get 10 lore over 2 turns is not what Autumn wanted, I think.
No, not ideal. And now we'll see if we have any sort of removal here. Because with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the board, that's 12. I'm trying to think of something we could do. Double. I don't know. I don't want to say the door is completely shut yet, but it's close if it isn't.
There's no. He was like, "How many cards in hand?" He's like, well, 0, my dude. Because again, notably, Jasmine, you can discard to gain Challenger +3. But if you have no cards in hand, then you're not really discarding. And there's nothing in. I mean, unless you like rip a. Come on.
Oh, man.
Come on.
Oh, man. There it is. 4 Hades is. One of these is not like the other, but it doesn't matter. They're both equally as good.
I'm like tilt scooping. Is it a sale? Oh my god, it's a develop into
into a sale.
Yeah,
there's
probably.
a strength, which is not much good, I think. And
what do you
I
got?
think that was that. And then there's a Beyond the
okay,
Horizon.
well, hold on. Okay, I was sitting here thinking, I was like, is there Beyond the Horizon in this deck?
What about?
And then okay, never mind.
Oh.
Well,
Such a bummer.
4 Hades is too many.
Yeah, I was gonna say Spooky Sight there. No, it's cost 3. Yeah, no, never mind. Nothing doing. There was nothing.
There was nothing in the deck.
Nothing to be done. But hey, Adam, well fought. Great to see him, battle it out to the end. Really, really tough. As we talked about, missing ramp there. The percentage chance with the 2 Mulans, with the develop, not having the ramp even on turn 3, so low. But made a game out of it. Gave it a good run nonetheless. But sometimes that's TCG. Sometimes you have the cards. Sometimes your deck says, you know what, not this game.
Yeah, who found more Hades, and that's kind of fine in that aspect. But again, it was more. Oh gosh, it actually speaks to like Adam and even like the deck construction in itself. Typically, like if Blurple misses turn 2 ramp, it's a slow, painful kind of situation where you're like, oh no, we are losing hard, and that was kind of the case for Adam. But at the same time, like they were able to get up to the ink, and especially. Thanks to their opponent for ramping them with all of the Hades and the Into the Unknown, they were able to start playing their cards and were able to get up to a decent amount of lore before, it was just 4 Hades is too many. Even without missing ramp, that's too many. So again, because him being a 3/6, that's a lot for Steel to have to try to remove.
Yeah, it was just a story of card draw differential and. Just the Blurple deck had all the removal, and just a rough game 3. Great sequence overall. I mean, we got to see a 3-game series, and just unfortunately that 3rd game just wasn't much of a game, and that's just what happens sometimes. So apologize to all of the
Sapphire
Steel family in the chat.
Family. Okay, is that okay? Hold on. Have you ever worked at a place and when you get there and they're like, oh yeah, this is your like introduction thing or whatever, and they're like, they're like, we really like we're a family here. And it's like, this is about to be the most toxic place I have ever worked in my entire life.
If we're a family, how much PTO do I get?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's talk about how family we are here.
Yeah, we're a family. Yeah, so I always get wary of that one when so it's like, is that how Sapphire Steel is? Do we? Oh, okay, Harlan. Harlan, we were getting flamed earlier for we didn't use that word.
We don't use that
word.
We
never said that word.
We never said that word.
You guys keep saying that word.
You can use that word. We never said that word. But we're excited we could show you some Blue Steel on stream, and wish it would have gone better for you all. But with that, we're going to bring you here an interview in a moment and hear from the winner of that match. I'm just making sure they're ready here. But after that, we did have a nice 3-game set. It did go long, so you don't have long to wait until we get to the next match. And next, it's going to be round 7. We'll come back after the interview, and I'll say my goodbyes for the round, and we'll talk about the rest of the day.
Oh, okay.
So, now there's 4 people. Here's the thing.
What is happening?
There's a conference in the interview booth out there, so
I'm excited to see what's going on out there.
I don't know.
They just started dancing, all of them.
Right.
Like a very coordinated. Yes, it was like a very coordinated flash mob happening right now. I'm just kidding. It's actually they're trying to figure out the microphones, which is always stand on the tape. Yes.
I'm the worst. There's a thing you have to do to the microphone to get them ready, and the number of times, like in this particular broadcast setup, where I've gone with a microphone that has not been live is not
I just
small.
handed out like a child. I'm gonna say help.
Yeah.
Help.
Tell me how to do it.
Yeah, help. Yeah.
But oh my goodness. But with that, I think we are ready for the interview. So we're going to send you out there with Gabe talking to the winner of that match. We'll hear what he has to say.
All right, and we are here with Ron. Ron, great job on that stream game.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
That was, I mean, it's funny because we see these control decks, and it's like a battle of the titans is what it feels like. Just these two giant monsters coming at each other. And fortunately for you, your monster got to leave that city surviving that fight.
Definitely. I'm glad my opponent didn't draw too well in the last game, and that's kind of sad. But he was an awesome guy, and it was a really good game.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you're right. Like, it boiled down to that third game 3. It boiled down to you, rather your opponent not getting that ramp on 2, not being able to draw either a Teepo or a Sail, and it just was not able to recover tempo. You just had control of the game that entire time. So when you saw on turn 2 that he did not put down a Sail or Teepo, what were some of those thoughts that were going through your head?
I knew at that point he was kind of behind the button, and I just was like doing my best to capitalize on the situation at that point. That deck has a lot of ramp in it, so I know Cindy's coming. I know he has one jump. So I thought he could bounce back, but I was going to try to capitalize in that window if I could.
And you certainly did. You absolutely did. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Perfect. Yes, and you certainly did. You did a fantastic job of that. So I got to ask. So I've been asking everybody that I've had a chance to interview. You decided to bring Blurple today. What were some of the reasons why you decided to bring Blurple?
The biggest reason is I just felt a little bit more comfortable with it. I spoke to some of my boys, Team Hellstar.
There you go. Shout out to the team.
Yep, shout out to Team Hellstar and Team Rebirth. Those are my guys as well. And they gave me the nudge to go in that direction.
Yeah. You got to go with what you got.
Go with what I'm comfortable with.
100%. Yeah, that's always the right call. Always go with what you're comfortable with. Don't just go with the meta deck. Go with what you're comfortable with. So I think the last thing I want to make sure that we are able to do here is I want to talk a little bit about shout-outs. You gave me a couple of shout-outs already, so shout out to the teams. Is there anybody else that you'd like to shout out? Anybody else that you want to maybe attribute to you being here? The window is yours to do any shout-outs you'd like.
I just want to shout out everyone at my locals, Coliseum Comics. Again, Team Hellstar, Team Rebirth, everyone that I play with, all the Superior Duelists in my Discord. And just everyone who helps me play. My boy Don, my boy LeVar.
All right.
Those are my guys.
Well, Ron, you are almost there, my friend. Just what is it, one more match? How many more matches are we looking at?
I think it's one more.
I think we're one more.
Yep.
All you got to do is one more. Just one more. You did it already so many times. Thanks again, and congratulations on that matchup. Friends,
thank you.
We're throwing it back.
Also, wouldn't draw.
We're not.
But yeah, I'm not a bubble math expert though, so we can
I
talk
always
about
leave that for
here.
Katie. That is
Yeah,
Katie's
it's
our
thing. Yeah, we're just talking through. We're trying to figure out. This is going into the all-important round 7 here for Top Cut. We're going to cut to the top 8 out of the players who are here. So we're just trying to figure out now. Now comes the big decision for a lot of folks. Do we try to draw in? Do we not? I think we were just having the discussion here at 5 and 1. I think you need to play.
I would think so too. I always, my thing is like, if I'm in a tournament and I'm always like, because I always like dog out the first couple of rounds. I don't know what it is. Everybody's like, oh no, they get like the fun people in the rounds where it's like very casual. My round one
DKP.
is Zach Bivens.
Yeah, right,
exactly.
right,
no,
right.
I was going
Like
to
you
say,
sit down, you're like,
like quite literally that's happened to me. Like I sat down and they were like, okay, I got paired into somebody and I was like, okay, cool. And then they got repaired and it was Zach Bivens and I was like, sick.
Yeah,
so
great.
Lovely to play
Great.
against, but again, that's usually my round one. So I'm usually like 0-2, and then I'll be X and 1 the entire tournament, and then I'll get to the end, and what I'll do is I'll message like Dave or somebody or like Attack for 2. I'll be like, can I draw in? And he's like, no. I'm like, oh.
No.
So I'm like, okay, fine. And then I think it actually Bivens said he doesn't draw, right? He doesn't ID. I mean, he just
he generally does not.
Yeah. So
there was one point he did, and he in a previous event, and he regretted it, either because of his seating or it bumped him out. So he always plays for that top
never
seed.
again.
Yeah, and another point about playing it out, it's actually how Zach got his invitation to the Continental Tournament, because there was a pass down, and because of his performance in the Swiss rounds and how he finished, got that pass down. So
Play it out.
Play it out. Sometimes, if you
We're
want.
here to play
We're
games.
here to play games. But speaking of games, we will see one in round 7 here. The players that you will watch will be battling it out to make that top cut. Lose and you're out. Win and you're have a chance of getting in. And so that game is coming up here shortly.
Win and in?
Win and in? Win and not out?
That's why I let y'all compete. I love, again, you were like, you watch a lot of Lorcana. I watch a lot of Lorcana. And then you put me in front of like a player and they're like, round 1 pairings are up, and I freak out. I don't know what it is. I used to be able to do it, and now I'm like, I just want to play Circle of Life and just take game actions. That's what I'm here for. But I love watching it.
Yeah.
And judging it.
And judging it.
But like incorrectly judging it. Like, oh, he totally should have done that. And you're like, that's a terrible play. And I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
I know, but the vibes.
Yeah.
Always do it for the vibes. Don't
Always-
do it.
yeah,
I'm just kidding. Don't take advice from me.
always. That's what it's about. Always play for the vibes.
Play for the vibes. End up at the
here
bottom tables.
For the vibes. Speaking of vibes, this last round was super fun. Thanks for battling your way here and jumping in the booth. It was exciting. We are. Is that round? Are we timing around there? Yeah. So we are going to bring in this next round shortly. We are going to go to a very, very, very fast break so that we can do some commentator rotation. We will be back very shortly. We do not like be right back screens. So I will see you all in a future round, but you're going to be casting with somebody else. I'm not sure who.
Someone else.
I think JD's coming in. So
Okay, cool.
You
There
all
he is.
wanna
Oh, I
message-
just saw him.
Oh, is it JD sighting? All right. Well, let's go to a quick break so we can rotate him in, and we'll see you all back here in a moment.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG. I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it.
I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast, it have to be so strategic all the time. It's like it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh. I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one.
My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event, so I guess I enjoy that I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick.
I like that they're in person. I enjoy, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes and good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also don't top 8. Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drop, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. we're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh.
We haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now, so the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh community, and so when I heard that both Cage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to most?
Winning it. Winning the event.
I like it. I like it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like
No, that was great.
Good.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
And we are back at the Pro Play Game Summit Friday 5K. As always, I'm JDZ. Long break. We got color. I see you here as well. Great call on that last round. Sapphire is ruling today. What do you think about it?
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Wait, am I supposed to act surprised? I will.
Shocked. This is my shocked face.
Shocked and awed at the Sapphire supremacy. No, I'm just kidding. So, I mean, yeah, unfortunately, in Adam did miss turn 2 ramp in that game 3, but was still able to kind of like battle it back and not just like auto scoop, which I think is a testament to like the difference between the Blurple and the Sapphire Steel build. But, unfortunately that is, you almost kind of like want to like lean over and look at your opponent and be like, hey, don't play turn 2 ramp.
And also,
it's just like a gentleman's agreement. Like both of us are going to miss ramp and then we're going to suffer together, and they're like, nah, dog, I'm here for the 5K, and so.
And he was kind of clawing back into that situation. But when your opponent plays 1 Hades, that's cool. When they play 2, that's okay. When they play 3, I get it. But when all 4 come in a row, it's just like, okay, let's cut it out now.
And those Hades quested for 10 over 2 turns.
What do you call a group of Hades?
Hades?
Hadai, I think.
Hadai? No, I was saying that
acronym.
I think Hades has too big of an ego to be in a room with 3 of himself, so it would implode and there would be like a black hole by the end of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's just Hades for 1, Hades for all, no matter how many Hades
Moose
that you have.
and Moose.
Oh, and we do have it looks like we have a nice queued up image for the new mat that we have here. We showed this earlier in one of the interviews. Liam had stole one from the prize wall, and you guys can see it. If you guys want this, QR code is available on your screen right now. These are available for purchase. Like I said, they are a limited time, limited event only. You have to get those from here or from this QR code. I can't wait to get one myself. We're about to go ahead and get one stolen. Maybe you can take one out here too, Colin.
I mean, I have the one from last PPG, the one in Denver, and that one has the Hades everything on it, and I love it. But I love how all of the games are represented here. And also, too, I'm not going to lie, so there's the Lorcana one, see with the lore symbol. And I'm a sucker for anything that alludes to the IP that I'm obsessed with. I don't want to walk around, I'm sorry, but I don't want to walk around with a Disney Lorcana shirt. But, like, if you gave me that on a shirt or if that was, like, on a bag, I would rock that all the time. And like the ETB, like their shirt, how it's like, it looks like a death metal shirt, but it's like a Disney Lorcana team. I love this subtle, like, I know what this is, and if you know what it is, then we're going to have a rad conversation. And I love that too. And I will say, I think I wanted to just do this on stream. I have been playing Riftbound just a little bit.
Wait, we're not going to talk about it.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. But seeing them on the mat together, I think it's really, really cool. I love that one side is going to be this game, and then the other side is the other game, and I can enjoy both.
Treachery, your name is color is law. Okay, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about chip jumpers out here. Okay,
I'm literally sitting here, locked in with you, but I can do both because for some reason I don't have free time. For some reason, I found free time because I'm like, I want to try this out. But again, I love how the mat, and it's like a lot of times too, when you have like that cloth mat, you end up folding it in half anyway. So you can kind of turn that, like, okay, now I'm going to play on my Lorcana side, and now I can play on the Riftbound side. I don't know. The other sides are what, like Yu-Gi-Oh and Cookie Run. I don't know. We'll just like keep those. We'll keep those flipped under all the time.
But I know I do make those.
I wanted
jokes all the
to
time.
be able to use 50% of the mat, JDZ. That's really why I did it.
I know I make those jokes all the time, and they are jokes and they are in jest. At the end of the day, play whatever hobby comes your way and you feel more comfortable with. Wherever you can find a community, wherever you can have something that you enjoy, play, go out and make sure you get that and enjoy that. But for me, that is Lorcana, and I respect anyone, whatever game you want to play.
It was like
and
investigative journalism. You know what I mean? I was like doing like an anthropological study on how what it
How
like in
good
the
it is.
Rift, and like
what it's like there. Okay,
Yeah.
I like it. I like it. And
the community is keeping me at Disney
sure.
Lorcana. I feel like people when I go to the Disney Lorcana, events.
And just a huge shout out to the Pro Play Games for them putting on all of these different events, and giving all these communities an opportunity to come out and play these tournaments in these high profile settings for stakes, for a reason. Because as you know, we are here for a 5K event today. There's a 10K event tomorrow, and then another 5K event on Sunday. And then all of these other games also have very lucrative prizes. And I believe in the Cookie Run, they have an event going on in Seoul, South Korea. If you win that event, you'll qualify for there. So it's all kind of opportunities. Whatever you want, whatever floats your boat or finds your lost remote, get out there and do it at Pro Play Games all the time. Games, nonstop games. But this game that we're playing is Disney Lorcana, and I think it is a great game. And I'm absolutely glad that it is here and also being represented.
Yeah, no, definitely. It is my. I like I said. I mean, I was testing out Riftbound because I was like, I want to know, and it was like I like Arcane, and that's where it ends. So I was like, okay, the obsession that I have with Disney is unparalleled. So
Yes.
every time there's a card spoiled, every time there's like something here, like I understand, like I resonate so deeply with this IP. But at the same time, I was like, I don't think there's anything wrong with like just checking it out just for the sake of it, because I feel like. I don't know. I don't want to start the conversation, but the conversation that I feel is people, because Magic was such a dominant force for so long, like I'm a Magic player or I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh player or, well, now I'm a Magic player, I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh player, I can play Cookie Run, whatever that is. Shout out Jeremy. Like, and now there's like I don't have to have one TCG where I'm just like all in if I don't want to, or I can. And I think that that's like, I don't know. I think that's good.
I think it's great. You think it's good. I think it's great.
We have options.
But we also have a 7-round of Swiss to get through, and the players are at the table putting their shuffles together. So let's see who's going to be joining us here in round number 7, final round of Swiss before we jump to the top cut. And we have Vamo Cosmos is out here getting loose and active with that Emerald and Sapphire strategy versus Alex Baron, who's holding down with the Amethyst and Emerald. There are a couple ways to play both of these unique strategies. Maybe Alex is playing that very terrorizing Amethyst Emerald, super hyper aggro, give me that lore deck is what I'm calling it. Thoughts?
Hyper aggro, give me lore?
Give me the lore.
Oh, because of the Webby.
Yeah. Give me the loot. Give me the lore. No, we're questing. We're getting loose. We're playing Chromacon. We're drawing some cards, and we are putting the enigmatic Inkcaster. That is a version. I'm not sure what the concoction here Alex has brewed up, but if it is that version, Vamos Cosmos might be in some trouble here coming into this 7th round of Swiss.
Well, the Chromacon notably can be popped by that one-drop Clarabelle, and that was something that I think it was. It was you and I were playing it. Yeah,
it was me.
I was playing against some loser. I'm just kidding.
Come on now.
But you kept being like, oh man, I hope you don't have that one-drop Clarabelle. And I looked down, I was like, oh my gosh, she gets rid of items. So
I knew you were going to tell that story. She was like, oh, I was playing against somebody. I forget who it was. It was me.
It was
you were doing that too.
Brutalized by the item removal in Emerald. Oh my goodness. So again, this is one that's leveraging the Emerald and the Emerald and the Chromacon together as
it could be, but it also could be that more of a mid-range tempo version. That version is also quite robust and resilient, but it also could be a version that is called Brainiac that has some great matchup spread. It's a pretty decent deck as well. So there are 3 different unique ways to play this Emerald and Emerald and Amber strategy, but it appears to be a show me more in the deck. But I also see a Prince.
Oh, that is
Wait,
absolutely
what? Prince? We're cooking. Okay,
is that Lewis?
That's Lewis. That's a
we
Prince
got
Philip.
Bend to My Will.
We're cooking. Okay,
Bro, you throw all those cards back. Every single one of those cards.
We're in the sauce over here. We're in the sauce. Let them cook. Okay.
This is a specie. Nope, because that's too big. That's too big. That's all uninkable. What an insane tour of Emerald we just took. And I cannot wait because that was a bend to my will.
Yeah, so he is more. I think that is alluding to that's more of a Brainiac concoction that Alex has hooked up over there, where it appears as Vamos Cosmos is going to be playing. More standard, we see that you have some unique cards, but you do not have some ramp, buddy. Hope you got it kept over there off to the side. I believe there's going to be a 2-cost ramp followed up by that 4-cost Cinderella dreams. In fact, do come true. So we're going to hope that Vamos Cosmos can get there if this is indeed that Brainiac strategy, which is looking like it might be, because you see that Mother Gothel there, that 6-cost, that's an indicator this is going to be a great matchup. It's going to come all the way down to an absolute grindhouse. Maybe we might even go to time on this one.
Hooray!
Hooray! Let's go. Thoughts? Hooray! Back to you guys in the booth.
Right, exactly. Back to you, JDZ, as we do see the Webby Mystery Enthusiast coming down on turn 1. That's pretty good. That's what you want to see, especially when you see your opponent inking a Sapphire card. And you're like, I did the thing. And I'm pretty sure we have this shift, Webby, which would be
We do have
lovely.
the shift, and we are going to send that shift right away, inking a very valuable Emerald or Amethyst Chromacon. This deck does play both of those Chromacons, and Emerald and Amethyst sound so similar. Huge throw sometimes, as we got no ramp on 2. You see your adversary is putting a Vision of the Future on that second ink turn, and you dig 5 cards and still don't find that ramping cards. You slam that Clarabelle down on top of that hand stack. You hate to see it coming in from Vamos Cosmos.
I'm wondering too. I mean, this is another little thing. You know, you did miss the ramp, but at the same time, you're not giving your opponent any Webby value as well. So, I mean, I know it slows everything down. A couple sets ago, that would be end of game, even more so like than Blurple because of the nature of Emerald and Sapphire.
Very true.
That if you miss it, you might as well just scoop and go next. But at this point, I think there are some ways that we code because we do see that 3-drop Prince Philip in hand, and we could just go ahead and play that and then potentially ramp on another turn and get to our board wipe.
And to that point, I think if you're going to miss ramp at all, this is the matchup to miss it in with a fully resolved Webby up, ready to quest, ready to get some advantage. And this deck does kind of take some time to get set up and get started out of the gate. So you're not really too pressed on missing ramp in this situation. We are going to set up that Prince Philip, who's out here ready to at least hold down the board a little bit. In the pinch, you can kind of send a double challenge into this Webby. It will go 2 for 2. They did shift that character, and it hasn't gotten any additional value due to your lack of ramp in this situation. So this is not looking that bad for Vamos Cosmos.
Yeah, it seems like I said, it seems like it could have been bad, but we are going to go ahead and ink our Royal Guard, and he's going to go in there. And basically, we do also have our Shift Clarabelle, and then we know that Vamos Cosmos has their Shift Clarabelle, but unfortunately, we are not going to be able to get to it before Alex can. But we are passing.
Right.
It seems.
Yeah, just electing not to
ink and pass.
Not to include it into the field of play now. Probably trying to get some maximum value.
No, this is not an ink and pass into an ink and pass. You know what? If I'm going to miss turn 2 ramp, I want to watch you ink and pass, and then we can also ink and pass. As we do, go ahead and shift the Clarabelle, but we're only going to draw 1, 2, 3. Never mind.
Oh, you get quite a few there.
You're getting some cards.
This is looking kind of good as we're going to get a Under the Sea here, only taking that Clarabelle. So we are going to break up your shift line in response and get an additional card to be drawn with our Clarabelle. So I don't hate the play at all, as now Vamos Cosmos seems almost unfazed by what just went down on that previous turn.
I was like, I guess I would be tilted off the planet.
Same.
I mean, I think this is looking pretty bad. I mean, he's
never mind. He's definitely tilted.
Yeah,
I was like,
he seems a bit tilted, and I feel like I would be too at this point because it was like shifting that Clarabelle was going to be how they were going to get back into this game because you could have shift Clarabelle and maybe saying your own Under the Sea to get your situation under control. You know, but at this point, I mean, oh man, we're not getting any Webby value, but it's not terrible. Oh, but Clarabelle does go to the bottom because it wasn't Under the Sea. So
that is very true. So we might need to get a judge over there to be able to ensure that 1-cost Clarabelle is now added to the bottom of the deck. It won't change anything from the game right now, but it could potentially come up here in some moment. I'm not certain all the cards. Maybe there's a queen coming in Alex's deck. Maybe you got the absolute spice in there, and you get the Clarabelle added back to the deck and get some value from it. So let's go ahead and get that fixed if we can. Nothing has changed. That Clarabelle's at the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, it was, we do see an Emerald Chromacon come in, draw us a card, and then you're welcomed our own Amethyst Chromacon to then draw 2 cards. I don't know what's happening in this game anymore.
That's cool. I am telling you right now, I've watched a lot of Disney Lorcana, and I have never seen that play ever take place.
In my
And
life.
I'm with it, man. I'm all about it. You just want to maybe get some value from it, spin it back to the deck, get some more card draw, and then you can protect it from that
You have a
one-cost
literal
Clarabelle, maybe.
Clarabelle on board.
Yeah. Maybe you just want to get that card, off the field so your opponent can't get tremendous value from it, and you're just digging, looking for the full combo here while continuing to accelerate yourself. I don't know, it's a very interesting approach. Maybe you're looking for that 3-cost Phillip. You're digging for something here, as that was a super high-profile, high-impact play, but it was a gamble, and it didn't work.
Is that Nana? No.
Yeah.
No,
Quick
that's a
read.
discard card. It says when you play this character, I'm pretty sure you have to discard a card.
And we are out here cooking with the Nana is out there. I've never seen this card being played in a core constructed
I
match
was
in any
joking
capacity.
about this card the other day. Oh yeah, when you play this character, you may choose and discard a card to return shares 2 cost to your. Oh right. Okay, so it is a.
Yeah, it's another bounce, and that's not that bad. I think it's okay because we all actually ran Cloud Kicker in the previous sets, and that card was quite neat. When you play
I
this
was
character, you
joking
choose
about
to
this
discard
card with a Horn King.
It's a vibe.
Because like a Horn King and like so an Amethyst Amber Reanimator deck to where you would basically put like I was like, how are we gonna get Amber cards into the discard other than within that combination? They're like play Nana, and I'm like, oh har. Nana is on a stream. This is round 7. Nana's up on the stream, and we do have a bit of a judge call going on as I still cannot get over this card.
And I believe that's probably what this judge call is concerning. Is probably just making sure that Clarabelle is going to go to the bottom of the deck. We see that there is a vision of the future. It was played on 2, and the Clarabelle was sent under the sea a few turns later. So maybe just placing that Clarabelle to the bottom of the deck right now should, in fact, keep the game state as whole as possible. I could be wrong. Shout out to the judges. Let them go ahead and work through their rigmarole and get this thing back as effective as possible. I don't think that there is an issue with that.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Trying to talk through it. I mean, there's a lot of different things. You're like, okay, like what did you do? Here was this. This was this. So just trying to make sure that everybody's on the same page because if the judge has the biggest picture of all the information, they can make the best call for what's happening here. As we do, is there like a shift Nana? I'm sorry, I can't with that.
I do not believe. I think it might
It's a
just be
3/3.
there.
So now what? So are we putting it in there because what are we getting rid of? I mean, like.
And against aggro decks, your aggro matchup is not the greatest in this deck. So maybe trying to gain some points there. And we are going to go under the sea. We're sending Webby.
Webby out.
As the Prince Phillip will come on in and shift and sing that ballad, Sing Together song solo. You love to see that 9-cost Prince Phillip on the shift, just getting a little bit of tempo back. You send mine under the sea, I'll send yours.
Absolutely. And we do now know from the judge call that they go on to the bottom of the deck, so making sure we do that. And we do see that we have the combo in our hand over here, but it doesn't seem like we have enough ink to go ahead and play the Mean, Malicious, and Scary and Prince Phillip thing to where, like, match you for you. But we do see a Bend to My Will, I think, has been sitting in hand for quite some time. So that Mother Knows Best.
I believe, I think.
Oh, yes, Mother Knows Best.
There's Mother Knows Best on Alex's side, but Vamos Cosmos has a Bend to My Will in hand as well. However, Bend to My Will does not line up quite nicely in the face of a Resolve Clarabelle, who is going to get a quest in. Probably thinking a little bit about sending this You're Welcome on to this Prince Phillip, and there it is. We'll just go ahead and hard play that bad boy and send that stacked up Prince Phillip back to the deck. Did the Clarabelle not make it back in? I think they might have maybe
ruled that it was too late. Past the
Yeah.
time potentially, and we'll figure that out at a different time. Again, she'll just sit there. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I think that I would want that thing right now. So that's a pretty.
I was about to say it's kind of nice for me. I was like,
especially with the shuffle taking place here.
Yeah, put it in the discard. Get that card out of the deck. I don't need it anymore because we haven't seen any Chromacons. As we do see Malicious, Mean, and Scary go down into the Inkwell because we know that they have another one in hand, and we are sitting with a Mother Knows Best, a Prince Phillip, and a Mean, Malicious, and Scary. And at the end of our turn, we're about to draw a, I don't know, metric ton of cards from our opponent.
Yeah, that's a ton. That's a lot coming back. And you're just so close to executing your combo as well. So if you have a clean answer to this Clarabelle, and then you can get to that bend of my will that you have, you can make quick work of all of these combo or all these drawing cards, all of this drawing that Alex has been doing turn after turn after turn, as the hand is absolutely stacked. So maybe if you can get like a, I don't know, Hades the Infernal Schemer, and then follow that up with a bend of my will on previous turns. But I believe Alex also has access to a bend of my will
In
of
his
their
hand.
own,
I was
and then
gonna
you
say-
can respond in kind. So this is going to be one of those emerald situations, as both of these Illuminators are trying to
Just
vie
bend
for
my will.
position to
Aw,
bend,
that's-
and there he is. So that's
You
step
gotta
number
do that. Yeah, I was
one
like, that's
on
step
the
number
master
one.
plan. It has all started to come together here as Hades the Infernal Schemer has got rid of the Clarabelle, and now let's see if Alice can identify that position. Maybe you have enough ink to go full combo here. You better take it while you can, because that bend of my will is about to rock your socks. Here it is, Nana.
I'm so excited. It's going to sing. Well, hold on now. She can sing Mean, Malicious,
she
and
can.
Scary. And then you can go ahead. But then if you bounced something with the Nana, and then it's Nana. Stop saying it like that.
My
if you
bad.
bounce something with the Nana and then have her sing Mean, Malicious, and Scary, you could have just like went ahead and taken out the thing with the Mean, Malicious, and Scary of Prince Philip. But I don't know. It's in there. What is happening?
We
What
are
is that
double-
party going Maleficent doing here?
That's another cool card. So maybe
It
you're just
is-
trying to play this like tempo bounce deck. Maybe this is straight up pure tempo control.
Whenever this
Maybe
character
there's some
quests, you may
staff-
choose and discard a card to return a character, item, or location with 3 cost or less to the player's hand. Again,
Maybe you're full staff in it. Maybe you got all the staffs in the world as you
is
are.
Maleficent staff in this deck? Oh my
Possibly.
gosh.
It makes a lot of sense now if you have that as a way to gain some lore and maybe win the game that way. Potentially go for a staff bounce type strat. And I think you're bending
Yo,
here.
if you don't bend to my will, I will.
You're
Oh my
trolling.
gosh.
If you don't rip that bend here, you are actually trolling.
There is no
You're
way.
trolling. Oh, you're trolling. If you're not bending right here, you are actually trolling. One cost Clarabelle coming on
No,
through.
okay, there it is. But there we go. Here, but
oh,
I don't understand.
yeah, I think you're just trying to gain some hand value. This might be the greed line, as now you're opening yourself up to be comboed into the end of time. You did gain
Oh, this
2
is so
cards.
scary. I'm like, get it out of your hand. You've been sculpting your hand. You've been drawing cards. You've been setting up for so long that I know that whatever you have in your hand has not got to be great. So basically, I'm going to bend my will and then let you refill with garbage.
And now you got to deal with another fully formed, fully resolved Clarabelle. And I don't think you have the hand cards to be able to do that. So now your bending my will gets even worse. So Vamos taking a bit of a gamble there on that previous turn. But maybe, what do I know? I could be
I know.
actually
I
wrong
was
in
like,
the scenario. I'm just
look,
thinking
bro,
what
we
I would
watched
do.
somebody. You're welcome there, Amethyst Chromacon. So this game is fascinating at this point. It's fascinating, as we do see the Clarabelle does come down, and then we are going to hard play Mother Knows Best onto the Clarabelle that was just played, setting Cosmos back a turn, and now we have to resolve our Maleficence, which I don't think Vamos Cosmos has ever read before. So you're like,
you can
wait, yo,
do this.
what?
Well, I guess it is optional. You don't
Okay,
have
we
to
didn't
do it.
have to.
So
We didn't do
We
it.
just gave ourselves a ton more cards with
Why
this
wouldn't you put that Clarabelle back so you would draw another
No,
card?
it only
off
has to
of
be 3 or less. So it has a.
It is Clarabelle.
Oh, the baby
is-
Clarabelle?
Yeah, you send it back so I can draw an extra
But
card after
you
Clarabelle.
would have to discard. I think you have to discard a card to do that, right? I think you have to for Maleficent. I think she requires a discard.
Yeah, but just
You would have to discard one of your high value combo pieces. You're probably not willing to do that because
there's
you have
a
2 Prince
show
Philips
me
in
more
hand.
right over there. Get that sucker.
No,
out of
he
here.
just drew that with the
Oh,
Clarabelle
I was like, I
in
see.
phase trigger. So I think the hand was 2 Prince Philips and a Malicious, Mean, and Scary, and both of those cards you kind of want to keep those. I mean, they're just part of your overall win condition. So I don't hate the play at all, but I really didn't understand the lack of bending my will on those previous turns, and I think that could be a game altering situation.
Oh, it's still happening.
Yeah, and we are.
Don't replay the Clarabelle. Just bend to my will.
No, he can't now because the fully resolved Clarabelle is
Oh,
going
right,
to,
yeah. Oh, yeah, we missed
just
our. Okay, I
missed
understand.
your
now.
chance. You had a chance, and you had your chance. You blew it. Shout out to Pink out there. I
What?
think. No, that's no, it's
Oh.
that's not Pink. I'm sorry. That's what's her name? Kelly Clarkson.
Oh, okay.
My bad, not Pink. Oh my goodness.
I
Okay.
was like, what? We lost the plot here, but it's fine. We're back, and we are staring down our Clarabelle into 2 cards that we have never seen before.
We're
I'm
back?
just kidding. No,
We're back?
I mean,
Since you've been gone.
Oh,
Okay,
there
here
it is.
we're back. Now we're back. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, here we go. You know the vibes. I can't believe you've heard that song before.
yeah, basically, JDC out here confusing Pink and Kelly Clarkson.
Come
That
on,
is
man.
what this game has done to
bad,
us.
my bad.
As
Okay.
Alex is at 14 lore.
Yes.
So as much as we've been laughing at these Maleficents, they do quest for 2 each, and they are 0
yes.
4s.
Yes.
Which notably, Clarabelle can only clear 1 of these right now.
This is is not a drill. Maleficent is on the board. If I see a staff,
Yeah, you're playing
I'm crashing out.
Tipo. What are you?
I'm bugging. And we got to go Mother Knows Best here.
So why didn't you sing the Mother Knows Best and then play the Bend in My Will?
Yeah, we're doing a little bit of trolling here coming in from the Amethyst and Sapphire player. No big deal. I think people do, maybe just trying to gain some value with that Clarabelle. But I'm just because the bend is not gonna. You got to play it. You got to play it, and you win the game. That's it.
That's why I was like, you sing Mother Knows Best onto the Clarabelle, and then
and
you
get it out of there.
bend to my will.
That's like the perfect play.
But instead, I'm staring at a Tipo.
But I don't know. Vamos Cosmos is locked in. He's 5-1 in this event
That's true.
right now,
That's
right
true.
here.
That's true.
And you got to trust your instincts sometimes to get to those, to get to these win totals. And possibly that could be the way to go. Maybe trying to set up a big bend later on to kind of close the game out after
How much
you resolve
bigger
your.
do you need it to be? But again, I mean, we only have one character on board. We don't know how many Under the Seas that Cosmos has left in their deck. So maybe we're worried about that. We're trying to make sure that we have enough stuff on board that potentially we can challenge back. But again, if Alex doesn't have any cards in hand, he's not going to be able to play too many cards. So
I know, and it is a lot of ink, but notably you do have a ton of high cost, high impact characters. I think you could have gone full combo there, as we are going to rebounce and redeploy the Tipo with the Maleficent, gets a quest in. They never come back. We're going to freeze both of your characters here. So we are just trying to tempt. This deck the deck Alex is playing seems kind of cool, Color. This seems like a cool strat. I'm not going to lie. It seems like it's all in on tempo. It's all in on just playing these unique freezing and bouncing cards and just getting some lore in there while you can. As Clarabelle is back at it again for the 15th time this round.
Yeah, and definitely, again, I mean, let's see, he's got I've got 6 cards in hand. Now, is the Bend in My Will gone? He had Under the Sea. I don't.
Bend in My Will has been in hand. I think he
Did
had
he
it
ink it off the
since,
Tipo,
he
though?
had
That's
it
what I'm
since
saying?
the first hand. Like he had it off the altar. I mean, he had it.
I know he had it, but I didn't know if maybe he inked it off the Tipo or something like that, which would have been bananas insane, as we are going to go ahead and if you sing Under the Sea on one soul Maleficent.
You gotta do it. He's at
no,
16.
You don't. Just challenge it. Just challenge it.
I mean, the lore total is starting to pile up, and you really have to get there, because if you don't do anything, this game is over. Maleficent will quest and beat you, and that's something you're going to have to drive all the way back to wherever you came from with that on your mind. As you're going to be sitting there, you're going to become self-aware of, like, Maleficent just beat me, man.
But we just...
Dang.
But we...
Dang. That's all you're going to say.
Oh, they stay exerted because they never come back. And I was I don't understand what just happened.
That's right. They are frozen because of they never come back. We need to allow note-taking in this situation, because I will forget that, and most people do as well. As Tipo now into the Inkwell, you very well could lose this game, because you don't have the singer set up, and you don't have the ink available.
Don't do this. Don't.
As the Kita is coming through. Very low tempo Kita.
Doesn't he have Prince Philip and...
You can't play them both. And
Okay,
you can't
well,
sing.
that's pretty good. I was about to say, John is pretty good.
Yeah.
Now we are going to give that one. I don't know. I would give the Maleficent.
I'm giving that Maleficent Reckless every single day of the week.
Yep.
I need that thing out of here. I mean, granted, she's not doing any damage to you, but questing and just being a public nuisance. And this Clarabelle can actually challenge and banish one of your characters. So if somebody's got a challenge, at least I want to get some inherent value
I'm
from
questing.
that
That's
challenge.
4 lore. I'm winning this game. But
Yeah.
again, you can't. So, I mean, I guess that Clarabelle is going to go in and sing me Malicious and Scary, and
Yeah.
you're going to just watch Prince Philip.
And you're paying them one at a time, too. I love this technique. It's playing one ink at a time, and that's going to blow your entire board. And then Maleficent gets a nice free and clear quest.
I don't understand.
Yeah. This one was wild. This was a wild encounter here. I've seen a lot of lore content. That was a wild and strange match, but maybe it was just because some of the cards were being a little awkward, a little weird. I think Vamos Cosmos.
It's there. It's been there. Yeah, it's literally the last card. The Bend in My Will is right there.
It's there. I think Vamos Cosmos was playing a little too fast and loose, and I think sometimes you just got to get active. Okay, sometimes you got to be loose, and sometimes you got to get active. And I think that was more of a I'm being loose when I need to be getting active. If that makes any sense. I think that sing Mother Knows Best into a Bend in My Will, you can't lose the game from there.
Yeah, this was strange and special.
But it is what it is, and we're going to have short-term memory. We're going to lock that right on out of there, and we're going to go right back into a
That's
game
going
number 2.
into the vault. I
You're
am
dumping
not
it.
going to internalize anything from that game because I will lose my mind.
sure.
So we're going to go on to the next game,
and
we're going to get through it.
Get it out of the way now on the 5K Friday, and then you can come back tomorrow stronger than ever. And this is 7 rounds of Swiss that you're playing. You're in your 7th round. You're playing Emerald and Sapphire all day, which is not the fastest, easiest deck. So you've probably been grinding all day. You've probably been traveling all day as well. Probably
That's
travel.
true. This Friday, you should
And,
be
yeah,
at work. You should be
get-
somewhere, but
get-
we're here. We're playing cardboard.
Imagine like getting off work, working a graveyard shift, coming in playing Emerald Sapphire all day, and now you're round number 7.
Yo, I brought
and you're
Amber
playing for your
Steel
winner.
to the DLC. I'm not even playing. You know what I'm about. I want to have snack time in between my games. I don't want to think 30 years into the future doing my, Doctor Strange math where I'm like, okay, I've seen every inevitable future, and these are the lines that I have to take. Y'all are wild for these control decks on long, long days like this, but you got to respect it. You got to, and especially too, I mean, you're throwing 2 Maleficents down with 8 ink. What is happening? I don't know what you're going to do. You don't know what I'm going to do. And this is a bananas game as we are going to make it into game 2. And I want this to go to a game 3 because I will figure these players out by the end of this.
Yeah, and then you did miss that ramp on 2 earlier for Vamos Cosmos. So now I think you have some ramp. Maybe that kind of just jammed you up a little bit. I really would have liked to seen that Bent to My Will get deployed. Or maybe you have in your head, maybe they could have top decked the Clarabelle and got back into it. But that's a situation where I'm going to force them into having it. You got to show it to me. If you have a Clarabelle off top of your deck and you can get it and get back into this game after I, waste my turn, Mother Knows Best, and I discarded a Clarabelle too. Yeah, I think that's just a heads up winning maneuver. But speaking of heads up game winning cards, that they never come back. Thoughts?
I mean, that card always comes out of nowhere. I'm pretty sure that I was actually, shout out to Cregan, I was playing him and he's like, ink, they never come back. I was like, ink, what? And again, like, it's one of those cards where like, that card's really good, but when I see it, I think the first time I saw it was like in multiplayer. And then I'm like, yo, wait a minute. And then again, like I said, I've seen it a couple times since then as we see the Royal Guard come to stare down into a Clarabelle. And this is another card that I completely forgot its effect.
Yeah.
And it really messed me up as it does get +1 for each card that you draw this turn, and it does count the first card that you draw for turn.
For sure. And that's thing I like that people are pairing that card
Oh, we just
with
used it, Tipo, like a sale.
I like that people are continuing to pair that card with the Demona and being able to get his strength up quite high. Or you can pair that with the Show Me More. We saw Alex is playing Show Me More in the deck.
Yeah.
You can increase this Palace Guard and get him quite bulky and having a 1-cost character trade up to a 5, maybe even a 6-cost character sometimes, maybe even a 7-cost character. It doesn't matter. And that could be a really cool play that you can make as we are playing down 2 Clarabelle on 2. Coming in from Alex now, really trying to secure that shift line. And we're free and clear to quest here. Interesting quest.
You did it, so I'm going to do it. So 2 Clarabelle facing down, 2 Clarabelle and a Royal Guard, and they both inked their 3-cost Prince Philip. Notably, Vamos actually showed his off of his Tipo, which I thought was very considerate of him. And then we do see the Cinderella dreams do come true. Dreams come true.
Dreams come true indeed. Coming in on 4, allowing you to accelerate yourself at the end of that turn. But you notably do not have access to your powerful Clarabelle Light on her hooves. If you cannot get to it, this deck becomes significantly worse when they're not shifting Clarabelle on that 5 ink turn. As we will also show You're Welcome going down to the Inkwell.
That's crazy. So what did we keep? Because we kept a card and we drew the visions off of it. So at least the vision will end up being what we want. So we'll probably end up inking that card to shift the Clarabelle because hopefully we find a vision off of it. And that is not the we do play, go ahead and play the Lewis. So it's double vision. So we were inking the You're Welcome to keep the vision to make sure that we find that Clarabelle shift next turn. And then we actually drew a vision off of our Cinderella trigger. So you hate to see it, but at the same time, we need that vision, and now double vision.
Yeah, you don't have, your opponent has Clarabelle shift, and you do not. Even though Clarabelle shift is not going to really do too terribly much, not drawing that many cards, your opponent doesn't have it. We're going to see that vision come on. Or we're seeing the Sale the other at 6. Excuse me.
For a reason that
Sale adds the Prince Philip now.
Okay, sail into a vision. I kind of understand this because basically you're going to look at the top 5 cards. You're going to take whatever you want, and then you can ink the other card, leaving you down to the 1 card in hand, just in case your opponent does shift the Clarabelle, and then they won't get as much value after that. So it was kind of quick in succession, but I do understand the reasoning for it is be able to look for what you want while also keeping your hand low. So when your opponent shifts the Clarabelle, they don't get all that value.
Yeah, I tend to slightly disagree there because I want to go double vision, and I think you still could, depending on what card you take here. But I'm planning on looking for that Clarabelle so you can play that Clarabelle, because if you're going to win, you're going to need to have access to Clarabelle's Light on her hooves coming in soon to help replenish your hand. As you're looking like you're going to
We still
select a
have
vision.
the vision, right? So wait, no, we
played
visioned.
one and we sailed one, played one. So now I think you're thinking about taking visions here, so you can go visions into visions. But
So you
now
ink
you're
your
gonna have
hand.
to ink another. You have to, whatever you get here, you're gonna have to ink it in order to
Play
play
the vision.
The vision. So that you could have played both
Two
of the
visions,
yeah.
and then sailed at the very
Right.
end.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know.
yeah. In any event that you needed to continue to do that, but you need to find the Clarabelles. We ink vision, play vision here.
Alex is laughing. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I'm like, oh my gosh, it's there. Okay, yeah. So I know. Basically, we played the sail so fast. He's like, how did you do that? He's like, but we did end up finding the Clarabelle, and we are going to be able to get that into our hand. How do you have cards in hand?
But this also, if you can get rid of that, I guess next turn you could just hard play the Clarabelle, depending on what you draw from the top of your deck, because I believe you have one Clarabelle should be reckless, and she will be banished by slamming herself into the Lewis. And then you have your other Clarabelle, so now it's going to be on Alex to try to break up that shift line, even though the shift is not the most critical component. I still would do it because you're representing Under the Sea here. Shift Clarabelle into an Under the Sea just seems back-breakingly devastating in this position. So I think it might be worth it if you have that type of utility in your hand.
Yeah, I kind of like that too because we have the Prince Philip. We can go ahead and ink that, and then we can hard play. So worst case scenario, which
We're showing me more. I'm thinking about that one too. That's another head scratcher there. I see my opponent is in a compromised position, and I'm going to give them that show me more. Maybe you wanted some more utility for yourself.
Well, I think we know that it's a Clarabelle that you went for because you just you have to do it. If you're emptying your hand that much, you're afraid of my Clarabelle shift, and then you potentially have your own Clarabelle in your hand. You just visions literally twice in a turn, and you sailed. There's no way you don't have exactly what you want in your hand, and if you don't, then you need to stop playing the game. I'm just kidding.
But
So
if you know that were the case, then you're going to give your opponent more tools to find that Clarabelle potentially, and give yourself more cards in hand to give them for the next Clarabelle interaction. So I don't know, but here it is, and it's going to be underway. If you do have Clarabelle shift Under the Sea, you're going to be.
I mean, you just gave it to your opponent, but or you didn't.
You gave it. You handed it to him. If that's the case.
If he hasn't been to my will, he needs to use it now.
You think right now is the time?
Hilarious. Yes.
I'm looking for the Under the Sea. I'm shifting this Clarabelle, and if you have another vision, I'm digging for the Under the Sea. I'm shifting Clarabelle. I'm singing Under the Sea, and then I'll bend you some other time if that's the case for Vamos. I'm not sure what is in the deck. But maybe you have another. It looks like I want to say that's another vision of the future in hand.
Yeah, I agree with you too. You got to get the board off of it, but at the same time, to stop you, like right now, your board is not that scary. Everything quests for 1. I do not care. I want to, and then maybe we are gonna. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna take your play. That's awesome. Hopefully, we find the End of the Sea because that would be sick.
And there it is.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and so this is going to be a pain train right here. And I think you almost have to snap take it. The Under the Sea is just actually calling your name here in this spot. I think you got to take it, and you will. You can also go for a Mother Knows Best here as well to send that endearing alligator back to the hand if you really wanted to.
Nah.
No, you can't. You don't have the ink available. I'm so
I was
sorry.
gonna say, I was like, we're absolutely doing that. Get rid of all of those little guys there. Get rid of those. Put them under the deck because we learned that they do go under the sea. And then, I mean, at this point, too, I don't know how much ink Alex is on, but I don't think it's 7.
It's definitely not 7. It's definitely not even 5. It's like 4. I think he's on 4 ink going into the 5th ink turn.
Yeah.
So you are down pretty bad, but he did not draw with the Clarabelle. That is another play that you got to take those. I mean, that's why she's there. In your deck, you want to get those additional cards. It's not optional. I mean, it's not mandatory. It is an optional effect, and you definitely want to take some draws. I can't tell if they did or not. But
and we're gonna play Show Me More, and doesn't matter because he's just gonna force you into it. Why would you draw the cards? He's like, okay, I'm fine. I'm fine.
I'm with it. Maybe just try
well,
to
the
play
thing
around.
is like he has 4 inks, so you have no threat of his Clarabelle coming down. That's the only reason that you don't draw.
we're chilling, and we get another Clarabelle back to hand. So she did get some tremendous value from you, but that is going to be that Chromacon coming on through right here, right now. Another one down into the inkwell, and I think it might be time to bend if you got it. If you got the bend, just bend it up, and let's bend it like Beckham, and let's get active.
The Chromacon broke me, JDZ. I'm so sorry. There are fundamentals in card games, and then there are Vamonos and Alex. And this is a scientific study that I have never before witnessed in my entire life.
Okay. So maybe there's a word I might have missed. I might have missaw the cards. These sleeves are very similarly colored. Maybe he did have the same amount of cards in hand, but this is a crazy matchup. I think it could just be tough for anyone, especially in this late stages of this tournament, as we are actually rocking and rolling with it. Tipo now
into
jumping into the inkwell. We can go double Cindy here.
Are we going to double Cindy here?
You could, man, and just cycle.
I don't know. Play the develop. See what happens. You know, I'm in it for the vibes now. Do we have another Cinderella? Play another Cinderella. You won't.
Cindy. I don't think you will. I don't think you will. I don't think you will.
It's because we want him to, so we won't.
Oh, he didn't do it. As we pop
he's gonna
let's go. As Clarabelle comes out, a little
that
bit
text
of item
is
removal.
relevant. Absolutely. It makes sense as we do go ahead and pop that. That was the right. That was, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, go for the triple Cindy because I am in the chaos vibes mode right here because I got a little confused. But we do have enough for develop your brain.
Well, hold up here, though. Maybe Alex is going for a mill strat. That's open. Those lines are open. And that would honestly make a lot of sense with the way that they've been kind of handling some of these turns.
And then their deck as well.
I'm looking at that deck. That deck is getting a little bit depleted there. Maybe there's a world where you can just, hopefully your opponent goes for this Cindy and ink a ton of cards from hand, and they can go for a deck out here.
I mean, that is definitely a line. I mean, again, and that's worse too because the Amethyst Chromacon and Clarabelle and everything else that's a May ability, except for your welcome. That is, you have to do it. But at the same time, you watch them do it to themselves.
Yeah.
You know, and that is like an alternate win condition, especially when you are jamming with like not enough ink to really pull off these board wipes, to pull off like hard playing a hard casted. You know, we just now got up to being able to play that cow, at which she went promptly down to the inkwell.
Yeah, so maybe that's the goal. Maybe you're just trying to see if you can run the Sapphire and Emerald player out of cards by just continuing with the Show Me More. You got this looking
Give
for
him
a
more
deal.
cards.
Going after the Cinderella dreams indeed do come true. Hades getting that target in. Vamos Cosmos thinking about how you want to. We're going to go after the Clarabelle, maybe breaking that shift line, and that thing went to the bottom of the deck extremely fast.
He's like, bro, I'm not giving you more cards. I mean, you could have. I mean, at this point, I don't know what's going to happen.
I mean, that's definitely a viable option to do, as now Vamos Cosmos, who is trying to force this game number 3. Both Lumineers, ton of cards in the hand, ton of cards in the inkwell, so options are extremely open. You have the ability to go full combo here for sure, if that's something that you wanted to do, as we'll send that looking for a deal Infernal Scheme, or Hades back to the hand for Alex now.
Now, I do like this Basil because it does say on quest you will be able to discard a card at random. But you know what my favorite part is going to be is figuring out how these two Illumineers are going to choose that as random, because I feel like it could be any way.
Yeah. It could be.
At this point, I expect nothing.
For me, I think you shuffle your hand and just pick.
Just
let's just pick it. Just shuffle your hand. Give your hand a shuffle, lay it on the table.
I was watching in Wakefield, and it was so funny because the commentators were having a hard time deciding how they were doing the Horseman Cursed Rider triggers. And they're like, okay, he rolled a 3, so he's going to take the third card. And then they would pull one from like all the way over there. And they're like, I don't know. They've got their own system. It's
I can't see where your cards are. Your sleeves are not marked. Shuffle your hand and just pick. It's random. That's about as random as
it's going to get. Yeah.
Oh, in my mind, you always have your high cost uninkable cards on your right side, so maybe I'll subconsciously always pick from your right side or something like that. I don't know.
I love how you do it in multiplayer, like especially if you play like a Mufasa and you're like, okay, I'm gonna take that, and like just get the cards out of your hand and out of your inkwell into your hand. Just let's go. And it's like, but in competitive play, people are like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then they roll the dice. And then with the Horseman though, you have to do it 6 times. You get to roll dice 6 times in a game. So it is funny, and it is another thing where you're like, we're going to time rolling dice.
And I think that's a very fun feat as we have this Basil who is reckless, so we won't be getting a chance to see any of that. And then the malicious, mean, and scary is going to be manually voiced, not to be confused with saying just played, and then the Prince Philip's going to come through and clear
It's just a
this board.
sonnet. It's not actually a song now. As they go ahead and
Addition to getting a little quest for 2 in. Ink now getting ready. As now, can you return fire with your own rendition of a malicious, mean, and scary into Prince Philip? You do have access to both of those cards. However, you do not have a singer established.
What's Basil doing?
Basil is reckless. So he was reckless that previous turn. Now he is fine and dandy as Clarabelle is going to come on through now. You will be able to get a card out of this. I can't tell. I think maybe just one, as Basil's reckless condition has transpired. Now, passing it back on over to Vamos Cosmos. Do you have it again? Are you going to hit it with another full combo here?
I think this is a situation like sometimes it happened in the Ruby Sapphire, right? Where you had so many cards in hand, you're like, how do I want to win? You know what I mean? Like you just had so many decisions and so many cards again. And that's like not something that we really see in Core a lot because it's typically a low resource game. But this has been one of the most bananas matches that I've ever seen. So we have more cards than we should in our hands. This is like an infinity level of cards in our hands. This is not usually what you see in card.
And this right here is one of those
crazy
situations where we're double basiling, and we are getting a little roll in. Nothing wrong with roll, and we hitting into Clarabelle.
Clarabelle, wow.
There's nothing wrong with getting a little roll in. It's not for me. You know, it's for others, but not for me. As we do have that Prince Philip, so we have Prince Philip in hand, Prince Philip and the shift and the song. So we're just doing a little bit of lore counting. And if Alex can manage to survive for a turn or two, you can get back into this game. You do have a board wipe coming your way in a few turns, but you got to get super lucky because double Basil will represent double discard, and you're going to need to have that full comp. You're just not going to be that lucky. No one's that lucky.
I was like, ain't no way, because we're already at 11-5 here, and Alex does not have it on board. And if he doesn't have enough to go ahead, and I mean,
you have that, you're welcome. So you can't clear one of these Basils if that's the line that you want to go for, and send this Prince Philip out on a journey, and then maybe you can miss one of those pieces to survive this discard that comes in from the Basil.
Gotta get rid of that Prince Philip, though. You can't let him quest that. I mean, I guess the Basil, too. The Basil is really, really hard here.
I think Basil's your biggest problem because you can't afford that double discard that Basil does provide. You need to keep your malicious, mean, and scary, and you need to keep your Prince Philip shift in hand. And you will give your opponent 2 cards, but at the same time, this is your only path to victory. You're going to need a 33% hit rate on that Webby, or I think you just might lose the game right here.
I don't know. I mean, that deck is looking teeny tiny. How many more You're Welcomes we got in there, buddy? You can just like rip more cards out of my hand. Oh my god.
Yeah, and now this Basil is going to come back down next turn, but you cannot target the Prince Philip or bend to my will here, and the game just automatically ends. Or full combo again, the game pretty much comes to a dramatic screeching halt as well. So this is looking pretty down for Alex in this one. But what you do have going in your back pocket is that there's another game coming your way. So you can get a chance to be back on the play, be able to get your Webby down, and we're just going to skip.
Combo. Yeah. It's here. That was it. Let's scoop it up and go next because we have 20 minutes left and going into game 3 of a Twilight Zone match.
This match has been interesting. I've never seen this matchup, and I'm certain that both of these players probably haven't played against, well, at least from Vamos Cosmos' perspective, because Alex is playing some unique build. I haven't seen a build like this. I do enjoy the deck. I think an all-in tempo version could be quite cool. It's not quite Brainiac. It's definitely not quite Burn. It's not tempo, but you have some defensive tools. The Reckless Lewis is in there. We saw that you have the bounce back. Maleficent is in the deck. Mother Knows Best. So there are some cool things happening in Alex's strategy. And Vamos might just be a bit, perplexed a little bit by some of the things that Alex has presented to them. So it's a very interesting matchup so far. I can't wait to see who comes out on top in this Hall profile. Game number 3 is underway. This is the final round of Swiss. We got a top 8.
I know. And yeah, same day, top 8. That's awesome. We're going to grind it out today. We're going to know who our 5K winner is. And at this point, too, I think game 1, too, like Vamos did miss ramp. So I think they were kind of like on tilt from turn 2, and then they're also seeing cards that you're like, to your point, being like, what is this? Who put this in the deck? And kind of moving on from there. So now we're in game 3. You got me, I got you. I know what's in your deck now. And at this point, it's like, well, let's lock in and make it happen.
Let's do it.
Let's do the thing.
And just, I think you got some you got this very great point, because you got some very powerful things that your deck is trying to do, and you just got to send it. I mean, you had to get a little bit. I don't want to use the word lucky again, because I've said luck multiple times today, and I don't really like saying that. But you did get some. That Clarabelle came in just in time, and your opponent did not allow.
It's called
did allow
playing
that
to
shift.
your outs.
Yeah, you gotta play it. You gotta play the cards you have and hope for the best. And it's going to work out sometimes for you. As I also enjoy that Vamos is color coordinating with the deck that they're playing. I think that's a very cool, unique thing that people should do more of. I think.
Wow.
Green hat, blue shirt, can't lose.
There you go. Yeah.
There it is. I
Like,
think there's something about that. As I think people should do more of that in their own.
He's
in their own
cosplaying
play.
his deck. I didn't even. It's just like it's the most subtle of cosplays.
You got to do it. You got to do it. As it's probably not going to work out for you, because I think you missed ramp again.
come
as you need to get to that turn 2 ramp. Let's see if we can find it here on our
Develop and develop. You got to take the develop, because apparently if you don't turn 2 develop.
Is that a T-Bow in the background over there behind that Clarabelle?
It's
Potentially,
gotta
it could be. As I believe you have the Prince Philip. You have a
dude.
No.
You know what?
Cursed.
Cursed.
Cursed
He's like, bro,
indeed.
what do I take?
Cursed indeed. You might almost want to consider this under the sea.
I know, because we see with the 17 minutes left that Alex has correctly identified that they're going to have to go fast. And they went ahead, played the Palace Guard, and then 2 1s-on-2. And now they're watching their opponent not ramp on 2, which is going to be pain incarnate, as hopefully we do have something. Gosh, let's put something down. We cannot put anything down. We don't have any 1-drops, shift targets, or anything like that. So we are going to have to pass the turn and hope for the best.
Yeah, and we're going all gas here from Alex, who is assuming that beatdown role, realizing that Vamos Cosmos does not have that ability. He's just sitting out there, really can't do anything. Your cards are not helping you out in this situation.
I think there's a Lewis potentially over there. Maybe we can.
That is a Prince Philip, the 3 cost, and there he is. You're going to have to come out and try to do some combat, or maybe if you can get to
hopes and dreams.
Get to that turn 6. This is a warded character, by the way, so he can kind of stick around on the board. You do have the malicious, mean, and scary. You do have the big Prince Philip, but I don't think what you don't have is the time to be able to get that going.
Played that Chromacon, I think, because if you're identifying that your opponent is kind of like in trouble, because we're going to shift.
I'm about to shift this Clarabelle and draw $1 billion and get up out of here. Is what
oh
thinking.
Wow, you shift your welcome. That's pretty backbreaking.
And even if you will have to, if you see this Donald come in, you shift your welcome this Donald back to the deck, draw a Jillian, and then just keep questing in the process. That feels super good. So everything lined up super nice for Alex in this situation.
You sing Mother Knows Best onto the Clarabelle, the baby.
Oh, you talking?
I was going to say,
Vamos'
Vamos' side. He's got sing Mother Knows Best onto the Clarabelle, and then
yeah.
potentially, I don't know, maybe Mother Knows, maybe hard play than other Mother Knows Best, but you're going to lose your Prince Philip.
I'm doing it. You cannot. I will give up this Prince Philip, but you cannot allow this Clarabelle to shift. I mean, there is a world where you go for this Donald Duck now, but then that's going to give your opponent 2 more cards as well. Your opponent is kind of out of resources here in this critical spot. So that could be the play.
I don't know if I want to play the Donald, though. I was like, so we are hard playing the Mother Knows Best, and then maybe potentially keeping our Philip safe, and then
Ink
going
card and pass.
Yeah, I kind of like that too. Not giving up our Philip and making sure that we keep that shift line.
I can't tell if we put a card down into Inkwell, because I think
boy howdy, I hope so.
you definitely want to ink something. I'm not sure what the ink is there. Oh, he got 4, so
okay,
we did do ink. Cool. So Vamos Cosmos is trying to get to that point. Now, if we can get to that critical 6 ink turn, it's going to be a requirement to shift that Prince Philip after singing the Malicious, Mean, and Scary.
Oh,
and you're going to hope
ink
that
and then shift Clarabelle in the same turn.
Because
so if you play Clarabelle, you can ink right now this turn, and then you would be able to.
Interesting. So we go sing Mother Knows Best, play the Clarabelle.
So you could have sang Mother Knows Best onto the thing Oh my gosh. So sing Mother Knows Best onto your Royal Guard
Mhm.
and then put it back into hand. And then you ink the Royal Guard, play the little Clarabelle, and then shift the larger Clarabelle on top of the other one. And then that way you get it for a discount.
That's for a 6 ink.
6, is he not at 6?
I think he is going into the 5. I think that was a 5 right
Oh,
there.
well.
I want to say. I'm not sure. So we are going to go ahead and deploy the Donald Duck here now. Clarabelle has been redeployed. So that was your
Oh, it's just a 5-ink turn.
5-ink turn. And then we do have that shift Clarabelle. So I guess you're just trying to burn some cards from hand. Clarabelle is now shifted in. You can go ahead and blast this Donald Duck with your welcome, but we are still dragging ourselves on to this 6-ink turn as Alex is climbing in the lore total, getting up to 12.
Oh, wow.
I think that's also a world where you just start questing
Quest.
try to get this
Just
win
quest it because
before
you
this
got
combo comes your way.
13 minutes left. You know, and you're just kind of abandoning that. But again, it's like that the amount of cards that you're about to get off of this is probably too good to be true because like you're welcome that, and it's 2 lore and we are at 13 minutes, but that's still 2 more cards that I can then power through onto the board. And with Vamos Cosmos missing that turn 2 ramp, we're not really super in danger of a bunch of stuff happening here. Unless he has exactly malicious and scary and into the shift.
We're going into our shift turn, so you can almost guarantee you're going to lose your board
Well, then
this
you
next turn.
might as well get the cards to refill after you
For sure.
get board wiped, and it is there.
And you do have it, and you did get some additional cards. So I don't hate it, but I also would have loved being at 17 as well, or 8 or 17, just getting that additional lore. Not the worst thing either.
Basically, you can flood out and say, "Do it again."
Yeah.
And that's kind of where you end. Like, I know that you're probably going to be able to because you've probably been like death gripping the combo the entire time. At least I have cards in my hand now that are going to be able to get me. So I'm at 15. I can flood the board a little bit. You better board wipe me again for the rest of the game because you're at 0.
That is a very, very fair point. A key strategy to win the game, as we have a ton of cards in hand now, as Chromacon seems superfluous in this situation. And there is that board flood. 2 characters come in, Webby and Clarabelle, one being warded, but they both are very susceptible to an Under the Sea. If you have it. So you can go ahead and send that now. Clearly, you do not, because you slam that thing so quickly. I'm sailing to look for it. I'm gambling here. We are going to do it. And ripping, it's another Tipo. You hate to see it.
Another Tipo. Oh, my God. El Rathian just, like, dragging me all the way through the chat. Chill out there. Listen, I'm old and tired now. It's been an entire year since they took my hero from me.
And we are trying to think if we want to ink a few more cards. Maybe you're just playing these Tipos and hopefully they can engage in fisticuffs if required. Or maybe
Battle
they
Tipos
can get some lore
assemble.
or something. But Vamos is electing to get rid of these cards from hand to try to keep the Clarabelle value at least somewhat suppressed. So I don't hate that movement at all coming in from the left side player now. Another ink opportunity is available to you due to the sale you have to and we're got
Put him
double
with
vision.
his brother.
Tipo
Get him in
Akimbo down into the inkwell. Clarabelle being bounced back to hand, and we'll add 3 here to the situation.
Absolutely. I mean, questing for 3 isn't bad. We are now 3 to 15 with a Webby. It is going to go sideways and get us a card and 2 lore, which you don't hate it, but at the same time, Prince Philip will be able to just go and do a really good, never mind. He has been exerted down. He's not going anywhere. He would not do anything next turn. So
I know
might
exactly
be
where he's
it.
not going. He's definitely not coming back next turn. I'll tell you that.
Never, never, ever, ever. And so the Webby, oh my gosh. We're going to have to like hard play Under the Sea and hope it hits everything that you've got from here on out.
Yeah, and we
Under the Sea up the top.
So imagine potentially losing to a They Never Come Back twice in a row. That's going to be a long, sad ride back to the house because that is a realistic possibility of what could be happening to Vamos Cosmos here. If you don't have the answer to this shifted to this Webby and Clarabelle that is representing exact game on board, you're welcome this Clarabelle, and that is just going to make you feel super, super duper bad in this situation. And there it is. You have to do it.
You're welcome,
Oh, my
Clarabelle,
goodness,
just to
that
make
feels
sure you get to 19. Oh, yeah, no, because again, that's another thing too. We're just refilling the hand to basically get over there and try to, refilling the hand with this deck on 17 with the ability to flood the board and the ink that we've been given back and forth. I think that this is looking really rough And again, we are all going back. We watched 2 decks go ahead and miss turn 2 ramp on stream twice in a row. I don't love that.
That's not a good sign for the Sapphire. I think right now these Sapphire decks are extremely predicated on ramping on 2. Ramping on 2 is just what they must do in order to survive in this metagame. So I personally do not like that, but it is what it is. People love to play them. And that's a Webby quest. Gets another little piece of lore or a piece of another ramp off the top.
Wow, it was exact. It was exact. Cosmos has 8, and then he had 7, so it was exact to where it was allowed to go ahead and ramp 1 time. And we would just go ahead and throw the "you're welcome" down. Like, why? Like, why not? You know what I mean? At this point, what are you gonna? I'm just put a warded. Do you have a warded character?
Yeah,
you
just
got a
keep
lot
playing.
of
I'm playing as many
Yeah, I don't
characters
think
as
he
I possibly
has
can.
very many characters.
I guess you could be trying to play around.
No, we don't have that many characters.
Oh, and we are on the Mother Knows Best, our own Webby. Just
To protect it.
ready. I like that play a
Oh,
lot.
that was
Heads up
so
maneuver
good.
coming in.
Because we actually did not have, we have a ton of actions in our hand, but we do have
Oof.
Malicious, Mean, and Scary, and the Prince Philip combo.
Yeah.
Wait.
That will board. He can't
Wait.
ready. No, he can ready. He can ready.
Ready.
But
then
you don't
what
have
do
the
we-
ink. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Wait,
What
no,
are
no,
you
no,
doing?
you can shift it. You can shift onto his stuff. You can shift it. Oh. Oh. No.
It happens.
That's what I was saying. He
happens.
didn't have any characters. All he had were actions. So he had.
You could shift and you can
You could have shifted the Prince
Yeah.
Philip on top of it himself.
sing it unless he was clean from his curse from the We Never Come Back, right? So they never come back, and he just never came back. He could have. That's unfortunate for almost
Yeah.
Cosmos, as he could have sang the Malicious Mean and then shifted onto himself, which is
Yep.
a play. I mean,
I've seen it.
Lady
I've seen it
Tremaine
happen.
loves shifting
I've
on herself.
seen it.
Tinkerbell loves shifting
Absolutely.
on herself.
Katie and I watched it happen. Bad Vegas actually did it to his
Yeah.
brother like 3 times in
You
one
can shift.
game. It
You
was
can have a whole stack.
wild.
You can have Prince Philip shift, and just bring that up the rope. And that is just an unfortunate situation. Like we said, I don't want to make it seem like we are coming after these players in any way.
Oh, no,
Keep
no,
respect
no.
for all these players, but it's a late day. Fatigue is a real thing that does happen, and is one of those things that sometimes you're just gonna miss them, and that is what it is.
I will say, again, I was also going off like the control mirrors, and like I fold under the pressure. I love watching Lorcana, and also that is another thing that I love watching is like if we play the game the same way every single time, we don't change, we don't learn anything, nothing else happens. So like players like this, I mean, again, I'm like, what are they doing? Like, I don't understand. But at the same time, that's not a bad thing because there's a lot of times, again, like I said, we were playing multiplayer and I saw that Never Came Back card. And all of a sudden I'm like, wait a minute, is this a good card? And then there's been situations like you'll be playing Pack Rush and you're like, yo, this card actually did something pretty strong. And now all of a sudden it's in a deck. So there are these situations where like, just because they're playing a little bit differently than like what we can predict and what we've seen doesn't mean it's incorrect. I mean, clearly he got the win. Obviously, you capitalize on situations happening like that. But at the same time, like if it does sound like we're like, what is going on? It's more like excitement and less like it's wrong. You know what I mean? Because like a win is a win. He won.
And more often than not, I will say in my own broadcasting history, and you might be able to attest to this, I'm wrong much more often than I'm right.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I thought Cauldron was a good card, and then you had to tell me 6 weeks after release what it actually said.
Okay, I'm saying like so. Please take that with a grain of salt because these players more often than not they're much better than me. I just try to speculate and try to get into their minds and see what they're thinking. And sometimes they might do something that is different than what I would do, and those are learning moments for me.
Absolutely.
And I try to express that to everyone who might be watching at home as we're all just trying to learn and get better. So no ill will or anything towards any of these players. I never want to make that the energy. But there were some plays I think you gotta go back. If you're watching this film, go back in the future and say, hey, I wish I could have that one back. I wish I could do this a little bit different. We're under the bright lights. We're at the PPG 5K Friday. Maybe you're getting a little nervous. Maybe you're getting a little anxious, a little fatigued, dehydrated, all those types of things.
Well, also
And
there's
they
that
could
like
cause
there's
some
that
real play.
unspoken like the curse, the stream curse. Like you're having like the best run of your life, and they're like, "Let's go get you in for a stream match," and you're like, "Yes, I want the world to see that I'm 5-1 or I'm X-1 or whatever." And then you just like
Miss Rep twice. What are we
on
doing?
stream in front of the entire, and you're like,
Cut it out.
you know it. You're like, bro, there's like a few hundred people watching me just be like, "I'll play a Tipo," like, but like. Turn 8 Tipo. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't feel good. So that all of that like gets into your head and everything else like that. So basically it's just like again, like you said, like I don't want it to ever feel like it was like, oh, what is this person doing? Because if you put me up there, I will crumble.
I'll be
Absolutely crumble.
in a very, very, very similar spot. So thank you so much for everyone, and also thank you everybody at home for being kind and being chill, in the chat all day. If you're still rocking with us with the program, thank you all for being here. If you're just tuning in, we just finished our final round of Swiss. We're going to get an interview up. We have to take a little quick bio break, and we're going to come back. So then we got a top 8 performance. Hopefully we can get some analysis, some meta breakdown, so we can have some of that information to share that with you guys out here for this Friday event. And make sure you all tune in tomorrow because we have a 10K event. We're going to call that the main event, and then we're going to be back at it again on Sunday for another 5K experience, and it's going to be the Infinity event. This is Infinity Weekend, Colin.
It is Infinity Weekend, and I want to know, did you get your A Whole New World promos? Because I have seen so many people posting photos of them, and they are just as beautiful as I thought they were going to be. Like, which is, I'm kind of like, anybody?
Yeah. Can I get one? I did not get one. I'm going to be here. So
I know, right? I'm like, somebody snag me a promo. But no, seriously, though. But we are not done. We are actually going into top 8 coming up here as we just finished our last round of Swiss.
Yeah. Final, and it's been some really cool strats that we've seen today. Like, shout out to Alex. I really like the deck that they played on stream, so maybe we can get some of those questions.
Oh, that was actually something.
We're gonna try. We're gonna get that happening as we probably got to get some deck checks. We probably got to get some a couple of things settled. So there
There's
might
like
be
a dance party at least.
Yeah. Oh, Mickey Mouse is here. Hey,
yeah.
Mickey. No,
What's up? No, yeah. But no, I would say if that is the Brainiac version, which again, and that's another thing too, I forgot to say, like I don't have a ton of experience watching the Brainiac version, but I do know that I think it was Justice and whatever Lumineer kind of were that was their brainchild. They named it because of like I think potentially the DC villain because of it, but then at the same time they said that it's because in the set that they did it, I think it was like Fabled or maybe before, it was like one of the most difficult decks to pilot.
Right.
So they did call it Brainiac because of that. And Top Cut will be tonight.
Oh yeah, we're burning the midnight oil. We're sending this thing all the way through, all gas, no brakes to the finish line.
Fought
This is a
3 hours to be here.
Done. Okay.
Have you ever taken 30 minutes to go 12 miles?
Of course. I live and die on the I-5. That thing gets that's a nothing. That's a nothing burger for me out here in the PNW. But we're going to see what Gabe has to say about it. Gabe is an Emerald Amethyst player himself. So let's tune in to the interview room.
Survivor.
Gabe and Alex in the interview booth. Take it away. Nice.
Welcome back, and we've got Alex here. We just got to watch that match. What a crazy match you had on stream there. What I love is seeing the color pairing that you're playing. You're playing green purple, so very interesting color decision. Did pretty well for you though. It looks like it's holding up pretty well.
Worked out pretty well, yeah.
Yeah. So I want to know first and foremost, what was it about that color pairing? Why did you decide that today for PPG for the 5K? That's what you were bringing.
Well, last set I played blue green. And, that was pretty rampant last set. I got my store championship mat and everything, practiced with my dad a lot.
Okay.
This set, I'm like, I want to try something new. I looked through things. I saw some tier 4 deck. I'm like, okay, this seems heat. Let me try it out. And it worked out pretty well.
You know what? Sometimes the tier 4 decks can be very surprising. And there was a lot of gameplay decisions that were made that it looked like some of that confusion may have set in for your opponent. Some things that they didn't know how to handle, some things that they had a difficult time maneuvering through. So talk to me a little bit about the experience of that game and what were some things that you saw that maybe threw your opponent off?
Yeah, so first of all, both of us were very tired, and we kept taking back mistakes, which is probably evident on the stream. But honestly, it's really funny when I play a card such as the 3-drop Maleficent or the 3-drop Nana, and people are like, oh, can I read that card real quick?
Yes.
Or the draw 3 card, people don't know about it.
Right.
And my opponent was pretty thrown off because I'm playing some weird color combo. I think one of his buddies told him what I was playing because I beat him earlier.
Okay.
But it was pretty hard to deal with for him, I guess.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, it was way too quick at some points.
Yeah,
that game too kind of was probably the slowest example of what happens when it goes too slow.
Yeah.
Both of you, I mean, you had more ink than a blue deck. I think pretty much all day. It was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
So now that you've been able to successfully beat your opponent, you potentially getting into that top cut. Talk to me about what you're thinking. Is this the right play for tomorrow? You don't have to. If you don't want to reveal the sauce, you don't have to. You can just tell me no comment. I'll take that. But are we bringing this sauce back tomorrow, or
We
what
are
are we
bringing
thinking?
the sauce back tomorrow.
I love to see it.
I am swapping out 2 of the cards. I put Nana in for
Okay.
aggro, and there's no aggro here. I've
Really?
not seen any aggro.
Okay.
I'm thinking more of the You'll Never Come Back, the
Okay.
3-drop, because it just freezes them, and
Yeah.
it kills those cobras, everything. It's just has everything.
It's so good. Yeah. I choose you, and you get vanished.
Yeah.
You go away, disappear.
Yeah, it's incredible.
It is incredible. Well, we are going to be taking a look and seeing. And I'm hearing some messages around potentially doing the top cut, and we're going to figure that out in just a moment. So for those of you that are watching, hang tight, and we'll get more information for you when it comes to that. But Alex, again, congratulations. Before we send it back, I want to ask you. Or rather, I want to give you the opportunity to shout out anybody that you want to shout out, anybody that you want to let know that you're grateful for. Feel free. Now's your time.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. Appreciate it. I want to shout out my dad, who I practice with all the time at home. I want to shout out House Rules Gaming, where I usually play, which is not too far from here. And I want to shout out Cool Stuff Maitland, where I work.
Very cool. Hey, you look very cool.
Yes,
all
I work
right.
at a card store.
All right, great
Yeah.
job. That explains why you did so well. All right, friends. So thank you all, and we will see you in just a moment.
Yeah, thank you. Awesome.
Good job.
Thank you so much.
No,
Appreciate
thank
it.
Cool, and we are back. Color had to take a quick break. She should be back here in just a moment to join me, but still incredible, man. There she is. A little bit late, better late than never.
What's up?
Color had just disappeared.
I was commuting again.
And a little bit late. No big deal. But I still think it was a cool matchup. Like I said, Alex's deck. I think it's its own. You could tell that is a deck that someone has played. Carefully crafted for themselves. They have some of their own unique twists and turns in there, some unique cards that we have not seen, and I do enjoy that as well. They are doing quite good here in this spot. They're still alive and well to make it into that top cut, and we're going to find out here who is going to be in that top cut shortly after this break that we take over.
Yeah, so they're 5-1-1, right?
Yeah.
So
So they have a chance. There's definitely
so
a
you're
chance.
saying there's a chance.
And that's all you need is a chance to potentially make it into the top 8. But just like that, Color, speaking of that, we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back at it again with more Lorcana action coming your guys' way. We're going to get this thing sorted out to see who's going to be in the top 8. We can bring you that information to you all and see what deck is going to be making it there.
Capped out. There won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Can't seem to win a game? Opponents got you down? Can't even hand shuffle right? I promise you, it's not a skill issue. It can't be you, so it's gotta be a chair issue. So throw out that old nasty chair, and it's time to sit where the pros sit. The E-Win Gaming Racer Chair, Champion Edition. Let's be plus. With excellent lumbar support, magnetic armrests, and a magnetic headrest that's detachable, it's nothing but comfort for our pros as we play games. The eWin gaming chair has soft weave fabric material and hubless casters padded with PU coating to ensure the smoothest rolling capacity. PU coating also protects all kinds of flooring from scratches created from the chairs using ordinary wheels. Check out the magnetic headrest that you can take off and adjust depending on how comfortable you want to be. If you want to order one of these chairs, check out eWin and the affiliate link below where you can use the code PPG for 30% off. eWin, supporting where the pros play. And PPG, where you play with the pros and sit like a pro.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad. Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Welcome to Origins Game Fair. They have good tacos.
TCG. I've enjoyed playing TCGs for about 15 years now. It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it.
I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast, it have to be so strategic all the time. It's like it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really play is Yu-Gi-Oh. I bought a pack of it at Walmart when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it ever since.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first PPG event.
This is actually my first one.
This is actually my first one.
My first event ever was a PPG.
Well, this is my first PPG event, so I guess I enjoy that I'm in the top 4 of it at my first event.
I've been watching PPG on YouTube, occasionally on Twitch for a while.
Everything's super smooth. The rounds go super quick.
I like that they're in person. I enjoy, coming to see everyone. It's been a while, obviously.
Real tournaments with good prizes, good players. They always seem to have it.
Today, probably, hopefully topping.
At the very least, I want a top 8. I'd like to win, but I also don't top 8. Winning the event, honestly.
Drinking after I go 0-2 drop, but it doesn't seem like that's the plan now. We're in the top 4, so there you go.
The one thing I was looking forward to most today was definitely just commentating some great Yu-Gi-Oh!
We haven't been to a big event in probably over a year now. So the fact that you guys came up north, did one in Columbus, we jumped at the chance to, drive on out and stay the night and, play test and all that stuff. So
Finally getting to actually do a competitive tournament after so long. COVID made it really hard to actually be competitive in the game.
With the prominent content creators in this Yu-Gi-Oh community, and so when I heard that both Gage and Hack were coming to this event, I was over the moon.
What are you looking forward to this?
Winning it. Winning the event.
I like it. I like it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much, man.
I hope that wasn't like.
No, that was great.
Good.
That was really good.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Customized designs on durable and high quality sleeves. At yourplaymode.com, you can sleeve your deck in style. It's as simple as uploading your design and selecting your size and style. Use promo code PROPLAY10YP at checkout for 10% off your order.
Spreadsheets, business models, gaming? What does this all mean? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Let me put this down. But while you're here, let me ask you something. Have you ever wanted to take your trading card game hobby and turn it into a business, but you found it impossible to find any product at a rate that you could possibly make money from? Or are you a player that's struggling to find product for the games you love? Well, have I got the solution for you. The PPG Investment Patreon can be your one-stop supplier for your trading card game needs. The Patreon will serve as a way for you to get products at a cheaper rate than TCG Player or any other market value without getting those distributor connections. Here's how it works. All patrons will immediately gain access to the PPG Investments Discord. This Discord will serve as a hub to promote requests for product, video releases, and as well as creating community engagement. Then, depending on your specific membership tier, you'll be able to place pre-orders for all games that we currently carry, and that list is always growing. So, here's the tiers. we've got the bronze tier. For $50 a month, you get the access to pre-order up to half a case of any product release that you want. At the silver tier, for $75, you can order a case of any product tier or product release that you would want. And the Big Daddy tier at $125 a month, you get the access to 3 cases of a product release. Now, this specific allocation is only tied to a singular release. So if there's multiple games that you're interested in and you want to go hard, we suggest that you do. Our goal is to help you create a successful TCG side hustle or to get the product that you desperately want to have. The only problem is you got to act soon, because once each tier is capped out, there won't be another opening until possibly next month. So don't wait and join the PPG Investment Patreon today.
Check out ppgeventmanagement.com for events and tournament information.
Can't seem to win a game? Opponents got you down? Can't even hand shuffle right? I promise you, it's not a skill issue. It can't be you, so it's gotta be a chair issue. So throw out that old nasty chair, and it's time to sit where the pros sit. The eWin Gaming Racer Chair, Champion Edition. Let's be plus. With excellent lumbar support, magnetic armrest, and a magnetic headrest that's detachable, it's nothing but comfort for our pros as we play games. The eWin Gaming Chair has soft weave fabric material and hubless casters padded with PU coating to ensure the smoothest rolling capacity. PU coating also protects all kinds of flooring from scratches created from the chairs using ordinary wheels. Check out the magnetic headrest that you can take off and adjust depending on how comfortable you want to be. If you want to order one of these chairs, check out eWin and the affiliate link below, where you can use the code PPG for 30% off. eWin, supporting where the pros play. And PPG, where you play with the pros and sit like a pro.
Want to advertise the product you represent on our streams? Great! Shoot us an email at info@proplaygames.com and we will discuss running your ad.
Oh. We are back, everybody. Hey, how's everybody doing? Let us know in the chat if you're still vibing with us out there. JDZ, talk to me. What have you uncovered out there on your quest out onto the floor?
All right, so on my quest, I have discovered that we are going into the top 8, but the streets are saying, I keep my ear to the ground, and it appears as if there may not be any more rounds happening tonight. I believe there is a restriction with the venue. We're kind of getting tight on time, so it looks like we're going to wrap the tournament here and then come back at it again tomorrow and finish the rest of this event and then propel ourselves into the main event taking place tomorrow. But what I want to do really quickly for everyone that is here, we can kind of go over the top 8 and then just kind of go over some of their color pairings and some of the deck lists that we have.
Okay. All right. So how do you want to do this? So we start first. We'll start for this at number 8. How's that?
Let's go it.
So, and we saw this one on stream. We have Kevin Lundy, who is in 8th place. Kevin Lundy is playing. I want to say it's Amethyst Steel.
Kevin Lundy is playing Elsa the Fifth Spirit and Doc, so
I'm
that is
so good at this
Amethyst
game.
Steel. You're
I'm
crushing
so
it.
good at
All right,
this
let's
game.
see if you can go True Blue 8 for 8. Let's lock in.
All right, so number 7, we also saw this. This is Hector Harris. I know this guy. This
Okay.
guy's cool. He's rocking the blue green. He's rocking that Sapphire Emerald
You're
strategy.
2 for 2. He's got Improvise in the deck as well.
He does.
Okay.
Yeah. We also have Sky, which we also saw on stream. We know
Okay.
what Sky's playing. Sky's playing the same thing. Also,
right on.
Green-blue strategy. Now, this one I did not see. I see Rondu, number 5. Rondu.
Okay.
What do we got for that?
Ron, what are you going to guess? You got to get some guesses in there.
Oh, okay. I'm going to guess. Let's go with Emerald Amethyst, green purple.
No, this is Sapphire Amethyst. We did see this Luminaire on stream as well, playing the Blurple strategy. All right, keep going. You're only down 1. You're doing great.
Okay. Next up, William Cole. I don't know if I saw this one.
Okay.
William Cole. I'm going to say he's playing. I'm going to say Blurple too. This one's a Blurple.
Not a Blurple.
Wow.
You're incorrect. This is the Dogs, it looks like. As this one is going to be, actually, this one is more of that circle. No, this is more of a dog strat here. Straight up, we got the Delamoon Lullaby. This is the Amber and Emerald Dogs deck.
All right, next up we got David at number 3. I'm going to guess Amethyst Steel.
Amethyst Steel is incorrect. This is going to be Emerald Chromacon and Go Tamago, so Emerald and Amethyst.
Crazy. Next up we got Anthony, number 2. Let's see. I'm so bad at this game now. Let's go with. Let's just throw it out there. How about Amethyst Steel? One of them's got to be Amethyst Steel.
Amethyst Steel is incorrect again. We got another Amber and Emerald strategy. This one more dogs. Dogs coming in from Anthony Muir.
All right, and then this next person, it says you see the hat. I'm not sure what that means, but
you see the hat. I'm Mrs. Nesbitt. Is this Illuminaire's name?
Okay, well that's an interesting name.
That's a crazy name.
With a name like that, that's got to be Ruby Amethyst.
It is not. It is Amethyst Steel. Finally, you got your Amethyst Steel that you wanted, and you did not stick with the guns that got you there. But it is what it is. That is going to be our top 8. We're going to have more about these deck list breakdowns tomorrow as we start the stream. But Gabe, what a fantastic day! What a fantastic way to break in the high impact digital kind of weekend that we have. Starting with this 5K, and then we're going to go into a 10K tomorrow, and then we're going to end it with the Infinity on Sunday. So it's going to be a great weekend.
It's going to be fantastic. I cannot wait to see all the Rapunzel traps that get set on Sunday. Tomorrow's going to be fantastic. It's going to be a long day, folks. If you thought we were getting unhinged towards the end of this stream, you don't even know what you've got waiting for you tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be insane. So you got to lock in. You got to, you got to get in here, get ready to watch us, get ready to watch these games because Richmond's coming up. Set Champs is coming up. There's so many reasons why you need to be locked in and watching these games, learning what you need to learn, so when you go and you do whatever it is that matters to you, whether it's Set Champs, Richmond, or otherwise, you can be a winner, just like these folks.
Absolutely, and you can take some of these strats and go on your way. But that is going to be a 0-8 Eastern start time, I believe, so make sure you're here, and make sure you tell your friends and spread the word of what's going to be happening, because it's going to be a long day of action. So with that, I think it's time to wrap this thing up and sign on off for tomorrow. Gabe, what do you think?
I think it's time. Yeah. So, on behalf of PPG, on behalf of everyone here, the production crew at 20 Lore and all the above, I'm Gabe. Thank you for having me. Thanks for having all of us here. JDZ, go ahead and do your thing.
It was good to finally do this in the flesh with you. I mean, we've done a few things online, but it was great to be here with you. And we have more coming tomorrow. Willoughby's will be here as well. So it's going to be a nice day of Lorcana action. So again, keep it locked. Don't touch that dial. We'll see you guys all in the morning, ready to quest. Let's get it. Until then, peace.
Good job.
It's a thing I do with my friends. It's one of our most common activities.
It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you do. Anybody is capable of enjoying different aspects of trading card games. There's truly nothing like it.
I'm like a problem solver. I like doing those type of things. So for me, TCGs are like a really good way to like exercise that, I guess, part of the brain.
Like to make your brain think that fast and have to be so strategic all the time. It's like, it's just the best, honestly.
The only one I really